Night fell on the estate of Chong in the district of Senti. Two people were sitting in the gazebo. They had a lot to talk about. After all, they had gathered here only to look at the newborn baby that lay before them. One of them, after feeling the baby's pulse, sighed desperately, and the second said, "How could this have happened?" Despite the fact that the baby was just fine, one of those present noted that, unfortunately, the baby was unlikely to live to be 20 years old. The head of the estate, Jongjong Dae-hyun, did not understand why he was being punished. He believed that it was all because his mother could not cope and died of nature. After which he looked at his interlocutor, who, without saying anything, only closed his eyes in confirmation of his words. After which this man noticed that the master of the estate was saying such words in the presence of the doctor. He considered himself to be. The doctor added, "How can a gentleman speak like that about his own wife, who is destined to die young?" The doctor looked at the baby again and then said that 9 yin meridians were torn. I had never seen anyone with an acupuncture. It was so open. Then he added, "If it is open too much, the life of a person will be short. People usually call it the ascension of a deity." The gentleman asked again what ascension meant, because only powerful Taoists can do it. The doctor replied that he should not believe in such nonsense. Then he added, "If the gentleman heard of absolute masters of martial arts using the upper meridian of the head, they use exactly this point. This is what is called the ascension of the deity. A person receives too much energy, the great nature emanating from heaven and earth. That is why he is dying to beat against such a force he will not be able to." The gentleman looked at his newly born son. After which the gentleman stood up and turned away from the baby. It was very painful for him to hear that his son would die young. Therefore, the gentleman said that everything was clear to him, and apparently this was all heavenly punishment that should punish him. The doctor answered the gentleman that after such words he could not call himself a father. The gentleman sharply answered the doctor that it was time for him to leave and would hand him his salary. Unexpectedly for the gentleman, the doctor said that in his case, he would refuse his salary, after which he turned around and left. Dr. Shaw thought only of one thing, that fate would be blessed to this child. If he had grown up in a non-traditional sect, he would have managed to become a heavenly demon. Or if he had been raised in Shaolin, he would have learned to use 72 elite fighting techniques. But alas, this kid became an outcast of his family. The doctor thought that this baby would die in such a remote place very young, without having a chance to live. The only thing the healer thought about was that he would have a chance unless he achieved enlightenment on his own. You are there, the estate. Only 10 years later, it seemed that absolutely nothing had changed. At the table, the gentleman told his family that his late father, an adept of the Jun Nanchong Gomja sect, founded this clan, and he devoted his whole life to the revival of this clan. He said if their clan is to become famous all over the world, he should follow the highest technique of the Zhongnan sect. He cannot leave everything halfway. "Look at your children," the Lord said, proud that his son followed in the footsteps of his late ancestor and managed to join the Zhuangnan sect. At the table, all the other brothers and sisters began to congratulate him, and the master said that they could have a drink. One of the brothers turned his head and looked to the side. He was very surprised because he noticed that not everyone had gathered. Indeed, one of the chairs at this table was empty, and there were no utensils in front of this place. So the boy asked his father if Yonshin really owned this place yet. The father replied that he had ordered him to stay on the training ground and continue training. His son was very surprised. Father added in a sip that he thinks it is better for him not to attend such a joyful event. He can bring trouble. All the other people present looked at the gentleman, but none of them objected to him. The doors to the training ground were open because one of the master's sons was training there. When Yongshin was training, it turned out that he was emitting a bright glow. Yongshin was so engrossed in training that he did it even with his eyes closed, not noticing anyone from the outside. At that moment, it seemed that the guy had great power, which he concentrated around himself in order to practice the technique. When he opened his eyes, he looked straight ahead. His gaze was frightening and very aggressive, after which he used the technique that he had been practicing lately, and this technique was quite strong. After he finished, he looked around and saw that everything was scattered around, which meant that he had succeeded. He looked at his hand, realizing that thanks to his hard work, he really did it this time. He thought that he had finally mastered the art of movement of the Chan clan and was pleased with himself. He understood that with the help of this art, his muscles are filled with energy which moves him in space. I wondered if he would be able to live a little longer thanks to these trainings and thanks to the art of movement. A brother came into the training hall and asked him if he had created a martial art, to which Yongshun answered him yes. He uses the clan's cultivation technique. He raised his head and looked at him. He didn't want to upset his brother, but still he thought that he needed to tell the truth. So his brother covered his face with his hand and said so that he wouldn't misunderstand him, but he had to tell him. It would have been better if he had never told anyone about the fact that he created a martial art. His brother stated that he would not learn the martial art he had a hand in because a power outage could occur during training. If he dies, will Yan Xin take responsibility? The guy was very surprised, but he really had nothing to say. The gentleman became even more angry and started yelling at his son. How dare he interfere with their martial arts? Did he really think he was the founder of the clan? Yang Xin listened to all their reproaches in silence. Since he had nothing to say in response, he decided that he would not argue with them. He silently turned around and left. He understood that the founder of the clan was the man who created the clan's martial arts. Until that moment, he had never even thought of himself in that way because he had never strived for it. He just really wanted to get cured and live with everyone just like his whole family lived. Yang Xin heard the voices that these people were saying that they had arrived just in time and were in a hurry to see. The guy wondered where they were all going. It was probably the day of the visit of the martial arts masters from the Zhongnan sect. Zhongnan sect is one of the 9 great sects in the world. It was one of the pillars known as the strongest unions in Shaanxi, and she was along with the Huanan Mountain sect, the place where the ball deities were located. Yang Xin really didn't want to meet them in person, but he didn't succeed in anything. The reason he was forbidden to show himself to important guests was because his mother died giving him life. The guy was very surprised because it was an order from the head of the sect, which meant it was an order from his father. The man who gave him this order asked him for forgiveness, declined, and left. Yang Xin felt that no one needed him and that he was completely alone. He hung his head down. But he felt that his legs were moving forward step by step, and he was not going to stay in the house. Yan Xin thought that nothing would happen if he looked from afar. There was something to learn from such skilled craftsmen. Everyone was standing near the entrance to the sect. They were interested in the question of who was there. It was clear that it was not a dragon with a heavenly ball, maybe one of the elders. They believed that if people like them actually came to their sect, it would be an honor for their clan. The gentleman stood with his sons waiting for the guests. He was very worried about this. Their excitement was interrupted by a loud voice that shouted that they had arrived, martial arts masters of the Zhongnan sect. Yan Xin violated his father's prohibition and decided that he could watch the guests from the sidelines. Indeed, they were already approaching their sect. It was one girl accompanied. When she stepped over the threshold of the sect, it seemed that she was not walking but floating above the ground. Her hair and she herself emitted energy that made it simply impossible to tear yourself away and not look at her. Everyone who came to watch stood with their mouths open and could not take their eyes off her and her beauty. She belonged to a noble race. The herald shouted that a representative of a noble race had arrived. At that moment, Yang Xin was thinking about only one thing, that in books, the noble race is described as mysterious creatures capable of living forever. Some take them for deities. This aura of Gadu was around her. It was like the main energy concentrated in her body and came out completely naturally. When she came closer to the head of the clan, everyone present was a little confused. They didn't expect to see her. The clan leader said that it was a great honor for him to welcome them to his humble clan. Then he introduced himself, said his name was Young Jae-hyun, and greeted her, lowering his head. In response, he heard that they were thanking him for such a warm welcome, and that her name was Ye Il-shin, and she was an elder of the Zhongnan sect. The leader, without raising his head, thought that in front of him was the elder of the Zhongnan sect from the noble race. He asked for forgiveness for not recognizing the deity herself who stood before him, to which he heard the answer that she was not worth it. She was not here to boast of her status. The sect leader said that she had come such a long way and once again asked for forgiveness for making the gods in the Zhongnan sect sword wait outside. At this moment, Yang Xin thought that in front of him stood a representative of the noble race, the elder of the Zhongnan sect. How long has she been living? At that moment, the head of the clan turned around and began to escort his guest into the clan building. He walked away first, step by step, along the paved concrete path. No one stood in his way. All the other representatives of this clan stood on the sidelines watching the arriving guests. She turned her head and looked at the people standing there. Her gaze was stopped by only one person. And that person was Yan Xin, who was standing behind everyone. Only he caught her attention. The guy felt her gaze, and at that moment he lowered his head and greeted her. The head of the sect was very surprised because he ordered Yang Xin not to leave his house, and he was in the square. Therefore, the head of the sect had no choice but to introduce this guy. He said that this was his third son. She said that this guy is quite unusual and she thinks he's a very smart kid. The head of the sect added that his son has bad manners, and he asks the lady for forgiveness. but she did not notice it at all. The gentleman felt very awkward, but his son had disturbed the peace in their family, and Yongxin himself thought that he had hope after seeing the energy of the martial arts masters of the Zhongnan sect. He understood that after studying the art of the Chan clan, he did not know how to develop further, so he wondered what to devote his training to. So when he saw the guests who arrived to their clan, an idea struck him and he realized what he wanted to do. He thought it would be a good idea to try training with a sword, which is what he started doing. The guests who arrived watched what was happening from the window of their room. They needed to understand whether they could help in any way. One of the attendants said that this place was better than he thought. The second added that he was right. With this amount of earthly energy, the Tyrant Sword clan would want to take over this place. She knew for sure that sooner or later they would come to this place, so they should think about a counterattack, but most likely they would have to sacrifice the clan. One of her escorts noted that they could not attack them and destroy them before they got over the walls. She thought that it would be really great if this happened as soon as possible and took a sip of tea. A teapot and 2 more cups stood on a small table that had been brought to them so that they could refresh themselves. In fact, the Tyrant Sword clan is the most problematic group among all the others. She told her attendants to remain vigilant and keep their swords at the ready, and heard the answer from the lady, after which she took a few more sips from the cup that was in her hand. Unexpectedly for herself, she came to the conclusion that all her thoughts were occupied only with that child. He clearly stood out from the rest. She wanted to know what kind of strange child was living in this clan. In fact, he lived separately from the others. And at the moment he was in his house, sitting and meditating to restore his strength. He tried to explore his powers. I don't understand why his Baihui never opened up. It seemed strange to him. He realized that he had hardly meditated for a whole year due to the training of the Chan clan techniques that he was busy with. He felt that the amount of energy coming through his head became even greater. But he also understood that if this continued, in less than a decade, he would lose consciousness. And just from this thought, he became scared. If this happens, he will die immediately. He looked at his hands and thought that if everything is as he thinks, then he has less than 5 years left. And from this thought alone, he became very scared. He did not understand what to do next. So he decided to go outside immediately, opened the door and went down the steps. When he was already outside, it was deep night. There was silence all around. He listened to this silence. He thought that even though he had completely mastered the art of movement of the Zhong clan, he was not able to stop it. He looked up as if he was looking down at a pig for help or a hint on what to do next. Suddenly, he felt something that was a miracle and very incomprehensible to him. He lowered his head and turned it to the side. He didn't understand what was happening, but he felt an ominous energy coming from that side, and he thought he should go there. The very next moment, taking his sword, he went to this house, and the closer he was, the stronger the smell of blood was. It seemed that he was moving at the speed of light, not even realizing what he might see the next moment. The closer he got, the more he realized that it was too quiet there, and there was no one. He ran even closer, and only then realized that what was behind this door was an ordinary trap formation. Despite this, he did not stop and went through it inside to understand what was there. As he passed through it, he suddenly stopped with his foot from what he saw in front of him. He was very surprised and a little scared because he didn't even expect to see something like this. In front of him were many people from his clan who were killed and lying in a pool of blood. The picture was terrible. All these people were dead, and it seemed that they had been killed very recently. He thought that he didn't even suspect that something like this was happening in the Chan estate because it was completely quiet. When he went inside, he looked at all these people and he was in shock. He couldn't explain it. The only thing he thought was that maybe the trap that was there was to blame. After all, there were people lying on the ground in blood whom he had seen just recently, and they seemed not to resist. All the dead, and they were people of the Chan clan. It was necessary to understand how strong these killers are. Raising his head, he noticed that there were representatives of another plane who told him that this was very stupid. If he managed to save his life, he should have hidden and not crawled out. One of these killers told the other that this guy had decided his own fate, so he should be killed. Yongxin wasn't going to give up so easily. He had nothing to lose, so he was ready to fight them. One of the bandits shouted that the guy himself heard, and an order is an order, after which he began to approach him to kill him. The guy looked at the hand of this killer that he was holding out to him and realized that this could be his end. After which this huge killer took a step forward and decided to grab the guy to destroy him. But unexpectedly for this killer, Yongxin grabbed him by the very hand that he extended towards him. Imagine the surprise of this murderer when he felt his hand was inclined, and that he couldn't do anything with this hand. Yongxin squeezed his hand tighter and tighter. At some point, the boy let go of his opponent's hand, and the killer felt that his hand was listening to him. He looked at the guy, not understanding what had happened at that moment and who was standing in front of him. All the other attackers who came to kill turned around and looked at what had happened in bewilderment. The huge killer sat on the ground holding his hand and screaming very loudly in pain. It seemed that his huge arm was broken in one place, and it no longer belonged to this killer. Yong-shin was even a little happy. He felt that he was able to stop the enemy who wanted to kill him. Others wanted to know from the guy who he was, that he could deal with their fighter, whom no one could stop yet. Yong-shin said that he is the third son of the head of the clan in which they came, and in which they kill people. The killers present looked at the guy, not understanding how this could be and why none of them knew about him. Yong-shin didn't stop. He took one step forward and very strong energy emanated from him. The killer whose arm he had injured turned towards him and shouted that he was a bastard. This killer tried to attack the guy again with his other hand, and his eyes started bleeding from anger. But it seemed that the guy wasn't even going to look at him. He swung without turning and cut off the opponent's head with one blow. This killer didn't even have time to understand anything before his head no longer belonged to his body. And the guy continued to move despite the fact that blood was spraying in all directions. It seemed that it was not affecting him at all. As soon as he was able to deal with one killer, he rushed to attack all the rest who came to his clan to kill. Everyone who was with this big killer was a little shocked, but they stood motionless, waiting for what would happen next. When the guy took another step forward, he swung and attacked one of the opponents and also cut off his head. At the same moment, he attacked the second one, who was standing on the other side with lightning and his nose. It seemed like he was in complete control of everything that was happening around him, and he had a plan to attack one by one. After he dealt with two of them, he took a few steps and approached those who were standing behind him. These two were at a loss on the wall waiting for their turn to come. They didn't know what to do. One of these killers tried to swing to strike, but at that moment the guy cut off his hand, which was holding a sword. And with the next blow, he cut off his head with his sword in order to deal with them as quickly as possible. After which the guy turned around. He needed to know how many more opponents he had and how he should act next. After he destroyed one and wounded another, he still had one left. The sword that was in his hand turned out to have great power, and it was an extension of his hand. After which the guy swung and attacked the last of the killers, piercing his chest with his sword. His opponent couldn't believe that an ordinary guy had dealt with him and his bandits, who at that moment was looking straight at him. His gaze was simply devastating, so he followed through to the end. Yong-shin pulled his sword from his opponent's chest and saw drops of blood flowing down from him. All this happened so quickly that his opponents did not even have time to do anything against him and did not have time to attack him, as they were already dead. Yong-shin stood around him were several of his opponents who had just been destroyed by him with the new technique. At that moment, he was happy with what happened and that he was able to stop the people who attacked his clan. At this point, he thought that his first training with the amazing sword was over, and he understood the essence of the action. From this sword that was in his hand flowed the blood of the murderers he had just stopped. The next moment, the guy heard someone's voice saying that it was not bad at all. Yong-shin raised his head. He wanted to see what other people were here who were addressing him. There were people standing in front of him, one of whom turned to him and said that there was nothing special since these idiots lost because they lost their vigilance. Yong-shin silently ate up every word he said. He didn't understand who these people were and why they were watching him. One of these people said that it was still surprising that I didn't understand how one could be so strong at such an age. They were interested in the question of whether he had devoted his entire life to training the amazing sword, the guy asked. Were they from the Blood Flame clan? To which he heard the answer that the guys from the Bloody Flame were under his feet, and they who stood in front of Yong-shin were from the clan of the Sword of Tyrant and had nothing to do with those guys. At this moment, Yong-shin thought about why the Meek Tyrant clan was here and why the Blood Flame clan attacked him. He knew that the 13 heavens were the most cruel and powerful in all of Rome, and these two clans were part of the 13 heavens and were currently there. He just wanted to know why it was like that. The guy asked what two clans could be doing in this place, 13th Heavenly. What he heard was the answer that it was none of his business. Then the guy said if they don't answer his questions and don't attack, then they probably know who he is. To which the man who asked the guy questions did not understand how to react, so he asked him again what he meant. For a while there was silence. Each of them thought about what to do next. Enshin once again repeated to his opponent whether he knows who his family is, and that it is part of the Desert Fortress, the best sect in Murim. The guy said even if they kill him, they will receive significant wounds, even though they belong to the clan of the Sword of the Tyrant. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of several more representatives of another clan who were about to intervene. It was one of the guests who accompanied the lady who came to their clan as a guest. The guy thought that this man was from the Zhongnan sect because he had already seen him. It was unclear why he appeared here. After this man appeared in this place, it was clear that he had been injured even before this moment. Raising his head up, he saw the elder lady hovering in the air right above his head. Yongxin didn't fully understand what was going on, so he was ready to attack if it was the enemy. Well, when he saw her face, he realized that something was wrong and saw that the lady was injured. Yongxin thought it was Elder Madame Ye Ilshin. Why did she also appear in this place? After she landed, the guy watched her every move and needed to figure out what to do next. The lady landed on the ground and thrust the sword into it with all the strength she had left. From her appearance and the way she was breathing heavily, it was clear that she had lost a lot of strength. The guy thought that the lady is known as the goddess of the sword, but even she was in Makini, who was the enemy then. At that moment, the guy thought that he shouldn't give up. He should use all his strength and technique that he had been training with for so long. After all, he understood that this was his last chance, because only recently did he realize that he only had 5 years left to live. And the lady whom he considered a goddess also would not be able to cope with the pronique, as was evident from her confusion. At that moment, everyone turned their heads because they saw a man hovering in the air above their heads, and everyone froze looking at him. He was descending very slowly, and it seemed that he could hover above the ground for a very long time. After this man landed on the ground, he took one step forward, and a strong, dark energy emanated from him. The guy turned his head, looked at him, and thought who this man was and why he was here too. This man was very close. He had a sword in his hand, which means he did not come to the court with noble intentions. The guy tried to look at him, but he couldn't because he couldn't see his face completely. And this man from the beam had a very sinister energy. Being near him, it was unbearable to stand. Suddenly, the man turned his head and looked at the guy, and looked straight into his eyes. Yongxin thought that all his thoughts were disappearing from just one look, and he couldn't concentrate his thoughts. The people of the Tyrant Sword clan knelt down to greet the head of the clan to which they belonged. The guy, after they started greeting this person, realized that this was the head of the clan of the Sword of the Tyrant. It turns out he was the head of the clan of the Sword of the Tyrant, the man who rules the clan that is part of the 13 heavens. And most importantly, this man was a harbinger of disasters in Jianghu. Then it is unclear why someone who is considered equal to the head of one of the 9 great clans is in such a place. The lady seemed to be frozen in one position. She was holding her sword. It seemed that she also did not understand where it came from. At that moment, the lady's escort started coughing. He was practically dead from the wounds he had inflicted. The guy looked up and thought that in any case, if everything continues like this, they are dead. And the only thing he had left was not to give up. So he simply looked ahead and thought, what the hell? And took a few steps forward, starting his attack. The guy started to attack his opponent. He had a few steps left and he could strike. But one of the representatives of the clan Sword Tyrant saw that there was danger in the head of their clan, and so he quickly realized. Since the guy had a sword in his hand and was already ready to strike with it, he was not going to stop. Despite the fact that the representative of the clan Sword Tyrant tried to stop the guy, he failed. Since Yongxin was almost at his target, all he had to do was strike to destroy the enemy. In this case, the blow did not quite reach its target, and it pierced right through one of the representatives of the opposing clan. The lady, when she saw everything that was happening, was a little surprised where this guy got so much strength from. And the head of the clan, the Sword of Tyrant, was also surprised. He could not even imagine that he would meet such resistance from a very young guy. Sword in Shin pierced one of the clan's Sword Tyrant. All the other representatives of this clan froze, watching what was happening. And the guy himself at that moment realized that he was alone against quite strong opponents, and he had nothing to lose. Look at the head of the clan Sword Tyrant. He asked him if he would kill him after he killed his man. At that moment, Yongxin was not even armed. He stood and waited for the enemy to respond. All the representatives of the enemy clan stood in front of their clan leader to protect him. Unexpectedly for everyone, the head of the clan, the Sword of the Tyrant, shouted for everyone to stop. After a few seconds of silence, he added that the spirit of this young man was better than that of all those present put together. The representatives of his clan did not understand what was going on. Even the lady who continued to sit only at this moment understood why she immediately paid attention to this boy. The representatives of the Tyrant Sword clan wondered if he was seriously praising this brat who had just killed one of them. The head of the clan told the guy that he would save his life, after which he looked at him. The guy raised his eyes and asked his opponent if he wanted to say that he couldn't kill him just because he didn't have a weapon. After which the guy pulled his sword out of the body of the enemy he had just killed. And only after this, Yongxin said that he has a weapon and is ready to fight with it. And he does this because he is the only grandson of the former commander of the Divine Ball Squad, the Desert Fortresses. The lady sitting next to her was surprised by what she had just heard. She could not have imagined. After all, before the days there was a guy, the grandson of the former commander of the detachment of the Divine Ball, the very one who is the best detachment of the Desert Fortress. A desert fortress created by the imperial family to prevent the Murim forces from plotting. It's definitely not a good idea to get involved with them. The head of the clan answered the guy that this is not the reason why he leaves him alive and does not fight him. He added that he just really likes the guy, the way he behaves and his character, and most importantly, his spirit. This is what a strong martial artist in Jianghu needs, and this is something that not every fighter has. The clan leader said that if he wasn't connected to the desert fortress, he would have taken him as a disciple. After such words, not only the representatives of the Tyrant Sword clan were surprised and could not say anything, but the lady was also in shock. These were his last words, after which he raised his sword and swung it to aim it at the ground. He streamed his sword into the ground, after which everyone around felt the force with which he did it. The clan leader added that he was giving the boy a day to leave this place and never return. Then the head of the clan added that no other clan or sect would set foot on this land. That was his final decision. After which the head of the clan turned around and, together with his representatives, very quickly began to leave. The guy and the lady only followed him with their eyes until the end, not fully realizing what had happened. The head of the clan, without turning his head, said that he would always be glad to fight the young man, and that he would find him when he was ready to take revenge. At that moment, Yongshin couldn't answer him because he didn't know what would happen next. He stood silently looking after the people who left behind many victims, and he could do nothing. Indeed, he was not yet ready to fight the head of the Titan Sword clan, but someday he would be able to take revenge on him. And this at the moment became the goal of his life. He thought only about the fact that he needed to avenge his clan. The guy turned his head and noticed that he heard a voice familiar from childhood. In front of him lay his father, who was still alive but who was seriously wounded and could barely make sounds. "Come closer to your father," he turned to him and said that he was his son, Yanshin. After which his father extended his hands to the boy, and Yongshin took his huge hand with both of his own. The father told his son why he was so strong and how he managed to deal with the enemies who attacked. The guy replied that all this was thanks to the art of movement of the Chan clan, which he created and mastered. The father, barely breathing, asked his son if he had really been able to create the art of combat and master it to perfection. The guy replied that yes, he did it using the clan cultivation technique and Sul martial art. At that moment, the father remembered that his son had already spoken about this, but then he got angry and yelled at him. He then said that he did not dare to interfere in the martial art of the clan, considering that he had replaced you as the founder. Then his son seemed so small and so offended to him, but despite this, he did not object to his father. At that moment, his father asked again whether he had not given up what he had planned since then and continued to act, to which his son replied yes. Father barely spoke and repeated again, "Is this really the art of moving the Chong clan?" At that moment, he was proud of his son. He really liked the fact that his son created the clan's martial art of movement. This is a sacred art created by the Chan clan. At that moment, the father realized that he had shouted at his son in vain, and tears began to flow from his eyes. He said that he had been so rude and stupid. In fact, his third son created the sacred art of the Chong clan, and he should only be proud of it. Young Shin continued to hold his father's hand with both of his hands. He didn't want to let go. His father turned his head with all his might and told his son that he had the qualities of a head. These words touched Yan Shin very deeply, because his father had never said anything like that before. It was very difficult for his father to speak, but he tried to tell him something else. Tears did not stop flowing from his eyes. The last thing the father said while holding his son's hand was that he was his son, after which his eyes closed forever. Yan Shin couldn't let go of his father's hand for some time, but he knew that this was the end. Brother Yong Shin, who was present at his father's last conversation, began to scream when he saw that his father had died. At that moment, Yong Shin let go of his father's hand and it fell to the ground. You could hear it hit the ground. Brother Yong Shin was very upset. He fell on his father's body and began to cry loudly. Yon Shin turned to the chief courtier, who was holding another of his sisters in his arms. The guy wanted to know how his sister was feeling. The main courtier replied that she was fine. She just fell asleep when her acupuncture was blocked. They did it for only one purpose, to hide her from the thugs who attacked their clan and started killing them. Yongshin turned his head and asked his brother to raise their sister in the Zhongnan sect. He said that their sister has an exceptional connection with the 5 elements, so they will accept her. His brother turned and looked. He wanted to know what would happen to Shin and why he was saying goodbye to them. The guy didn't say anything for long. He just replied that he could take care of himself. At that moment, the lady entered the room and addressed Shin as she had business with him. She looked at everyone present for a while and thought about how to choose the right words. The guy asked her as an elder if she was leaving the territory of this clan, to which she replied yes, after which she added that now that the head of the Tyrant sword sect had intervened, she should immediately report this to the Zhongnan sect. After which she looked at the guy and asked what about him, and whether he was really going to the abandoned fortress to his mother's family. The guy answered without hesitation that he would do exactly that, and that was exactly where he was going. Because there is no other place he can go to improve and train even more. The elder asked how about returning to Zhongnan Mountain since this proposal was much better. To which the guy replied that it was an honor for him to receive such an offer from the elders of the great sect. The elder said that she really wanted him to become an adept of the sect leader. For him it was unexpected. Well, it was also unexpected for the two people accompanying her. They didn't even imagine that she could make such an offer. The guy asked the lady again if she was really offering him to become a follower of the head of the sect. The lady answered him that this was exactly the proposal she made to him, and that he would be able to do it. The boy thought that a direct disciple of the sect leader Zhongnan would be able to master the absolute sacred art. In addition, the head of the sect, Zhongnan, is one of the few leading martial artists in the top 10 sword masters in the world. But despite this, the guy said that he would not forget this great kindness that the lady showed to him. He bowed to her. And then he added that he should apologize. No one could even imagine that this guy would refuse such an offer. And even the lady herself exhaled when he said these words that he should apologize. She said that he shouldn't worry about it. She just wanted someone talented, as he probably thought, and the head of the Sword Tyrant clan. The guy lowered his head again and said to forgive him. The lady answered him, "Everything is fine. The doors of the Zhongnan sect are always open for him." And then she added that he should always remember these words and not forget about it. The guy was grateful to her. At the end of their conversation, the guy said that he had a question. The lady answered that he should ask. Then he said that he knew that the lady was one of the oldest people among the noble races. He was only interested in one question. Does she know how to get fruits from the world tree? The lady was a little surprised when she heard this question. She could not imagine that he needed the fruits of the world tree. In fact, the fruits of the world tree are guarded by the head of the desert fortress, whom the emperor recognized as his equal. They say these fruits give eternal life and youth to those who eat them. It was considered a treasure of heaven. At that moment when he asked, he wondered if he couldn't live much longer than he was supposed to with the help of this fruit. The lady replied that she had not lived even half of her life, so she had no power over the world tree. She only knew that the head of the desert fortress was able to give them to the people. The guy listened very carefully to every word she said. After he said that he must go to the desert fortress, the lady noted that it would not be easy to get it. It is a sacred object even for them, noble races. The guy noticed that he had no other choice, so there was nothing he could do about it. All he could do was become the commander of the divine ball squad and perform great feats. The lady, having listened to him to the end, said that she was ready to support his choice, and at that moment, her head. She added that it was time for her to leave in order to report what had happened in this place to her sect. She turned around and left. As she was leaving, she said that she was leaving him to help the swordmaster and the apprentice so that they could clean up this place. The guy stood silently for some time, looking after the lady who seemed not to be walking but to be hovering above the ground. He was very grateful to her, not only for the offer she made him, but also for supporting him. After some time, when they had cleaned everything up and needed to leave this place, they left this territory. The guy went to the very place where he was going to go in order to continue his training. Having thanked the masters, he said that he wanted to thank them again for their help, while lowering his head in front of them. The masters said that there is no need to thank them since it is actually his clan and he suffered. And also the master said that it can be said that he played his role in this tragedy that unfolded in his clan. As he was leaving, he heard someone call him by name and the guy stopped and turned his head to look. It was his brother and his sister who came to also see him off and thank him. Brother said that he understands that apologies cannot atone for everything that happened to him in their clan. He then added that when they meet again, he will try to be a good older brother to him and will do everything in his power. Shin replied to his brother that he would also study the martial arts of the Zhongnan sect a little later, and that he would succeed. At least he believed in it. Then he added that his brother should train as if his whole life depended on it, to which he replied that he understood. After which he looked at his very little sister. She was very scared and held on to her brother. Yonshin told his brother that his main task was to protect his sister, and his brother replied that he understood everything. The boy looked at the chief courtier and asked him where he was going. He replied that there were small branches of the Chan clan in various places. And since the bloodline of the Chan clan is still alive, he will take care of the rest so that this clan does not die out completely. The guy said that as far as they know, he is heading to the desert fortress and he hopes that they can see each other from time to time. Since the chief courtier is skilled in martial arts, he can handle it, thought Yongshin. The guy said that he hoped the chief courtier would enjoy life and he should take care of himself, after which he turned around. The main courtiers wanted to say something else to the guy, but it was too late. He didn't have time. After saying goodbye to all the loved ones who remained with him, Yongshin hurried to leave as quickly as possible. Everyone else remained where they were and watched him as he quickly disappeared from their sight. The chief courtiers thought, this guy wants me to enjoy life. This is the best thing he has heard. The main thing the courtier understood was that he didn't even remember any of the people of the Chan clan saying something like that to him. After some time, he was very far from the place where his clan was located. He arrived in the large city of Shanyang. When he entered this place, he saw many lights, and he also saw that there were many people walking along the street. Some people were in an establishment where they could eat and where they could drink and where they could spend the night. It was exactly this kind of place that he went to, where he could eat and spend the night. Pulling out the bag he had with his supplies, he placed it on the table next to which he stood, after which he turned his head and looked down at the city he had arrived in. It was simply enormous. At that moment, the guy thought that he was finally in this place, and he had almost reached his goal. He caught himself thinking that this desert fortress was truly incredible and it was very huge. This is precisely why people from all over the Central Plain flocked to this place. One of the guests noted that the local managers had hit the jackpot due to the influx of guests. The second one noticed that lately there has been real chaos in the taverns. Martial arts masters are getting drunk even though they came to take entrance exams. The guy heard for the first time that there are stupid exams in the desert fortress and why he didn't know about it before. At that moment, he met Hongwan-chan, who asked the guy if he was there too to try to pass the entrance exams. Yongshin looked closely at this guy. I don't understand why he addressed him specifically, but he thought that there was no point in straining the situation and asked what about him. Wan-chan replied that he was simply surprised to find someone younger than him here. After which he introduced himself and said that he was from Shaanxi, which is quite far from this place. He wanted to seem very simple. Yongshin responded by introducing himself to him and saying that he was from Xinyi County. Then he went into the hall and drank a few sips. Wan-chan noticed that it was not far at all. The path must have been quite easy, but for him, it was the other way around. He had to pay a lot of money fighting off the bandit in the green forest and fighting the pirates. The latter were really hard. At that moment, Yongshin remembered everything that had happened to him recently and how many he had to fight. All these people who tried to attack him were either destroyed or wounded. They did not understand because they did not have time to see his sword. In order to get to this place, he had to spend the night wherever he could and eat whatever he could. And often he spent the night under the sky in the forest, orienting himself so much on the stars that were above him. At the same time, the guy took a sip and said that his journey was really quite easy for him, after which his acquaintance looked around to make sure that no one could overhear their conversation. Then he said maybe they could become friends and Yanshin would help him with the test if he had any questions. The guy looked at his new acquaintance and asked again what testing meant, because he didn't know anything about these entrance exams. His new acquaintance was very surprised at that moment, not understanding whether this guy had really arrived. I don't know anything. He stood up and said, does he really know nothing about this desert fortress test? He tried to explain that the desert fortress is very different from the usual martial arts, and to get in you need to pass the tests, which test his knowledge of martial arts literature and much more. The guy listened to him attentively. Now it was clear to him why so many people gathered in one place, regardless of whether they had experience or not. When they joined, they were given the opportunity to learn. So it was no surprise that the place was full of martial artists who were ready to take the introductory. Many people have studied various martial arts just to pass the test, because no one knows what it will consist of. The Desolate Fortress was the strongest fighting group in the martial arts world that would inevitably make everyone's heart beat faster. People would say, if you want to conquer the world with only one weapon, go to the Desert Fortress, because the imperial family has collected all the elixirs and the best martial arts techniques from around the world right there. His new acquaintance said that some people say that traditional sects are much better, but they themselves do not know what they are talking about. He stated that the fighting groups created by commoners cannot be stronger than a desert fortress if it were possible, and they did not create an empire and become rulers. His new acquaintances also noticed that almost no one managed to pass the Desert Fortress tests on the first try. He said that maybe one person out of 1,000, but even then, these are usually the heads of the next generation of respected martial arts clans. Then he said that this all leads him to the next thing. How about taking the test with him tomorrow? Yunshin continued drinking and listened to him carefully, and said that he agreed, and that he would take the test with him. His new acquaintances were pleased that he was able to find another person with whom he could take this test tomorrow. He was surprised that he had such an easygoing friend. He said that maybe he would be a little confused tomorrow, but he just had to repeat after him. His new friend said that he may not look so good, but in fact he can do and knows something. Yongshin thought that he was happy that he just needed to pass the test to get into the Desert Fortress. After all, she didn't want to ask her mother's family for help because she simply didn't know where they were. The next morning they went to the test. His new acquaintances led him to the place where the tests were to take place and told him to follow him. When Yongshin was at the gate, he thought that this was most likely a desert fortress, which meant he was at his goal. Despite the fact that he came here with completely different goals, he was still able to get inside this fortress. When they went inside, they gave him a token. His new friend said that he was the 13th. The guy looked at the same token and actually saw that it had the number 13 on it. Then he looked around. He was wondering who else had arrived to take this test. The fighters who were waiting for their turn were much older than him, and they had much more experience. But despite this, the young man thought that everything should work out for him. He just needed to understand what to do. His new friend tried to explain to him about the first exam. If the examiner takes away his board, then he will pass. And if they ask you to return it to the registrar, then he is unlucky, which means he failed. The second exam is a tournament, his new acquaintances told him, as if he had already taken part in all this several times. Young Shin unexpectedly asked his new friend what was going on with the third exam. What did it consist of? This question put his new friend in a difficult situation, and he didn't know how to tell him about it. The third exam will be an interview with the head of the Desert Fortress. The guy asked if it was the head himself, to which his new friend replied that yes. There are martial artists who come to Yanyang just for this chance. Talking to such an absolute master is an incredible opportunity. And all these people, they hope to get wisdom or advice on what to do next. Yongshin squeezed his hand even tighter, which had a sign with a number on it. This was exactly what he needed. The next moment it was announced that the first exam was devoted to the art of controlling the speed of the ball. In it, they must demonstrate one swing using the fastest technique that they own. Everyone listened carefully to the conditions. The examiner said that he would observe everyone who came to this exam and evaluate them. The first to volunteer was a new friend, Yan Shin. He said that he wanted to go and took a few steps forward. The examiner only nodded his head, allowing the boy to show his abilities. Yongshin thought that you just need to show speed and ball control technique in the exam. His friend got nervous and volunteered. When Yongshin heard the conditions of the first exam, he thought that it seemed quite simple. At this moment, his new friend was already standing and taking out his sword to show what he was capable of. Yongshin froze in anticipation. He was a little surprised watching this guy he met. He looked at him and saw that he had a well-honed spirit, and that this young man was strong enough. His new acquaintance was much stronger than those bandits he saw on the way here. At one point, this guy exhaled and swung to show off his technical speed. He pulled out his sword and demonstrated what he was capable of, which surprised those around him. He was really well prepared, and not only the observers but also the examiner were surprised. Some people thought that this guy had extraordinary energy, and many had never seen anything like it. Others said they didn't even have time to understand how quickly he could throw the ball and strike. His new acquaintances stood and looked at the man who was supposed to decide his fate while awaiting the verdict. And in front of him stood an absolutely calm martial arts master who did not show his emotions with a single movement. This master told the young man that it was not bad at all, and asked him to give her his tablet, then added that the next test subject was a step forward. Next up was Yongshin, and his new friend wished him luck before he performed. Yongshin that he really shouldn't wait too long, and he took a step forward to participate in this challenge. She took a few steps forward. Everyone looked at him as if he was a very young guy who didn't have a single chance. Many people wondered if this guy really came to take the exams because he was very young. But despite this, many believed that this young master of the ball had courage, and he should try. They thought that if he was from another province, where he had not yet been able to demonstrate the technique of ball control, then he would receive one piece of advice, which was already very valuable. Enshin stopped. No one present here could even think that they would see such a thing the next moment. The master who was supposed to evaluate him looked at this guy and thought only about what he could show and why he had switched. Yongshin raised his head and concentrated. He needed to show the art he possessed now. The master also lowered his head. He was sure that this guy standing in front of him would not be able to surprise him with anything. After which the master told Yongxin to start here, and the guy immediately took out his sword and demonstrated his art. He took out his sword and did it so that no one even had time to notice how he did it. After which the guy showed several times what he was capable of and the technique of the art of combat that he possessed. The master, when he saw the speed of his blow, opened his eyes and tried to observe him. All the other observers also froze because they had nothing to say. None of them could wield a sword or strike with such speed. When Yongxin showed what he was capable of, he stopped, still holding the sword in his hand. His new friend was very surprised because he could not have imagined this. People asked each other when the sword appeared. The master, who was supposed to announce the result of his exam, stood silently for some time. He needed to think. After which the master unexpectedly said to everyone that the future of the desert fortress was right here. Everyone present was shocked. They did not understand how such a very young guy could master such a fighting technique and sword. The master told the boy that he was giving his tablet to him and extended his hand. Yongxin gave his tablet. When the master took this board, he was very surprised because the number 13 was written on it. After which the master raised his eyes and looked straight at the guy. He wanted to catch his gaze. At the same time, he told the guy to always stick to his path, to which Yongxin lowered his head and thanked the master. When Yongxin finished, he put on his cloak and the master shouted that the next one could come out. Yongxin very quickly began to move away from this place, and his new acquaintance followed him. When his new acquaintances caught up with him, he asked if Enshin was the son of a famous family and therefore owned such equipment. Yongxin replied to him that something changes after entering the desert fortress. All that matters is martial arts. His new acquaintance asked if he really planned to pass the desert fortress tests. Yongxin turned his head, looked at his new acquaintance and asked if this is why all these people came. After which he added that his new friend also wants exactly this, and that is why he came here. To which his new acquaintance replied that this was indeed so and that it was true. He did not deny it. After which he lowered his head, thanked Yongxin and said that now he would go. At that moment, the guy thought that he hoped that the kind and talkative One-chan would pass the second exam. The next day came. There were no people on the street yet, and it was exactly the time when one could meditate. Yongxin thought that he needed to gather his strength and meditate in order to understand what state he was in. At that moment, he thought that the second exam was a tournament in which they would compete with others in martial arts. Yongxin also thought that he still had 3 weeks until the second exam he was going to take. He thought that given the upcoming exam, the right choice would be to maintain the skills he had. He decided that he would train the art of movement of the Chong clan and the art of wielding a swift sword, as well as the ability of the technique of enhanced movement of Qi. Time passed very quickly and day turned into night. All this time he spent training to pass the exam. 3 weeks later, he headed to the same place where his second exam was to take place. Quite a few martial arts masters came with him to the second exam. The master came out to them and said that until they were called, they should wait in front of the entrance. After which he left, this master behaved very aggressively towards everyone else. Many of those present were much older than Yongxin and were confident in their abilities. Look at the master who ordered them to be in this place. In a sense, many were somewhat discouraged. One of those who came to the exam said that he heard that a white suit means a master of martial arts of the initial level, but none of them understood why the energy of this guy in a white suit was so strong. It was just obvious, thought Yongxin. Even just wearing a white uniform meant that the future was becoming very promising. At that moment, he heard someone calling him. Turning his head, he saw that it was his new friend. When he came closer, he said that Yongxin had grown a little in these 3 weeks, to which he heard the answer that he also looked good. One-chan replied that he had indeed achieved something in these 3 weeks and was pleased with himself. The next point he said was that Yongxin should remember that winning is not what is important in this exam. Even just taking part in one of the 2 matches of the tournament is already a big victory, and in this case there is a chance. It's enough to catch the eye of one of the masters of the desert fortress who will be watching the end of the tournament. One-chan thought that this was the hardest part because he already had experience. Yongxin asked, "So even if you win 2 matches, you still might not be allowed to go further?" One-chan told him that yes, and the problem is that this time the exam director will have higher requirements. Enshin wanted to know why, to which she heard the answer that the White Killen were participating in today's desert fortress test. When Yongxin heard who was participating, he was also surprised because he knew very well what he was capable of. So he asked again if it was really the White Killen from Namgun, to which he heard the answer yes. This master managed to destroy a notorious gang of bandits before he even turned 15. He was able to behead a sword master from an unconventional sect of hidden assassins. One Chan said that there are rumors that he defeated all the top fighters in the tournament of the 8 great families when he was 18. Yonshin replied, if he is a young fighter from the Namgung family, then it is not clear what he is missing and why he joined the desert fortress. One Chan replied that it was all because he was the child of a concubine and the position of head of the clan was not in his future. He continued to tell that if one rises to the position of lord of the desert fortress, it is equivalent to the position of the head of the 8 great families. In this case, the power will be much greater than that of a simple clan leader. Leading to the desert fortress, they heard that they must maintain order in the very center of the central plains. Youngshin only had to wait a short time before his name was called to advance to the tournament. The Master in White said that Nanyang Province Hanam and Yongshin County Shin-i are entering the battle. Yongshin thought that the moment of truth had finally arrived, and he would be able to show his fighting skills. The guy was completely confident in himself. It seemed that not a single muscle moved on his face. After which, he took a step forward and told his new acquaintance that he hoped they would see each other again here in the deserted fortress. One Chan was a little scared. He was even more surprised that he had such a strong friend. And in support of his friend, he shouted after him, yes! This meant that they would see each other again in the deserted fortress. When the guy came in, the first thing he saw was the master who was supposed to evaluate this tournament. There were also many observers who selected talented students from this tournament. The next person he saw was his opponent. He was sure that he could handle this boy. Yonshin saw his opponent and didn't show that he was scared or that he wasn't ready for this fight. The master raised his hand up, after which he shouted for them to start. The guy's opponent took out his ball to attack. His opponent was so confident of his victory that at that moment he began to laugh, first quietly and then louder. Yonshin didn't understand why he was laughing and why he was acting so disrespectfully towards him. His opponent began to say that the guy was probably in despair and did not know his place in the world. He resembled a moth in the light of a lamp. After which his opponent said, does he really want to ask who he is? But without hearing an answer, he received a lightning strike. The guy's opponent couldn't stay on his feet, dropped his sword, and was already so confident in himself that he fell. Enshin's opponent was lying on the floor and could not move his body. He only saw the roof that was in front of him. The guy stood waiting to see if his opponent could still get up so he could explain. Youngshin couldn't even imagine that his first tournament would end very quickly and that his opponent would not be strong enough. Youngshin, you were not able to show everything he was capable of in the first round, but he understood that he would fight further. His opponent couldn't come to his senses. He couldn't even get up from the floor. The blow was so strong for him. So his opponent was dragged by his feet from the battlefield by 2 assistants, and the first tournament was over. Enshin stood in the same place where he had stood before, and around him stood the masters who were supposed to announce the result. One of those present thought that he could stand up to this guy and was ready to fight him. After which, he took a step forward and entered the battlefield in order to continue the tournament. He asked if he could try. Youngshin was a little surprised, but he thought it was good that he was getting attention. In front of the guy stood a young man who was also confident in his abilities, and it was felt. Youngshin looked at him silently and had nothing to say. He had to continue the tournament to go further. On the battlefield stood Youngshin and his new opponent. The master was about to announce the start of the next tournament. All the other martial artists present thought that something was finally happening on the field. Others were interested in who would take him. Most likely, the squad commanders would fight for him. They understood perfectly well that he seemed stronger than them, and no one expected less from Namgung. Yonshin was a little surprised because his second opponent was not so weak, and it was that same Namgung. The guy wondered if this young man who decided to fight him was the white Kilin Namgung Huaxin. All those present were interested in only one question. Could they witness the technology of the boundless skies today? Youngshin looked at our opponent and thought that this guy is 5 years older than him. It doesn't look like he is at the same level that is beyond his capabilities. And thanks to his family's fighting techniques, he is in better physical shape than his opponent, but he is inferior to him in other aspects. His opponent took the sword with both hands, raised it, lowered his head, and greeted his opponent in combat. After which he introduced himself by saying that his name was Namgung Huaxin and that he was from the Namgung clan. Then he added that he trained the technique of boundless heavens and endless steps. Youngshin in turn took out his sword and said that he was pleased to meet you, after which he greeted his opponent and then added that he was trained in the art of advancing the Chan clan. His opponent was very surprised when he looked at Youngshin. He asked him and her if he was really not going to use his sword. At this moment, Yongshin stood calmly looking his opponent straight in the eyes. He really wasn't going to draw his sword. After these words, Yongshin grabbed the hilt of his sword with one hand and thought about his plan of action. After all, this time the person in front of him was not at all weak, so he had to be not only stronger but also smarter than him. Look at your opponent again. He thought that he might have certain weaknesses that he could take advantage of. At this moment, his opponent was not at all focused on the fight that was about to begin, and he was thinking about his superiority. Namgung really had some strength and was ready to enter the battle. For this, he began to attack. At that moment, Yongshin thought that the main essence of the technique that he had been practicing lately. At this moment, he was already holding his sword tightly by the handle, but he still hadn't taken it out. The most important thing in his technique was unpredictability and unexpected main attack in an unpredictable rhythm. He thought if he could make his opponent let down his guard at some point. This is exactly what he was going to use to win against a fairly strong opponent in this tournament. The observers, who had been talking to each other just a few minutes ago, froze and waited to see what would happen next. The master who stood on the battlefield raised his hand, after which he shouted, "Start!" Already in the first blow when Namgung struck, Yongshin's sword was broken in half. Now it was clear that the guy didn't have a single chance to win this tournament. Namgung was also a little surprised. He thought that his opponent would resist longer. Imagine their surprise when the tip of Yongshin's sword fell on the bullet of the battle, which meant only one thing: he had no weapon. All the observers froze. I don't understand what happened and why the two fighters who were on the battlefield stopped. The observer did not understand what it was and what happened there and how it could have happened at all. Some were even disappointed, and some were happy that Namgung Hua-shin won. They believed that the White Kilin had a terribly wonderful sword that was unbearable to resist. Namgung raised his hand and looked at his sword. He was surprised when he realized that he didn't even have time to strike, after which he lowered his sword and looked again at the real guy in front of him. Namgung lowered his eyes and said that he lost, thus he declared that his opponent was stronger. Yongshin was a little surprised because on the one hand he won, but on the other hand, he didn't understand why he did it like that. Many masters were surprised by what they heard. They did not understand what he was talking about and why he was doing this. The masters paid attention to Yongshin because it was such a frightening and amazing sword that he showed, and he was younger than the opponent by at least 5 years. Besides this, he could use truth energy in his techniques, which he had already demonstrated. There was a powerful martial artist hiding in Henan. It's scary to even imagine what he might become in the future. The tournament judge told the guy his name was Yongshin, to which he replied yes, after which the master extended his index finger forward and showed where he needed to go now. He said if he goes north he will see another garden and he should wait there. Penshin agreed with him. Yongshin approached Namgung and said that he would be very happy to fight him one more time. Well, I heard the answer from his opponent that he would like to say the same thing and will wait for it with impatience. Yongshin understood at that moment that he had passed this tournament. Now he needed to go even further. He turned around and moved in the direction he was told. He still didn't understand what would happen next. Leaving this hall, he went along the road along which only those who were able to complete this tour left this hall. When he came out, many people turned and looked at him. I don't quite understand how this could happen. After all, many of them were much older and considered themselves much more experienced than this very young guy. They looked at him and thought that such a young man could pass the second exam. But they didn't think that Namgung Hua-shin would enter first. Yongshin took one step at a time and thought only about how he had gone through this fight in which he had won. After all, he knew perfectly well that he would have no chance of winning if the fight dragged on, which is why as soon as this retreat began, he used the most emergency form of magnificent mensch that he knew. However, because his opponent filled his sword with his true energy, his sword broke. It was a failure on his part due to the recklessness he demonstrated in using the magnificent sword. But instead of rejoicing, his opponent did not admit it and declared his defeat, saying that he had lost. The master said that the guy most likely still cannot use true energy in his techniques, observing him from the side. The Chong clan is the third-ranked branch of the clan in Xinyi County. If someone at home knew how to use such a skill, they would never learn it. However, now the guy thought, looking at his broken sword, he definitely knows how to use this skill. And it dawned on him how to do it better only when he saw his mistake from the outside. And thanks to this mistake alone, he was able to draw conclusions that would be useful to him in using this technique. Now he understands that it is not as simple as putting his energy into the sword to use the technique. He can use truth energy as a means to become one with the sword. He held that same broken sword in his hand and tried to put his power into it. The other masters who went through this tournament the same way he did were a little surprised by the guy's behavior. They looked at him and did not understand what kind of power he possessed and how he managed to go further with them. After all, what he demonstrated when he came out of the tournament with a broken sword was a resonance with the sword. Not everyone was capable of that. Many of these guys thought that it was simply impossible because he was too young for such a technique. And at his age, he could not master the art of resonance with a sword. They believed that it was simply beyond his powers. But in reality, Yongshin had a completely different opinion. He tried to practice and improve his skills. He thought that this feeling that was as if the sword and his body were united together must be the unification of the body and the sword. Yongshin practiced the technique of combining his body and sword. This was a new ball control technique that he would use. The guy stood with his eyes closed and continued to practice the new technique in order to move on to the next stage. After he finished, he opened his eyes, not fully understanding what had just happened to him. But when he looked around, he smiled because he saw a face that was already familiar to him. He was very pleased to see it at that moment. In front of him stood the same Namgung with whom he had recently fought and with whom he admitted that he had lost. At first, Yongshin didn't understand how he appeared here and why he was standing next to him, but he was still pleased. He looked at his former opponent's sword and then at himself. This guy had a great power. Yongshin wondered if he was protecting him out of fear that someone might stand in the way of his enlightenment. So the guy said that he didn't know that he was protecting him and thanked him for doing it. After which he closed his eyes and continued to say that he congratulated you on passing the Desert Fortress test. After which, Yongshin hid his broken sword. He was really pleased that such a strong opponent had passed on. Namgung didn't have time to say anything in response. He just stood and looked at this guy who had finished his enlightenment. A third person intervened in their conversation. It was the same recent acquaintance with whom he had become friends. When he approached them, he said that he was actually here too, which meant that he had also passed this test. Yongshin exhaled. He thought that it was good that this guy was able to pass the second exam too. After which he congratulated his new acquaintance and heard in response that he was also congratulated. His new friend said that he knows that he has a nickname that everyone here calls him by. Yongshin was very surprised what a nickname meant, because when someone showed exceptional fighting skills and attracted attention, they gave him a nickname. And then they addressed him like that. Most of the nicknames were a great honor for martial artists, not counting those who committed chilling acts. The swordsman from the cliff and the first neutral spirit and the white Chillin are all nicknames. Namgung said that he also heard about it. Yongshin noted that he just passed the tests. Namgung told him that his nickname is Lightning Genius. That's what the masters and everyone else call him. Yongshin was very surprised because it was a really good nickname and he liked it and it suited him. Most likely it is because of the lightning technique, the light skill that he demonstrated in front of the others to pass the exam. Namgung told him to judge for himself if even the martial arts masters of the Desert Fortress call him that. This is his nickname, and Zhanghu Yongshin repeated his nickname, Lightning Genius. And then he said why they decided that they weren't making fun of him in this way, of someone who was just a little bit skilled with a sword. Namgung, when he heard that he said a little cleverly, he answered him, if it is a little for him, then he is a complete zero. Now he has become a lightning genius, Jiang Yanshin, a name he never dreamed of when he was training in the Zhong estate. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud voice shouting for all the fighters to gather around. The master said that there was one last test left. If they passed, they would join the Desert Fortress. Everyone listened to him attentively. Yongshin thought that he was about to communicate with a living part of history and one of the strongest martial arts masters. He raised his head up and looked because in some time he would have a meeting with the head of the Desert Fortress. Each of those who had passed the two previous tests entered the buildings in turn, while everyone else waited. A little later, the same man came out of this building. No one knew what was happening there. They looked at these masters who had been inside and had already met with the head of the Desert Fortress, waiting for their turn. They looked, and each of them thought about their own. In fact, they were very interested to know what was going on there. That's why they didn't watch as the next one of those who passed the tests entered this building and followed him with their eyes. They thought that everyone came out pretty quickly rather than the head just watching and not saying anything to them. Some came out with their heads down, and it was said that this huge man began to look like a barely moving old man. And the other one, on the contrary, straightened his shoulders and walked forward, raising his head and looking up. Next to go was Yongshin. The guy was very nervous. He wondered if he would get an answer to his question. He took a step forward and approached the place where he was supposed to enter this palace. He concentrated all his thoughts only on getting an answer to the question for which he came to this place. As he walked up the stairs step by step, he thought he was being told to go to the very top. As he climbed higher and higher, his thoughts became clearer, and he realized that he had to ask what he was thinking. Having climbed to the very top, he stopped in front of a huge door. This door separated him from the head of the clan of the deserted fortress. He came closer and opened this door, after which he decided to take a step and go inside the room. He stood on the threshold for a few more seconds, after which he decided that he should go all the way. When he went inside, he noticed that it was an unusual room. There were plants in it and many other interesting things. Looking around, he saw the roots of the trees that were wrapped around the columns of this room. Everything seemed very strange to him. The guy didn't stop. What next? Because he needed to get to the end and talk. The further he went into this room, the more he felt the power and energy coming from the depths of this room. Walking further, he saw a man sitting in front of him on a small sofa, looking in the other direction. The guy thought that this man was most likely the head of a desert fortress, considered to be almost the most powerful in the world. The guy said his name was Shin, but the person he came to talk to didn't even turn his head in his direction. After a few minutes, the head of the Sand Fortress clan turned his head and looked at the boy. Shin continued to stand silently and look at this man. He did not understand what to say next. The head of the clan looked down at the guy, assessing him, but for a while he said nothing. After a long silence, he said that the guy was related by blood to this child. Shin asked again, what does kinship mean and what does he mean? Most likely he recognized his mother's family. After which the head of the clan fell silent again and continued to look at the guy for some time, assessing him further. He came in and said that the gases had already reached him and he was not at all in charge of dozens. Shin stood silently, not knowing how to react to these words and not understanding what he meant. He looked straight into his eyes and did not take his gaze away from his gaze and from his green eyes. Shin replied that he was indeed the grandson of the former commander of the Divine Sword Squad. The clan leader remarked that he would soon become part of the Council of Elders, after which he continued that this person is not one of those who just give up and did not take his eyes off the guy. He asked if the guy was hurt. Shin remained silent. He didn't know how to react to these words, but he decided to answer that there was no need to worry. It was nothing serious. It was just normal family matters. The head of the clan said that he does not think so. It is just all hidden by his trained body. He most likely only lived about 15 years. Then he continued to say that he was ready to agree that a stranger should not get involved in this. But he noticed that this issue still needs to be resolved, which is why he insists that there be a solution to the issue. Shin closed his eyes and said that he apologized. He thought that this extraordinary look that she gave off as a person. The one with absolute power is the topic of conversation, not his family problems. He looked up at her again, at the slender leg that was visible from under her clothes, and all the other outlines that seemed so beautiful that it was unbearable to tear your eyes away. The head of the clan noticed that she liked this guy. It was funny that he didn't bow his head, although he didn't just come to her for no reason. She added that there was something he really needed and Shin really came because he really needed it. He thought that the head of the clan knew that he had come with a specific purpose and that his acupuncture was known, too openly. He thought that he needed to find out from the head of the clan whether someone like him could survive if he ate the fruit of the world tree. The head of the clan replied that there was absolutely no information about this at the moment. But after that, she thought about it and did not continue. Shin hung on her every word, waiting for the answer to the most important question of his life. She said that he could get what he wanted at that moment. The guy thought he knew it. He asked the clan's leader if he could get this fruit to prolong his life. She replied that everything would depend only on his actions. He decides his own fate. Shin stood silently for a while, not taking his eyes off her. Looking at her, he was pleased with the answer. So he said that it was enough for him, and he lowered his head to thank for the words that were spoken to him. He lowered his head once more and bowed before the head of the Desert Fortress clan. The guy said that now he is a master of martial arts of the Desert Fortress, and he knows what to do next. At that moment he saw her face. She smiled more. She didn't say a word to him, except that he could go. When he was about to leave, she added that he would be the commander of the Divine Ball Squad. It was very strange for him to hear this because he did not understand how this could happen and why she was saying this. But there was such confidence on her face in what she was saying that it was unbearable not to believe it. When the guy left after this conversation, he thought only about what she said at the very end, the commander of the Divine Sword Squad. He wondered if she was making fun of him or if she saw some potential in him and the martial arts he mastered. So he took a step-by-step exiting the room where he had an audience with the head of the clan. Unexpectedly for himself, he stopped, turned around and looked back, he thought, or it was a hint that he would be able to get the fruits of the tree if he became the commander of the squad. He decided to listen to her words and really thought that he should become a squad leader in order to have a chance of survival. When he came out, he saw people standing there waiting and expecting him to tell him what happened inside. Among these people were his opponent in the fight, Namgung, as well as his recent acquaintances. Coming out into the yard, he saw that there were very few people left there, but his thoughts were far away. He followed the rest of the candidates after the master who led them further. Yanshin thought that there were only 4 successful candidates left. He, his recent acquaintance, also Namgung, and another contender. The master turned his head and asked these guys if they knew what the main task of the desert fortress was. His new acquaintances answered whether this would reveal the insidious plans of the martial arts masters. The master who entered them replied that he said correctly, but that is far from all. The task is much more global, and there is a certain order of actions that must be followed. And it also includes preventing or suppressing conflicts in the martial arts world as a whole. The boys followed the master and listened attentively to his every word. None of them asked any unnecessary questions. The master continued to say that no one can predict how a battle will turn out in the martial arts world these days, when the land is filled with rumors about the revelation of a new location of the heavenly demon's tomb. The central plains could once again be flooded with blood. If those who thirst for secret techniques and unrivaled combat elixirs fought only among themselves, then that would be fine. However, the cruelty of greedy martial artists affects not only other masters but also ordinary people. To witness idiotic events again is like returning to the pre-imperial period. Wan Chan noticed that the master most likely meant the incident at the heavenly demon's tomb. The master continued to say that 17 years had passed since that terrible moment. He explained that the problem was not only in Samvaido. The old factions and the 8 great sects also add to the trouble. If this is left unattended, ordinary people will suffer. And if the people are unhappy, it will make it difficult to collect taxes and create a problem for the government. This is why the imperial family spends a colossal amount of resources on maintaining this place. After he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped and turned to face the 4 guys. The master said that after they heard the desert fortress sets them a task. At that moment, his face seemed like stone. He spoke clearly and distinctly that they must eliminate the martial arts masters, namely, those who distort the usual pace of people's lives so that they do not interfere with these ordinary people. At that moment, all 4 of them thought the same thing. Their task is to behead the enemies, namely those enemies who prevent people from living in ordinary familiar conditions. After which the master looked at these 4 guys and coughed several times in order to change the topic of conversation. The master said that they will live in this building. As soon as they move in, they will be divided into buildings corresponding to their group and will be given basic necessities. After they settled into the deserted fortress, time seemed to pass very slowly. Day changed to night, and then vice versa. Each of the 4 was allocated a room. In one of these rooms, Yongshin sat on his bed and meditated. He thought that a week had already passed since he was here. Distributions are taking longer than expected. This uncertainty was a bit of a worry for him. At that moment, he heard a knock on the door. His new friend asked if he could enter the room. Yongshin told him that he could do it, and after that, Wanchan opened the door and stuck his head in first and then his body. Yongshin asked his friend why he came, to which the guy replied that he had heard rumors that the distribution was over, and that the 2 of them will be in the same combat group under the command of Magwanig. Yanshin wondered who this Magwanig was and how to treat it. Is it good or bad? His friends asked if the guy had heard rumors. Yongshin didn't understand what he was talking about and what rumors. He replied that the leaders of 17 militant groups under Shin Gomdan participated in a martial arts competition to select new martial artists. The leaders of the fighting groups represent the desert fortress, which means they are obliged to compete with each other in order to select new martial arts masters. His friend said that many people just want to acquire a nickname like the White Killin or Lightning Genius like Yongshin had. Finally, the day was over, and they only had to survive until the morning to meet the leader of the group. The next day at Magwanig's combat training, when 2 newcomers arrived, everyone else looked at them from the side. Wan Chan really liked the uniform he was wearing. He was just in love with it. And Young Shin looked at everyone else who was in this group. There were quite a lot of martial artists there. Some of them were already in a different color uniform. All the guys who were in this group, upon seeing the newcomers, looked at them from top to bottom. And in front of them stood Ma Jin, the leader of Magwanig Yanshin. Thought he heard that he was claiming to find the strongest among the 17 leaders in the desert fortress. In fact, there were strong arguments for this, and he could really lay claim to this title. When he got closer to the guy, he asked him if he was a lightning genius. Yongshin answered him without hesitation that yes, that is what they started calling him when he showed his art. He looked at the leader's face and saw how disfigured it was. The scar was from the eye itself. Yongshin didn't take his eyes off him and looked straight into his eyes. He wasn't afraid of this man at all. After which the leader smiled. The scar was also across his two lips all the way to his chin. The leader said that he sees the guy's spirit and people like him don't give up easily, after which he said that martial arts under the guidance of Shingomdan in the permanent fortress is somewhat similar to the sect in the central plain. Here they will learn martial arts and carry out missions. Then he pointed to the others and said that those present were their senior mentors. Wan Chan raised his hand and asked the gentleman if he had a question. The leader said that he could speak, after which the guy bowed and began to say that he was grateful for the opportunity given to him. He wondered because everyone says that they will learn martial arts in a desert fortress. Does this mean that everyone will learn the same martial art? The leader replied that this is not so. Everyone will learn a unique style that he must learn to perfection. But naturally their knowledge is limited only by the techniques of Magwanik, which is exactly what they will be taught. Wan Chan, when he heard this answer, he was very happy because it was the famous Ma Guangyol leader who remarked that hard training is necessary for survival. Yongshin thought that Ma Guangyol had also heard about this technique and was interested in learning it. Magwanig is a fairly well-known group among the 17 forces led by Shin Gomdan. They once faced off against 24 elite masters of the Hwasan sect and did not lose a single fighter. This incident only strengthened the belief that the desert fortress has no equal in the world. The desert fortress belongs to the Huangli sect, and attacking a martial arts master of the sect is not considered treason. So they can challenge the strongest to learn and improve. It's not betrayal. Yanshin wanted to know why. The leader stood silently for a while, thinking about how to answer this question correctly. Then he said that there are too many non-standard fighters in the world of martial arts. Some practiced demonic arts until they lost their memory, while others simply mastered the mind-boggling arts, allowing you to slip past the strongest masters and escape into hidden valleys. As speaking, said the leader, even if they practice for a long time in the desert fortress, it does not give any advantages in the eyes of the imperial family. That is why it is so important, he added, to do everything in their power to become stronger, and otherwise death. He fell silent. The leader remained silent for a while, then said that, however, it was worth it for them to go on a mission and return with a wound from the sword of Namgung Chilgum. Only then they will immediately understand what he is telling them. In the corner sat a guy dressed in a blue uniform. He said without raising his head, "Ah, yes, Javan Gemma Hing." At that moment, everyone turned their attention to him. He continued to say that it was really scary and lifted his hat with one hand. Yong Shin thought that Jaiwan Gemma Hung is a world-famous transcendental technique that only the heir of the Namgung family can master. He thought if it was about Namgung Chil Gum, isn't he considered one of the strongest masters among them? After which the guy who made this call took a deep breath and pestered. Did he really encounter this technology and survive? This guy said, well then, he's ready to start with lightning genius. Yongshin understood that he was being challenged. This guy told Yanshin that he heard that his fast sword is unmatched by all others. But he would like to see for himself, so he calls Yongshin to see how well he handles fighting techniques. Yongshin accepted the challenge and walked over to stand in front of the guy to start the fight. Taking the handle of his sword with one hand, he clicked it, thus showing that he was ready to begin the fight. After which he made a movement from the concentrated energy that he possessed around himself. The martial arts masters present immediately turned and looked towards the newcomer. Even the leader was a little surprised by how much power his new student had and how strong his spirit was. Yongshin stood in full combat readiness. He was going to use the new skills he had mastered to become one with the sword. His opponent standing opposite him smiled because he considered this guy an unworthy opponent for himself. After which his opponent also took hold of the handle of his sword and immediately pulled it out to begin this fight. Yongshin carefully watched every action of his opponent. He believed that he should not miss anything. His opponent was a bit arrogant, looking for something that this guy is called undeservedly, and he must prove it. After which the enemy said that his name was Chong Med. He was born and raised in Yan'an. In turn, the guy said that he was Chong Yong Shin, and he was from the Xinyi County, and he came here to study at the Desert Fortress. Then his opponent said that everything was clear to him, and that the one from the backwoods also showed up here, but she also exists. These words really hurt the guy because he didn't think at all that he had come to this place from some backwater. They stood opposite each other for some time without starting a fight between themselves. Chung Med told the boy that even a 10-year-old can strike the wind with a sword as long as he practices, but he wasn't impressed. Then he added that only in a real battle does it become clear what he can do by his swing. Yongxin was a little surprised by what this guy said. Is he really going to judge him only by the wind? Chan Med added that if his opponent could be in this place at such an age, then he is quite talented. After which he asked him to show what he could really do and why he was accepted. Chung Med told the boy to open his sword dance and show everyone present his abilities. Yongxin, having listened to his opponent to the end, agreed with him and said that he was ready to show them. At that moment, Yongxin pulled out his sword. He was ready to start this fight. He accepted the challenge. All the other martial artists who were watching were very surprised because they saw that it was a black sword. Even the leader of their group was a little surprised that the newcomer was a very smart guy and behaved like an experienced fighter. For some time, they stood opposite each other, waiting to see who would strike first and who would start this fight first. Yongxin looked at his opponent and thought only that he had to show what he was capable of and prove why he was called that. His opponent stood opposite and smiled a little because he considered this guy a simple guy. At that moment, Yongxin thought that he needed to concentrate and not be distracted by all the comments directed at him. He kept his eyes on his opponent, took a deep breath, and was ready to start attacking. At this moment, he read the energy of the opponent's breath and repeated it in the same volume as the opponent's. Yongxin took a deep breath and his opponent repeated after him and exhaled. It seemed that they began to breathe in one rhythm. When the guy took his last breath, he felt that his opponent would start attacking at that moment. So he decided to strike before his opponent and took a step forward and began the attack. At that moment, he used the technique of the swift sword, which he had been training and honing for a long time. As he took a step forward, it was at that moment that he drew his sword to strike at his opponent. After he started attacking and delivered his blow, he passed very close to the enemy but then managed to dodge the blow. And the next moment, Yongxin received a counter blow from his opponent that was several times stronger than his. Yongxin was thrown back because his opponent's blow was really strong. At some point, he even became confused. The guy saw before him only a determined attitude towards his opponent. He understood that he could not give up. Many watching the action did not understand when this newcomer managed to get his ball and repel the attack. Yongxin took a step back, but his body and his sword were one at that moment and possessed great strength and energy. When he stepped on the floor with his foot, the tile under his foot just started to crumble into pieces from the guy's force. Everyone was wondering if this was really true, and this Yongxin survived against the ball of Nam Gung Chael, a real master. Yongxin pushed off very quickly and began to move towards his opponent. He was not going to give up, but began to attack. His opponent was a little surprised. He thought it would be much easier for him to deal with this guy. Yongxin, in turn, thought that he had no choice but to take a risk and prove what he was capable of. When he hit his opponent, he automatically received a hit from him, and so he bent down to avoid this hit. Then he braked sharply with his foot. It seemed that he had such strength that the tiles under his feet simply turned into little pieces. But neither of the two were going to stop. Each of them prepared to strike again. Yongxin sucked his strength and very quickly, so that no one had time to understand, tried to strike the enemy. But despite this, his opponent blocked this blow and only thanks to this did not receive damage. The guy's opponent was a little surprised because he couldn't even imagine that this newbie could enter with such force. Yongxin was determined. He was not going to stop and continued to attack his opponent. Well, his opponent was a master and had many combat techniques, so he was able to avoid this blow. Yongxin was a little surprised because there was no one in front of him. He couldn't guess where his opponent went. He just disappeared. Well, since he constantly felt his breath, he understood that his enemy was somewhere close. So he had to be on guard because he could hit him from any side. He had to understand where it was coming from. When his opponent was behind him and swung to hit the guy from behind, Yongxin felt his breath. Chong Med, when he swung, he thought that this was most likely his last blow, and he caught this guy off guard. But what was his surprise when this guy very quickly began to slip out of his more distant vision? Yongxin understood from which side the blow would come, and so at the last moment he avoided this blow by taking a few steps forward. The enemy's sword passed almost over his head, and only because he tuned into the enemy's breathing was he able to predict the situation. Yongxin responded by swinging his arm and trying to hit his opponent. He looked straight into his blue eyes. Well, what was his surprise when the sword only caught his opponent's cap, which ended up in the air and dropped down. At that moment, he jumped up and did a somersault from the guy's blow because he didn't expect it. This time, Yongxin's sword also hit his hair nastily, and several of them fell off his head. When Chun Med landed on the ground, his young opponent tried to attack him again. Each of them moved to a safe distance to catch their breath and figure out what to do next. The martial arts masters who were watching what was happening were very surprised. They watched and did not take their eyes off what was happening on the battlefield. No one could even imagine. Even the leader of the group himself was very surprised by what he had just seen, because he did not believe that he would have such a strong newcomer. Yongshin stood and looked at his opponent. He thought what would happen next and whether he would insist on continuing the fight. At that moment, Chung Med lowered his sword down, and only then did Yongshin decide that he could also put his sword away. The guy looked at his opponent and realized that, as I expected, he was from a noble race. Even though Yongshin was ready to put away his sword, he did not understand how this fight ended and who won it. So he tried to attack again. He wanted to try resonance with the sword. He hadn't done that yet. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw many eyes that were watching him, and they were surprised. That's why he froze in this pose. I don't understand what happened to the martial arts masters who were watching this fight. He wanted to understand why they were all so surprised by what they had just seen, and what exactly had made such an impression on them. Chan Med stood silently and looked at the guy. He, like everyone else, was a little surprised by his opponent. Yongshin felt that all these people were looking at him, so he lowered his sword. He felt awkward from all this attention. That's why he asked his opponent if he really had anything to say if they were looking at him like that. His opponent hesitated a little and didn't even know where to start talking. He was so surprised. The guy said he knows his opponent let him make a few attacks, so he has to be honest. But his opponent seemed not to hear all these words. He continued to say something unintelligible. After which Chong Med collected his thoughts, and the only thing he could ask Dina was how old he was. Yongshin answered him that he was 15 years old and asked if it had any meaning. He believed that the enemy usually does not care about age. Only real achievements matter. This was his position. When Chun Med heard that his opponent was only 15 years old, he was even more surprised. The guy didn't understand what difference it made how old he was, if it was a matter of life and death, what everyone else thought. Such skill at 15 is simply unrealistic. Some thought it was incredible that the heavens themselves must have made a mistake in his age. Someone thought that he had been to the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, but he had not seen anything like it there. Even if someone has been studying the path of perception since birth, to reach such heights is simply something. One of the masters said that in his area, it was believed that he had a rare talent, to which they remarked that a rare talent can freeze to death. Young Shin listened attentively to all these comments and did not understand why they were so surprised that he had such talent. The only one who didn't say anything about it was the leader of this group, although his friend standing next to him was in shock. The leader, watching this fight, never showed a single emotion on his face. Although Chong Med, when he put away his sword, exhaled and a smile appeared on his face, he was pleased. The guy, watching everything that was happening, had to understand how to proceed and how to relate to all of this. Loud sounds were heard above the training ground. You could hear how hard they were training. The elders of this group watched the newcomers as they really worked hard to train. Some of the martial artists in this group not only watched them, but were also surprised by their abilities. The leader concentrated all his power in one hand and showed the newcomers how to do it. One of the guys seemed to be barely breathing because the training was so intense. The leader told him that at least he held up and put up after his blow. This is also a good result. And he will need to analyze this and learn from this lesson. The guy completely agreed, but was completely exhausted. The leader looked at his second newcomer. He had to teach him the lesson he had just shown the second one. When the leader looked, he saw that Yongshin was already repeating after him what he had just shown, and he had also concentrated his power in one of his hands. Yongshin was a good student, and he also instantly grasped why they were trying to teach him. The leader was surprised. Had he really already learned everything and understood the essence of the principle that he had just shown? Yongshin answered him that it was Yun Tong Mue, which meant freedom and speed in thoughts or actions. After these words, the leader realized that his new student was not so simple and grasped everything very quickly. The leader said that he answered correctly regardless of the situation, and the body is always capable of movement, and continuous smooth flow is the true essence of the Ma Guanig technique. The leader said that he needed to learn the secrets of the martial arts path next. Yongshin asked again what the secrets of martial arts were. Well, the leader replied that it is better to see once than hear 100 times, and got ready to show him. He approached one of the pillars that stood at the entrance to the building in order to demonstrate. Coming closer to this pillar, he said to look carefully because this pillar was made of stone. Yongshin and his new friend, who they trained together, froze watching what they were about to be shown. The leader stretched his hand forward and concentrated all the strength and energy that was in him into it. He held that hand until all the strength he possessed flowed into that hand, stopped showing them his strength. The leader was as usual very strict. It seemed that his face never changed. He could not feel anything. Only when he felt that he was ready did he take a deep breath before striking. He stood in this position for some time, concentrating all his forces in one place. Yongshin carefully watched his every movement, and then how he breathed. He needed to understand the very essence. He understood that his leader was pouring all his power into one part of his body, concentrating on it. Then the leader removed one of his hands to make a fist and continued to stare at the object without looking away, after which the leader grabbed the lock with all his might and struck the concrete pillar with his fist. The impact was so strong that the pillar, which was made of concrete and stone, began to shatter into small pieces. And eventually after this blow, it completely crumbled and turned into a pile of stones. The leader was pleased with what he had just demonstrated and was pleased that he had succeeded. All the other martial artists also watched as their group leader just demonstrated his skill. The leader said that it was the perfect moment and the optimal strike in their martial arts path draws this trajectory for them. And also the leader added if they perfectly follow the path of martial arts, they achieve an excellent strike. In other words, the newcomers thought that it was necessary to understand where and when it was better to hit. This is exactly what the leader demonstrated to them. The leader believed that it would be very difficult to master this just once you see it. After all, it is a skill that only comes with practice. Then he added that this is something they will have to work on their whole lives. Yongshin asked again if it was true that he thought that working on this, their whole lives was stupid. He thought that he would succeed. The guy took a step forward and approached the second column to look at it. The leader was a little surprised. He looked at his new student from the height of his position. He couldn't understand whether he had decided to try. Yongshin remembered all his movements and how he had just demonstrated it. He understood that this way of martial arts was just an instinct. Come closer to this pole, he looked at it and exhaled. Everything should work out for him. At least, that's what he thought. After all that is required of him is to follow his path in the end and follow his instinct. This guy decided that at that moment, he needed to try the resonance technique with the sword. If he did everything right, he would succeed. He closed his eyes and thought only about the fact that he must slowly overtake all his strength and most importantly, discard the unnecessary. Opening his eyes, realizing that he was already ready, he also took a deep breath before this blow, after which he needed to understand at what point he needed to strike so that this stop would be destroyed. Once he had identified this point, all he had to do was take the final steps to demonstrate that he had succeeded. And if he hits exactly this point, then this huge concrete pillar will collapse just like the leaders. So he swung his sword to strike. All he had to do was concentrate his strength for this. Having realized where he needed to strike, he swung the sword with all the force he had put into it. And the very next moment he struck at the very point that he had marked on this pillar. The ball hit that very spot, and cracks appeared along the pole. There were very few of them at first. But then the cracks became more and more numerous, and it seemed that it was simply falling apart before our eyes. After which Yongshin applied a little more of his strength to make his blow even stronger. Eventually, he destroyed the second pillar that stood near the entrance to this building. Yongshin was pleased that he succeeded, which meant that he correctly understood the technique that their leader was trying to show. The pile was lying on the ground towards me. The guy thought that this was the whole secret of the path of martial arts. And at that moment, he realized that he had the basics of the Magwanig technique. Now all he had to do was practice it in his real life. He turned his head and looked at the leader who was standing behind and watching everything that was happening. At that moment, the guy was waiting for the leader to tell him, but he, as always, stood silently without saying anything. Yongshin then decided to say that he probably did a poor job. After all, it was his first time trying it, and to use it properly, he needed more real experience. He believed that when life can be measured in an instant, ordinary training meant little. The martial artists who watched the newcomers' training were as surprised as always. They didn't understand what it was. Yongshin approached his teacher and thanked him for the lesson. He lowered his head and folded his hands. The leader of the group stood silently. He didn't know how to react correctly and what to do next with this new guy. Therefore, the group leader said that now he should think carefully about how he should be taught further. Yongshin was a little surprised. He didn't understand why he was saying that, and was the leader of their group not happy that everything worked out for him. The very next day, Yonshin Reisu had a new friend who began to ask if he had heard how his elders had recently encountered the Jiangchan group. Well, the one his new friend brought him was unexpected, so he asked again what he meant. He didn't understand because he thought that the laws of the desert fortress were in effect here. I think that fighting outside the training grounds is grounds for punishment. Yonshin asked her new friend why they fought, and he began to tell her everything from the very beginning. About what seems to be a student from the Charcheon group who got into a fight while drunk and said that under the leadership of their leader, you won't learn anything. When Yongshin heard about this, he asked his new friend if this was the whole reason. To which he replied that he clearly does not understand the world of martial arts. That is exactly how everything is arranged in this place. One careless word can turn into a conflict, and only by overcoming such trials can you build your reputation and then travel freely. He thought that any victory was a source of pride and asked about Yuan. He also thought so. After all, their elders were simply protecting their newcomers. If they had told him something like that, he simply wouldn't have known what to do. Yuan thought a little differently. Maybe these guys just had personal scores with Ma Guanic. On the other hand, it was just a good opportunity for him, and he shouldn't miss his chance. If he really wanted to get the fruits of the world tree that all noble families revere, he needs to achieve a lot, and for this he needs powerful allies. They said that brave warriors must be in debt to their lives in order to convert, so it would be a good idea to make them your debtors in advance. At that moment, Yuan stood up and told his new friend that he seemed to be right in his opinion. And if the elders even drew their swords because of him, he can't just leave it like that. He needs to go around to them. At that moment, Yuan went to the training ground where the elders of his group were located. His friend thought this was a spirit. He knew that he was not alien to the feelings of a real warrior and therefore followed him. When the boys came to the training ground, they looked at the elders and thought, are real warriors really living like this? Many of the senior martial artists, when they saw the newcomers, were very surprised that they had come. In fact, they didn't have training, but they came to train. They thought it was great diligence. Yuan looked around. He wanted to find the leader of their group among the masters. Many of the elders of this group thought, why bother so much at the initial stage? Because at the initial stage, respect is more important. Shin and his friend approached the leader and bowed their heads and greeted him. They were here for a specific purpose. The leader turned his head and looked at his new students and asked them if they had any problems with their training. Yuan responded to the leader that he wanted a duel, to which the leader said that he could choose an opponent, and they would happily agree. Yuan explained to the leader that he wanted a duel with an opponent who was not from the Ma Guanic faction, after which he added that he wanted a duel with someone from Jiangchuan. He said this as if he wanted to take revenge on them for something. The older members of his group stopped and looked at him, and were even more surprised by what he said. There was complete silence on the training ground at that moment. No one knew how to react to his words. The leader also didn't know what to do. He turned his head and looked at his new student. The leader asked the guy if it was probably because of yesterday. But if so, then there was no need to worry so much. Enshir didn't answer him. He just thought that he really didn't care at all. The leader replied that he had simply admired Chanchan's techniques for a long time and wanted to try them out personally. The guy was completely confident in himself and in what he was saying at the moment. He was looking at the leader's reaction. The leader of the group asked him if this was really so, and he showed such enthusiasm. In fact, the leader was thinking that he liked that this guy shared the feelings of the elders. Yuan said that he wanted to fight the renowned swordsman using Ma Guanic's true form and asked the master for permission. At that moment, he thought that he would gain experience and try other techniques and gain the trust of his elders. He understood that in this case he would have a triple benefit, which is why he insisted on this duel. The leader told the boy that he had never seen Jiang Qian's fighting techniques and had never fought with them. The Sponge God duel was no problem, but Jiang Qian would not sit. Yuan thought that this is exactly what he needed. He wanted a real opponent who would not give in to him. The elders were shocked by the newcomer, and the fact that he insisted on this duel. They understood that he could lose. Many of the elders thought about this because he had just arrived, and he had the spirit of a true leader of the desert fortress. Many of them were even impatient to see him in the future. If he succeeds, he is worthy of leading the Ma Guanic group itself. That is why the leader answered his new student that he agreed to let him conduct a duel. He will convey his request to the head of Jiang Qian at this moment. Yuan thought that he really succeeded. He clenched one of his fists. After the leader had reached an agreement with Jiang Qian, a time was set for the demonstration fight. Quite a few martial arts masters gathered. Some thought that it was unrealistic since the white one was challenging the blue one to a duel. Others said that to be precise, it was just a training sparring and believed that the white one would not last long. They were sure that he would be able to hold out for a maximum of 10 seconds since he had no chance. Many did not understand how a newbie in white clothes could last more than 10 seconds against a blue one. Blue was so confident in his strength and his skill that he did not consider his opponent a strong opponent. Many thought it was mind-boggling what had happened and how this newbie was able to challenge the blue one to a duel. This fight was also observed by Han Chulmok, who was the leader of the Jiangchan faction. On the other side stood the leader of the group in which Yuan trained, and he was as calm as always. The two leaders stood next to each other, each confident in his student and hoping for his victory. The leader of the group, Chan Qian, unexpectedly raised his hand and addressed everyone. He said if this newbie can hold out for 10 seconds. Then, he was ready to put one of the spiritual pills to Chan Qian because he had complete confidence in his martial arts master. The leader of the group that belonged to Yongxin asked again if it was a spiritual pill and if the bet was too high. The leader of the group, Zhang Qian, looked at the leader of the group, Ma Guanig, and did not ask if he was scared and thought he would lose. To which he heard the answer that he shouldn't tease him. The spiritual pill is not a trifle. The leader of the group, Zhang Chun, said that the honor of the two groups is on the eve, and does he really think that he would joke? The leader of the Ma Guanig group responded that it was good, and he accepted the bet. The leaders agreed, and the bets were made. After which he said that leaders are obliged to trust their subordinates, at which point he cracked the fingers on one of his hands. And the leader of the Ma Guanig group smiled at that moment, because his opponents did not yet know who he would be dealing with. At this moment, Yongxin took a step forward on the battlefield. He didn't want to appear ignorant. So he gave the floor to his opponent, who said that the white man from Ma Guanig said that his name is Chong Yen Lin. The guy lowered his head to greet his opponent and said that yes, he really is Yung Yanshin from Ma Guanig. He raised his eyes and looked at his opponent, how he would behave in this situation because the warrior in blue clothes also once started with white. Since he has advanced in his business, he has received blue and time does not matter here. Sometimes it takes more than 10 years to go from white to blue, but even the greatest masters of large sects are considered blue warriors in desert fortresses. The master in blue said that he has been training the sword Chan Qian for 20 years, and they say that the sword has no eyes, but the sword of a true master has eyes. After which the master in blue said that in this sparring he would not hold back, and his opponent would have to take this into account. Yongxin, hearing the last words of his opponent, understood that it sounded like a threat, but he agreed with it. The master in blue immediately after these words took out his sword. He believed that he should be ready and should be the first to attack. The sword in his hand was indeed endowed with power, and he tried to demonstrate it before the start of the fight. The master in blue was so confident in his abilities and his craft that he was happy to demonstrate it. The rest of the martial arts masters were watching everything that was happening, and it seemed that the blue master was unsurpassed. The two leaders also sat and watched their students. The leader, Zhang Qian, was completely confident that his fighter would win. Yongxin carefully watched everything how the enemy behaved. He didn't know their art and what it was capable of. He was wondering what kind of sword mystery the warriors of Chan Qian use, but it didn't stop him. He took his last breath. Then Senya threw away the unnecessary thoughts that were in his head, concentrated only on this fight, and took his sword in his hands. At that moment, when he took out his sword, he thought that it didn't matter what his opponent could do, because he was here to reveal his skills. The warrior in blue thought that he should be noble, and said that he would give him the first move. Yongxin thought that if he does this, then it's not bad at all, and agreed with him. Vitya, at this moment, he already knew how he would behave further because it was a play of time he pushed off in order to start attacking. As he approached, he struck his first blow with all his might. His opponent in blue clothes managed to parry the blow. But when the warrior in blue held this blow, he was very surprised at that moment because he could not even imagine the strength of the enemy. The first thing the warrior in blue thought about was that his young opponent was moving quite quickly and was quickly delivering blow after blow. After Yongxin delivered his first blow, he swung back to attack again and tried to deliver another blow. In blue, he managed to avoid this blow at the last moment, but it was not easy at all. Yongxin struck his opponent with such force and speed that he barely had time to dodge these blows. Leader Chan Cheon. When he saw the beginning of the fight, he was simply in shock. He was surprised by the speed that the guy in white had. And the leader Ma Guanig was pleased with what was happening on the battlefield and how his student was holding up. At that moment, he thought that looking at the skills of this young student, you forget that you even need to breathe. But with Yongxin's experience, the only option for victory was to seize the initiative at the moment. Despite the fact that he moved very quickly, his opponent could not keep up with him at some points. Still, the warrior in blue was strong enough, and Yongxin needed to radically change everything at one moment in this fight. Make it so that his opponent is neutralized and makes a mistake at some point, and only then he can win. Yongxin did not stop attacking. He swung again and attacked his opponent. Enshin's sword almost reached its target and passed very close to the enemy's head. In fact, the pressure of time accelerates the mind, and this must be taken into account. After all, he has grown a lot since he came to this place and started training. The principles of martial arts are accumulated in the body by the tempered art of movement of his clan. The more curved the trajectory of the sword, the more the back muscles and all other muscles are involved. He understood perfectly well that if rotations are applied, the energy will form vortices. If it rotates at a certain speed, this vortex can reach large sizes. And if he combines all this into one whole, then at that moment he will be much stronger than his opponent. It was these abilities that he used, and those who watched this fight were surprised. And also the martial arts masters, those who were in blue and in red, also did not expect such a fight. Yongxin took advantage of what he had just realized and formed a very powerful force around himself with which he attacked his opponent. He managed to get away from the enemy and attack himself, but at some point the enemy was simply discouraged. Yongxin thought that it seemed to him that we have another technique, and it is quite strong. At that moment he swung and his sword was near the enemy's head. He practically destroyed him. The guy made another punch and realized that he had actually won this fight. He didn't give his opponent a chance. He simply knocked the sword out of his hand, leaving his opponent without a weapon. The warrior in blue couldn't even imagine at the beginning of this fight that he would lose to this young guy. The next second, Yongxin's sword was near the warrior in blue's neck. The guy won and his opponent lost. The warrior in blue was very surprised. He definitely did not expect such an outcome of this battle. It was a disgrace. The next moment, Yongxin took a deep breath. He understood that his opponent was finished, and this was the end of the failure. Those watching this fight froze in anticipation of what would happen next, because it was a surprise for everyone. And the biggest surprise was for the leader of the group, Chan Chan, because he made a fairly big bet on this sparring. The martial artists present here couldn't even say out loud what had happened. Everyone didn't understand how this could happen. The white fighter defeated the blue fighter. It was almost impossible. At this moment, Yongxin continued to hold his sword near the enemy's throat. He was enjoying his victory. Then he put away his sword and lowered his head. Everything worked out just as he wanted. His opponent in blue was holding one of his hands. It was damaged. He looked at this guy and didn't understand what happened. Yongxin thought he was lucky he won, because a sudden flash of inspiration added strength and his impulses at the right moment. He understood that if they fought again, everything could turn out differently. So the guy thanked them for allowing him to enjoy their amazing level of swordsmanship up close. He lowered his head and thanked his opponent, saying that it was a glorious fight. At that moment, his opponent turned around to pick up his sword, which had been knocked out of his hands. The martial artist in blue walked up to his sword and picked it up from the ground. After he straightened his body, he said that the skill of this young martial artist is not in keeping with his age. And he is actually amazingly gifted in fencing. The guy enjoyed hearing this. Everyone else was talking among themselves about what his name was because he was so young, but his strength was simply incomprehensible. Many people said that Magwanig's group got the treasure and they even envied him. The leader of the group, Yongxin, extended his hand, and in order to receive his winnings, the one that his opponent had bet on. At that moment, Yongxin was thinking about something completely different. He was thinking about the fact that he had acquired a new technique and decided that he would call it Chukma General. At that moment, when the guy was thinking, the leader of his group came up and addressed him. He had a box in his hands. When the leader came closer, he threw him this box and told me it was carried away. Enshin had good reflexes, so the first thing he did was catch the box. After this box was in the guy's hands, he opened it and was very surprised. He couldn't even expect this. The leader of his rudeness smiled at that moment because he knew his student was worthy of such a reward. Yongxin looked at the contents and his leader and teacher said that this is the spiritual pill of Zhang Cheon, and she is rightfully his, since he just proved in sparring that he is the strongest and was able to defeat the warrior in blue. The next day, warriors who owned blue uniforms gathered in Magwanig's group. Each of them thought about it because they were all watching their young student who had recently appeared. But despite the fact that they were all thinking only about him, no one said anything out loud. The only one who broke the silence was the girl in blue. She thought that he really was a monstrous guy. After all, to defeat such an experienced warrior as the blue-winged fan from Jiangcheon is truly something. Her name was Bai Mei Li. She had the nickname Yillian's Sword. She believed that this guy was not only talented and hardworking, but also modest and polite. One of his advantages was that he had a unique ability to grasp martial arts techniques on the fly. Her interlocutor said that he, too, had never seen such potential. She said that every time she uses the technique in sparring with someone else in his presence, then he easily recreates the same movements in a new sparring session, but these movements are already in a refined form. It makes them even more precise and even more powerful, as if it were mentally processing these movements and improving them. She said that even in front of him it was somehow awkward to use mediocre techniques. He had some kind of innate ability to grasp the essence of techniques. Her interlocutor completely agreed with her and said that he also felt as if he had always known them. Some of those present thought that this young student was truly a monster in martial arts. The leader of their group was present when the guy was meditating, and he told him that he didn't know what portion of the pill he could absorb. He explained that it is usually around 60 to 70%, but depending on the circumstances, it can be less. The leader told the guy that even if this pill doesn't live up to his expectations, he shouldn't put pressure on himself. After all, in this case, he can damage his energy core or meridian if he is not careful. The guy completely agreed. The leader continued to talk about how the key to mastering the pill would be to allow its energy to circulate with his chi until it completely dissolved. If the flow of his chi becomes unstable, the leader will intervene. His disciple must remain calm and follow the flow. At this point, Yongxin swallowed the pill. Lowering his head, the guy felt how the energy of this pill began to spread internally. He felt how it was descending and how it hit the chi point, after which it began to move in different directions and leading them. He didn't panic at all, but felt how everything was happening inside him. He followed the instructions of his teacher. But the next moment, the energy that came from the guy was so strong that it was clear that he was taking the energy of this pill. The box in which this pill was lying lay in front of him, completely empty. The group's leader and mentor, Yan Xin, watched everything that was happening from the sidelines, ready to intervene at any moment. But he understood that this student of his had great strength and he himself would be able to cope with taking this pill and its powers. The blue-uniformed craftsman on the street heard these sounds and turned around and looked in the direction where the guy was. She also looked in that direction and said that it looks like they have already started, and Yongxin took the pill. They had no choice but to wait and see how it would end, so they had to find nearby. I wonder how hard their youngest will get after taking the energy pill. It's already evening. It seemed that the energy near this place increased several times, and it was difficult not to notice. Enshin did everything as his teacher told him. He completely accepted all the energy and processed it inside himself. The guy sat with his eyes closed and was absolutely calm. It seemed like he knew what he was doing. The leader and mentor was a little surprised because he had seen more than once how people took pills to increase energy, and this guy was absorbing for the first time. But his chi flow didn't waver at all, and he didn't even have to intervene. The energy that surrounded this guy stopped and seemed to calm down less and less. And when her 100 became very few around him, it was clear that he had practically learned everything. Now the leader had to wait until the very end and understand how much energy the guy had taken in. Yongxin sat for a while with his eyes closed, concentrating on the process of digesting this pill. But then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. It was clear that he had completely absorbed it. After which, Yongxin raised his hands and looked at them. He still did not fully understand what had happened. At this moment, his teacher and the head of the group congratulated him on the fact that he had completely absorbed the energy of the pill. At that moment, the guy said that his chi cheeks had become stronger, and this fact made him very happy. The group leader wondered if his disciple could possibly absorb this pill, and then absorbed all the energy from it himself without any help. At that moment, Yongxin thought that with the increase in internal energy, he would be able to feel something that he had not even noticed before. At some point, he felt that all around the perimeter of the area where he was located, there were his elders in blue uniforms. After which he asked about the leader and his mentor. Were they all guarding him while he was swallowing this pill? In fact, until this moment, he had not felt that he would be cared for and thought about. He turned to his teacher again because he did not hear an answer to his question. Yongxin wanted to ask him why everyone was so kind to him because it was a little surprising to him, and it had never happened to him before. The leader silently looked at the guy and after thinking for a bit, decided that he needed to explain something to him. It's not about him specifically. It's natural for the group to take care of all members. In the world of martial arts, where life and death are often at stake, solidarity is natural. And the higher his combat skills, the better it is for the Manhwa group, which is why warriors in blue guarded his perimeter. Yongxin thought about these words. He couldn't even imagine that they would take such care of him. It was deep night. There wasn't even a moon in the sky. It was so dark. The guy was sitting in his room at that moment. He was thinking and meditating to understand what his powers were. While meditating, he also had to figure out how much his strength had changed since he took the pill. He opened his eyes and realized that his internal energy had increased greatly, and it was not comparable to the chi that was there before. He thought he wanted to see how much stronger he had become in the training room, and at that moment he headed to the gym. As he walked into the training room, he was met by a girl in blue who addressed him as a newbie. The girl in blue, everyone called her the Sword Yillian, was a little surprised because he had just finished taking the pill. She asked him if he couldn't resist and came to the gym to train, to which she heard the answer yes. She said she also got inspired to train while watching his fight. Shin looked at her and said that he saw that she had been promoted and he congratulated her on it. To which I heard the answer that this was a small step forward and she still had a long way to go. She asked him for forgiveness if he wanted to train alone and suddenly asked how about sparring. The guy replied that solo training can be done at any time, and learning from the senior Sword Yillian is a rare opportunity. The girl was very happy that he said so and told him to just call her bye, and she also greeted him. And she said that this would be enough because they are in the same group to greet each other, and the sparring began. They stood opposite each other, each of them not yet understanding where to start. Unexpectedly for himself and for her, the guy said that he wanted to start first. At that moment, he took out his sword. Bei did not object. She raised her hand and said that she agreed and accepted his decision. After which, she seemed to beckon him towards her with her hand. It seemed that she was doing this on purpose. There was no weapon in her hands. Shin decided that he should test how much his energy had increased, and he launched his first attack. He immediately struck her with lightning speed, and she was able to avoid this blow at the last moment. But unexpectedly for him, Bei intercepted his hand and grabbed his sword. She looked him straight in the eyes. Bei did not stop holding her hand, but with her other hand, in which she concentrated her power, she tried to attack. And she touched his chi point with this hand so that he could feel her power. Shin really felt how strong she was and how much she could resist him. So he immediately threw her hand aside and the other one with which she was holding his hand. Bei concentrated all her strength to deliver the next blow to the guy. At that moment, all he had to do was play by her rules and concentrate his power in his hand. He just managed to put his hand as a protective field and prevent his opponent from striking. He held back her blow with one hand, which she continued to hold, but he did it with difficulty. At some point, Shin felt that her power was much greater than his and he could not hold it back. So he jumped back some distance to rest. He felt a little tired. He didn't understand why this happened because he had more strength. Bei at this moment told the guy that it was simply commendable that what she saw she liked. At that moment, Shin asked her if she was practicing Chungan, to which he heard the answer yes. A swordsman who studies Magwanig cannot rely on his sword alone. Close combat techniques such as Chungan are very effective. Even if his opponent knows how to strengthen the body with chi, this technique will allow him to destroy this defense. Well, the effectiveness of this technique depends on the ability to correctly put internal energy into the strike. Shin listened to her attentively because he was really interested in all the new techniques that he saw and studied. The guy said if he could share his observations with the newbies. Bei replied that he could talk. Shin has been quite sensitive to chi and everything related to chi since childhood. So he noticed a small problem in her control. The girl at that moment froze and tensed up. There was a moment of silence between them, after which she asked if he really could see the movement of chi. Shin said that it was not quite so. Then the girl asked how he knew about the control problems. He explained that he does not see the chi inside the case, he only observes the flow when it comes out with its energy. Bei said that even this was hard to believe because he said things he couldn't have known. He had a sense of perception that was only given to purple-ranked masters. A purple-ranked master wore a red suit and was a fairly high rank. This was the pinnacle of the martial arts hierarchy in the desert fortress. First came white, then blue, black, and only then purple. But he only treated white people. The girl said, okay, let him talk, she'll take his observations into account. Shin began to say if you look closely at her palm technique, it seems to him that it is more suitable for inserting chi than any other technique. At that moment she couldn't say anything back to him, and the guy looked at his hand. He continued to say that the very nature of her internal energy seemed more suitable for close combat techniques. And if you put more chi into this technique, it will become much more powerful. Tim, she has it at the moment. Bei listened to her until the end and told him that he was only the youngest but said such things. Does he really think that in front of him is some idiot who doesn't know how to distribute her internal energy? And does he really think that she doesn't put enough chi in when she uses this technique? At that moment, Shin fell silent. He realized that he had said too much and he shouldn't have done it. So he apologized to Bei for saying too much and upsetting her with his comments. Well, what if the girl answered him that no, everything is fine, she should apologize and thank him? After which she turned around and began to slowly walk away, and their training together was over. For a while, Shin stood watching her. He raised one of his hands. After some time, Bei went to the leader of their group. She turned to him and said that the newcomer seemed to have revealed her fighting skills. She wanted to clarify if the leader had accidentally mentioned anything about the origin of her skills in his presence. The leader replied, and what kind of nonsense is this? And does she really think that he was telling him something so important? The girl thought about it. She didn't understand how he could know all this and whether he really saw all this. Then the leader said that maybe he had seen through the technique that they had been persistently developing from the lost art of the divine demon. Bei thought for a bit and said that it looked like the leader had given her a full explanation. Then he added, Yanshin, he is a special guy. Even if you go around the whole world, it will be hard to find such talent. He said that such a person appears only once in a generation. Even those whose skill is indisputable will confirm this. Bei was even more surprised after these words. She didn't understand at all how he could do this. The girl asked the leader if they really thought that this guy was at that level. The leader of their group responded that this was indeed the case, and that he was undoubtedly the future elite in the hierarchy. The leader said that it doesn't matter what others think and say about him, but it's definitely not worth brushing off his words as advice from a newbie. The girl said, does the leader really want to say that she should discuss the art of the divine bottom with him? The leader answered her that this is exactly how her self-study has its limits, and he does not have time in such conditions. His advice is very appropriate. The leader understood that this guy had great potential and that he really understood what he was saying. He remembered what happened in the last fight, and therefore believed that this guy had the quality of a great master. Since he adapts everything he studies to himself, he does not repeat what was just demonstrated to him. He takes better and adapts. The girl tried to object to the leader because she thought that it was not quite right. The leader noticed that the only problem was his character, and that's when a small task came in. He told her to go and watch how the guy deals with life and death circumstances with his comrades. She needed to do this to understand whether he really deserves his and everyone else's trust. The leader of the set that he will need 5 years of intense training at the pace he is currently training at. And in 5 years, this guy will probably be the head of Magwanig. That's why he needs to be checked. Time passed very quickly on the street. Evening came. A little more and night will come. Several horsemen were moving at high speed in the designated direction. This time among these riders was Yon Shin and his friend. They did not stop riding their horses to complete the tasks. Among them were several people dressed in blue, and one of them was Bei. She was riding a white horse. The girl kept thinking only about what the leader told her the last time she spoke to him. She thought about what he told her to go and see for yourself, the inside of your future leader, how he will behave. After some time, they arrived at the post station of Jingping County because the horses needed a rest. Put them on the ground after they have been jumping for a long time. You can rest for a while. His new friend started whining and saying that it had been 10 days since they had ridden, and it was hard for him. Yongshin looked at the noble race representative who didn't say a single word, and also looked at Bei, who also did not complain and did not say that she was tired because the journey was long. They were given the task that someone from the cult of the Bloody Flame was terrifying the village by regularly killing livestock and destroying crops. The leader explained to them that all this was happening in Jingping County in southern Shanxi. He also said that in Shanxi, there are groups that could deal with this themselves, but recently there was an incident with the theft of the elixir of the Huashan sect. The guy's friend was very surprised that the sect's elixirs had really been stolen. He told the leader not to say that the stolen pills were Jasodin. The leader responded that it seemed that the scale of this mission required the mobilization of the entire Shanxi fighting community, and they did not have enough resources. That is why the leader said, and they turned and asked for their help, they should arrive soon. Looking at the two newcomers and the two in blue uniforms, he said that the 4 of them would do it. Yongshin clearly remembered how his encounter with the Bloodflame clan ended. When these quarters arrived at the place, they heard that a request had been sent so long ago that they arrived only now. The clan leader said that he always respected the desert fortress as the center of the empire. But what kind of frivolous attitude is this towards them? Yanshin didn't quite understand what was going on, so he wanted to listen to the very end and understand why this man was indignant. They stood there for a while longer, silently listening to everything this man said. And he was completely indiscriminate in his words when he saw who they sent and said that more suckers had arrived. He didn't understand that they had sent such young people, and whether they would be able to cope with their offender. He wasn't sure. Unexpectedly for everyone, Yongshin asked what this guy wanted from us, because he didn't know what kind of person this was, and he was very offended. The elder, who was in blue, replied that many of the local officials were ignorant and had probably never seen a real martial arts master in such a remote place. That is why some people equate the swordsmen in the service of the empire with their personal cleaners. This official was shocked and started shouting, "How dare they!" And it was not mental impudence. Yongshin asked him to seal this acupuncture point of speech, on which the elder said that it is possible to talk less, more time put on. He was unhappy and started shouting even louder. What kind of nonsense was this? At that moment, he felt a blow from behind and fell silent. Yanshin really just with one touch of his hand will make this loudmouth stop yelling. Yongshin told him that his indignation did not bother them much. They did not come to this place to listen to him. A subordinate approached the fat man and began asking the master how he felt and why he was silent, but everyone else paid no attention to him. The guy's friend approached him and asked if he had already mastered the acupuncture technique, to which he answered yes. Then his friend said that he should know that he already thinks that addressing him as you would be somehow not very good. From this moment on, he will call him respectfully. You will say, young Master Chan, to which she heard the answer that he can do as he wishes. After all, he is actually a divine guardian of the desert fortresses. The guy continued to move forward. When Yongxin called his friend the divine guardian of the desert fortress, he even straightened his shoulders. He was a city. At that moment, Yongxin felt someone's hand on his shoulder and turned his head. Elder Blue said that the guy should know the unspoken law of non-interference. The government and the martial arts world do not interfere in each other's affairs. But unlike many other fighters, they can allow themselves a little more in communication with officials since they act on behalf of the ruling family. It's really nice to put in their place such fools who think they can scold them. Such is the privilege of the desert fortress fighters. At that moment, Bei appeared from the other side. She was also an elder and she told the guy not to overdo it. Although she also thought that it was great that he finally shut up. His assistant could not get the gentleman to say anything here. The guy's friend stopped and looked to the side. He didn't understand what was going on there, so he stopped everyone. He started talking about everyone else having to see what was going on in the village. When they turned their heads, they saw that something was really happening in the village, which was located very close. Coming a little closer, they heard the loud laughter of one of the bandits and people screaming that he was a scoundrel. This bandit was shouting at everyone else to shut their mouths. He already had a small child in his hands. When Yongxin saw this picture, he roughly understood what was happening, because it was actually a cultist of the bloody flame. He was just bloodthirsty, and he needed to sacrifice a young child. Without explaining anything, Yongxin very quickly headed towards this bandit from the Blood Flame clan. Yongxin slowed down and looked to the side. He felt that someone was overtaking him, but he still didn't understand who it was. The very next moment, he saw that the senior in the blue uniform had overtaken him at high speed and was moving forward. He moved incredibly fast. Most likely it was the Med clan's movement technique, the guy thought, and most likely he possesses Chozanbi. Look the other way. He saw that the girl in blue had overtaken him and was moving forward rapidly. The last one to overtake him was Wan Chan, his new friend, who was also moving forward rapidly. Yongxin stopped and thought for a while why this happened, and they easily overtook him. He felt uneasy, but he understood that all this time he had not really trained in movement techniques. While in the training hall, he tried to master martial arts techniques, and he was a little too busy. The next moment, they saw one of the attacker's swords strike a local resident. This red-haired bandit was happy with what he had done and asked his victim if he was still alive. His vile, terrible face with a grin seemed to resemble something animalistic, and there was nothing human about it. The rest of the locals approached the wounded man and told him to hold on, and another of the men shouted for the bandits to let the child go. But he had no intention of doing this at all. He shouted at the baby to shut up since he was only screaming because he had half his life force. Before he could finish his monologue, the bandit felt that he was being attacked from behind. It was the older man in blue from the desert fortress. The warrior in the blue lightning nose attacked the enemy and struck him at the last moment. He managed to escape from this blow. The bandit was unhappy that his plan had failed, and was also unhappy that the blue warriors from the desert fortress had interfered. The attack of the senior warrior in blue was so lightning fast that no one had time to understand anything. Even his opponent, who tried to defend himself in the first minute, could not comprehend what had happened. He raised his other hand and saw that it did not contain the baby he was holding with that hand. When the bandit raised his eyes up, he saw that the fighter in blue was holding this baby in his arms. He thought that the warriors in front of him were from behind the desert fortress, so he was not here to stop them. And this bandit was also scared that these warriors in blue meant only one thing, that they were martial arts masters. When the bandit turned his head to the other side, he saw another fighter in blue. It was then that he realized that he should not continue this fight, and he should quickly leave this place. That's exactly what he did. He concentrated his powers and mind, which were inherent to everyone in the Blood Flame clan. The two elders in blue were ready to attack, but they stopped and watched what was happening. The bandit felt like his entire body had turned into a solid flame because of the Bloody Flame clan. At that moment, he pushed off in order to disappear from that place, and a second later he disappeared. The bandit from the Blood Flame clan was high enough that he was out of reach. The elder in blue looked after him. He did not understand why this formidable bandit did not continue the fight. His partner was also a little surprised by the bandit's behavior, but she had no choice but to watch. They couldn't understand who this guy was who was so cruel and in one moment alone escaped. The girl said that judging by his speed, he spends life force to use such a movement technique. Then she added that he was doing as expected from the Blood Flame sect, after which she turned her head back. She saw two newcomers approaching the place where everything was happening, and both of them barely made it there. And for some time, the two Notchocks stood and breathed deeply, as it was difficult for them to quickly cover such a distance. Since everything was finished, all the warriors went to the village where it all happened in order to regain their strength. The girl approached Hongwan-chan because she wanted to discuss his abilities and his possibilities. She said that his overall combat skills match his white level, but he lacks stamina. She added that from now on he should work on it. Wan-chan agreed with her. After which she turned to Yanshin. The guy lowered his head, thinking that criticism would also be directed at him. But the girl said that his fundamental skills were surprisingly well developed, and such a level of skill is rare to find even among the 8 clans. Looking at how he moves without using techniques, one could say that no one in the Magwanig group would be able to catch up with him. After which she looked at the second guy in blue and said that even the embryo man wouldn't be able to catch up with him, to which he replied, "Who cares about someone else's speed?" At that moment, men looked at the guy because he had something to teach the newbie, and he decided to do it. Yongshin stood silently, listening attentively to everything his elders were ready to tell him. At that moment, I stood up and turned to the newcomer again. At that moment, he seemed very suspicious. I asked Yongshin if he wanted him to teach him his movement technique. When the guy heard that someone was ready to teach him something, he asked again what he meant. Does he really want to share the technique of movement with him? Men answered him that this is exactly so. He said that the technique of movement is not considered a full-fledged martial art of his clan, just a small lesson in walking. Although most ordinary people can't handle it, but he seems to be able to handle this technique. The guy thought it was a good idea. Men told him not to be too happy because no one in the Magwanig sect had been able to master this technique. The guy was surprised. Men went on to say that he had once taught it to those who wanted to learn, but no one had succeeded. After which he began to show from the very beginning and say that although this is called the technique of movement, it seemed that he had moved all his strength to the lower part of his body, or rather to his legs. Men continued to say that there is no system in this technique. He moved with ease. Yongshin thought that all the energy was at his fingertips, although there was no activation of the flow. When I showed this system, I said that it will repeat itself. It's just a walking lesson. The newcomers watched the master in blue as he easily climbed the tree without using his hands. It seemed that he was walking along it, clinging to it with the tips of his feet step by step. I didn't look at my feet, but looked up at the place where he was going to climb. He did it so easily, as if it didn't require any force or concentration. And most importantly, he did it in such a way that even his own presence was not felt. Yongshin looked at the senior martial artist without taking his eyes off him. He wanted to understand the essence. He caught himself thinking that this was still a technique of the Meng clan, and that chi was not used, but something like energy supported the body. This was clear when his leg was suspended and had absolutely no support. After the master climbed up the tree, he began to descend with the same ease. Yongshin thought that the descent demonstrated was like a falling leaf. It was silent. I asked the newbie after I finished demonstrating my technique how he understood everything. To which he heard the answer that he understood that it was some kind of wind created with the help of energy, but it did not have the same powers as the Men clan. The elder in blue was very surprised at that moment. He couldn't understand whether the newcomer had simply observed the energy and understood all of this. Yongshin then answered him, "Isn't that why he showed him this technique, to make sure of his abilities?" After which there was a minute of silence. Each of those present thought about what had just happened. Yongshin suddenly broke this silence. He said that he realized something thanks to them if you analyze the movement based on combat forms. And to allocate energy accordingly, the two elders in this turned and looked at the newcomer with surprise. One Chan at that moment said that this would be a long time, and he would go and look for a roof over their heads. After some time, they had a place where they could spend the night until the morning. Yongshin didn't stop to think and kept analyzing the technique that his elder had demonstrated to him. He understood that most likely it was nature's energy, and it was with its help that men could move so quickly in space. The guy tried to concentrate this energy of nature in his body to repeat this technique. He should not have just copied it, but should have adapted it to himself and made it his own technique. The eldest of the group decided that he would spend the night in a tree, so he hung a hammock and lay down to sleep in it. In the middle of the night, he woke up from hearing some kind of creaking nearby. He turned his head to look. The creaking sound came from the doors opening and Yongshin coming out of the house onto the street. The guy seemed not to see anyone. He was all in his thoughts. He was going to try the technique he had mastered. To do this, He stood in an open area in order to feel all the energy of nature that was around the lion. He began to concentrate the received energy in the lower part of his body. When he looked at his feet, he saw that indeed the energy was all down in his feet. The man who was lying in the hammock and watching everything that was happening was very surprised by what he saw. Did everything really work out for him? He thought that this young Shin was really some kind of crazy person because he couldn't calm down and trained at night. The next morning everything was calm. Even the sparrows came down to the ground to eat a worm. Won-chan started his training early in the morning. As a newbie, he had to do this every day. While training, he thought that he couldn't believe that about a month had passed since he came to this place, and he had already mastered the art of the Men clan. Men himself intervened in his thoughts. He said that he would not deny that his friend Shin had the makings of a great master. Even for his clan, this is not the easiest task. The girl listened to all this. Once again thought about what the leader told her. The last time she spoke to him, the leader told her to go and see for herself the inside of her future leader. Won-chan asked the tired ones whether it was worth sending Shin alone and whether he would be able to handle the task. The girl replied that people were too scared so they couldn't just leave them. Besides, she noticed that this was a reconnaissance mission. Shin could easily handle this mission himself. Indeed, he went on reconnaissance to understand where the representatives of the Bloody Flame clan who terrorized the people are gathering. And besides, he tried the technique that he mastered that night and tried to move faster. Indeed, his speed increased several times and he could do it with ease. He thought that the ease and speed with which he distributed his forces was not at all comparable to the previous ones. He thought that he was very pleased that he could move so quickly and that he was able to master this technique. After some time, he approached the place where he found a small house and a guy sitting next to it. When Shin stopped, he decided to observe what was happening near this house. Watching from the side, he thought that he had finally discovered their lair, and he had completed the task. He thought if he came back now and told everyone, it might take quite a long time. When he looked closer, he saw that one of the Blood Flame bandits was holding a child in his hands and was gnawing at his throat. When Shin saw this horrific picture, he was shocked, so he did not get up and go back. He couldn't allow this bandit to continue living and continue killing babies in this way by overloading their throats. At that moment, he clearly understood for himself that he had to stop him and not let him act further. Bloody Flame Bandit gnaws little boy's throat and drank all his blood. When he did this, he raised his gaze and looked to the side, and still did not fully understand who disturbed his peace. In front of him stood Shin, a guy in white who belonged to the Desert Fortress clan. The bandit grabbed his sword and threw the child to the ground and asked who this guy was. The clothes that the stranger was wearing belonged to the warriors from the Desert Fortress. Shin wasn't going to explain anything to him. He silently looked at him. There was anger and hatred in his eyes for people like him. The Blood Flame Clan bandit laughed as he wiped the blood that remained on his lips with his hand. The bandit was so confident in himself that he took a step forward and asked the guy if he was alone and if he dared to approach him. In that case, he is a fool. Did he really dare to come to them alone, after which he laughed loudly? For Diamond said if this is really true, then let him blame only himself. Shin did not wait long and struck. The blow was so small that the bandit didn't even have time to realize how he was thrown off. Shin didn't stand up for long to wait and listen to insults directed at him. It was enough for him to strike once and his opponent was dead. The head and body of the opponent lay separately. When Shin finished, he looked at the boy, but he was also lying in a pool of blood and did not move. When he came closer to him, he saw that the boy was already dead. This bandit had bitten his entire throat. Shin thought that this was just terribly awful, and the sight of this child brought back very recent memories to him. He recalled videos of people from his clan lying dead in a pool of blood, as well as his dying father. And all these memories gave him even more strength and confidence in his actions. So he thought that he would not leave these bastards alone until he destroyed every single one of them. He looked at the child and told him to wait for him here after he finished. He would bury him with dignity, and he himself went forward. He understood that there were several more representatives of the Blood Flame clan in this house, because this was their lair. He concentrated all his strength in his hand and sword so that if there were many of them, he could deal with them. Look at this building, he felt, where the main concentrated forces were for striking. He had no choice but to go inside and start attacking, which he did the next minute. He will use the technique of the fast sword Magwangle. He has mastered this technique and the department is already perfect. Now he had to try it out in practice. When he put the bolt inside, he used it. Several bandits who were inside this room did not even have time to react to it. The bandits inside were in shock. They didn't understand what was happening, but it was too late. As the guy in white from the Desert Fortress Lightning Nose destroyed one after another, Having burst inside, he immediately attacked one of them and without giving him a chance, pierced him through and through. After he dealt with the first one, he immediately destroyed the second one as well, piercing it through with his sword. After he dealt with two, he also destroyed the third one present in this room. He did not leave any of the bandits alive. When he killed the last one, he said that the cult of the bloody flame, they live by the principle of survival of the strongest. He said that then being killed by a stronger one is natural for them, and they should agree with it like no one else. After which he pulled his sword out of the last bandit's body and looked down at him. When he dealt with them, he raised his head and saw that at the end of this room, there was another passage. It was from this place that the energy was felt. It was quite strong. He thought that even more energy was coming from that cave, which meant only one thing. There were more representatives of the Bloodflame clan there. And that means this wasn't just a cult member's hideout. It was the base of the Bloodflame cult. He headed towards this cave. She took a few steps forward and stopped right in front of the entrance to this cave. He also heard someone's voice shouting loudly who dared to attack them because it was simply reckless. The very next moment, he saw many bandits representing the Bloodflame clan, and they were not aggressively disposed towards him. They screamed, "Kill him," and he must pay in blood for what he had just done to their members. Yongshin at this moment thought that the members of the Bloodflame clan were advancing on him. The bandits ran and shouted that he would regret that he had interfered with them and that he should pay with blood for what he had done. Yongshin was prepared for such a turn of events and came across the earth using the technique he had mastered and rose above them. After which he ran very quickly between them so that they didn't even have time to turn their heads. And then he used another technique that he was good at, and that was the fast sword technique. He struck his opponents so quickly that they didn't even have time to dodge these blows. First, the heads of the bandits who were standing on one side flew off, and then those on the opposite side. He was able to destroy them all in a few seconds, blood sprayed in all directions. Having destroyed them all, he raised his head and looked into the depths of the cave, but the feeling that this was not all did not leave him. He stood in front of the entrance to the cave and waited for what would happen next, because energy continued to flow from inside this cave. And the longer he stood, the more this energy increased and came closer and closer to him. And after some time, she was so close that the guy heard his address, that he was a puppy from a desert fortress, what he had arranged here. Yongshin stood calmly waiting for what would happen. He understood that only the head of the clan remained. It was from him that this energy emanated. The next moment he saw a bloody day approaching from the depths of this cave. This ominous energy he felt was not coming from these bandits he killed, but from the one who was approaching him. Enshin waited for what would happen next. He had no other choice but to go to the very end and finish off this bloody flame clan. As his opponent approached, the guy looked at him and assessed the situation he was in. He caught himself thinking that this last one was completely different from those he had encountered before. His eyes were filled with blood. He had heard rumors that when a person reaches a certain level of internal energy, then his hair color can visually change and his whole body and his energy change. The guy caught himself thinking that in that case it could only be one person. He said that it was Crash. It was the leader of this cult, the Supreme Master. He knew that all those bloody flames called him a bloody sofa with a sword and considered him quite strong. The blood demon started to get his ball out and said that this guy's suffering would help remove his thirst for blood. Enshig thought about how to proceed further because his opponent was quite strong. Bloody Demon with a Ball is the title that the leaders of the Blood Flame sect unit wear among the civilian population and the lower classes of the fighting world. They are equated with the Reapers of Death. That's why I thought that there were very few masters who could kill them. That's why they behaved that way. Considering that they have no equal and look down on everyone else, as this time he looked down on the guy from the desert fortress. I thought that Yongshin would lose in this situation. He was thinking about how he should act in order to destroy the enemy. The first thing he realized was that he needed to attack first before his opponent got close to him and he was ready. He decided to apply this from his past experience when he fought with a stronger opponent than himself. That's how he got the upper hand last time, attacking before his subscriber had time to react. When Yongshin tried to attack, his opponent easily dodged his first attack. He kept looking down at the guy and saying, was everyone in the desert fortress as arrogant as him? At that moment, the guy understood that he needed to apply another technique that he had mastered, and he did so. This is the technique of play in time. She was fast enough and should have helped him in destroying the enemy. He moved at such a speed that it was unbearable to watch him and stop him. The bloody demon was very surprised. He only had time to fight back and could not attack himself. Enlin thought that this was not enough and that he would not be able to defeat his opponent with just these two techniques. Then he remembered what he had learned just recently. This is a technique of movement. He concentrated the power in his legs, after which he pushed off and began to move around his opponent several times faster. In this way, he could attack him not from one side, but from several sides at once, so that his opponent did not have time to observe him. It seemed that this guy was not alone, but that there were several of them. He was everywhere, in front, on the side, and behind, and he attacked. The bloody demon was perplexed. He couldn't even imagine that such a young fighter could be so strong. So he shouted that he was impressed, but nothing more, and then he laughed loudly. The words that it was impressive really touched Yongshin, and he couldn't help but ignore them. At that moment before his eyes was the same terrible picture that he saw in his clan. He saw the eyes of his father. Gritting his teeth, he forced out that it was all just a lie, and he had to take revenge on him for what he had done to his loved ones. The guy thought that he was no longer who he used to be and would not allow himself to be treated the way he used to be. The blood demon tried to attack Inshur, to which the guy extended his hand to grab the enemy's hand. It was the hand itself in which he held his sword after he had captured it. The enemy could not move that hand. And what happened next? The bloody demon could not have predicted in any way. This young guy began to tear off his hand. The bloody demon was simply in shock. He couldn't do anything and couldn't resist him in any way. With all the anger he had, he started screaming that this guy was a bastard and tried to hit him with his other hand. But Yongshin reacted to this with lightning speed and immediately swung to strike. And the next second, the bloody demon had no hand. His fist was in a completely different part. The blood demon screamed in rage. He couldn't imagine that this guy could do such a thing. Yongshin took advantage of the fact that the blood demon was out of bewilderment, and he attacked and swung his sword. Then he took a few steps forward in order to get as close as possible and strike as hard as possible. Then he simply pierced his sword with all his might through the body of his opponent, the blood demon. Yongshin was able to withstand a fairly strong opponent and was also able to destroy him. The bloody demon tried to resist with all his might, but his resistance was useless. Since Yongshin's sword pierced him through and through, I asked through his heart. At this moment, Yongshin put all his strength into completely destroying his opponent. The bloody demon whispered with his last strength that he should fall at the hands of one as young as he. Yongshin answered him that before he had only caused pain to others, but he himself had not experienced it. After which the guy pulled his sword out of his opponent's chest. The blood flowed like a river. It was simply black. After he got his ball, his opponent fell to his knees first, trying to hold his body up. Yongshin understood that he had managed to deal with the enemy, and he only needed to finish it. At that moment, he felt how all the energy that was inside his opponent was leaving his body. Only at that moment did Yongshin think that this was finally the end for him, and he was able to destroy him to the very end. He felt relieved and looked around. He saw that the Blood Flame clan had been completely destroyed. He looked away and thought that he still had something to do. To the side, he saw a huge hole dug, and he decided to go closer to it. He needed to understand what was inside this huge dug hole. When he came closer, he was very upset because at the bottom of this hole lay the villagers, and they were dead. Among these dead bodies were very young children who had not yet seen anything in this life. And there were also quite old men who should have supported families, but they were dead. Everything he saw was simply terrible, and he was once again convinced that the Blood Flame clan had no right to exist. He looked at the sunset and thought that the peach blossoms would cover their peace and no one should disturb them anymore. After which the guy went back to his friends who were already waiting for him. When he returned, Wan Chang Antoni's eyes showed that they were very surprised by his appearance. Men also looked at the guy, but he didn't understand what happened to him and wanted an explanation. And Shin stood in front of them. His clothes were all covered in blood, and behind his back he carried a little boy who was barely alive. This boy held on to his shoulders with all his might so as not to fall. He was fighting death. Wan Chan asked young Master Zhang what all this meant and why he was like this. Yongshin handed over the baby and told his friend to look at him. He needed to understand that this baby was not dead yet. The girl looked at him and said that he had clearly been fighting. She wanted to clarify what had happened and, more importantly, that he was okay. Yongshin looked at his things for a moment and saw that his white uniform was covered in blood. So he saw that he was okay. It wasn't his blood. He found a place where a division of the Blood Flame sect seemed to have settled down. The girl said that she understood everything. This is very good news, but she still did not understand why his things were covered in blood. She had a lot of questions that she was going to ask him and get answers. Wan Chan interrupted her. He asked if he was really carrying the sect's abode. All three of them looked at him. Yongshin answered them that there were 8 members of all the Bloody Flames, all those who caused trouble in the village. And there was also one strong man with black and red hair The elders in blue uniforms understood who they were talking about. The girl said if the hair is black and red, then it's Bloody Diamond with a sword. In that case, I got that it was definitely one of the factions of the Blood Flame sect. Men reached out his hand and took the ball that was lying on the table for himself. He understood that they were about to have a fight. I'm going to say that he couldn't even imagine that they could settle so close to the village. And whatever their goals, the sects of the legal flame and the desert fortress rags, they are obliged to eradicate this threat. He turned to the lightning genius, saying that he had accomplished a great deed and could rest. The girl added that she and men would deal with the rest. Yongshin told them that there was no need to go there anymore. They just needed to send a patrol. The elders were surprised. The guy continued to say that people would only be needed there to help remove the bodies of the victims. The girl turned around and looked at the guy. She was surprised by what he was saying. Chan asked if only a patrol would be needed to clean up the corpses, which means they've all been destroyed. The girl asked the lightning genius if he really wanted to say that he defeated the bloody demon with a sword and all the members all by himself. Yongshin answered her that this is exactly how it is and that he killed them all. That is why he says that only a patrol will be needed. Men asked him again if he really had visited the base of the Blood Flame sect unit on his own. To which he heard the answer that the movement technique that he showed to Yongshin was very helpful in this. The girl said that the bloody demon with the sword has an unusual ability to regenerate. And did he really not even strain it? In fact, it is difficult to defeat the blood demon. Well, even those who could often died from a blow to the back because they did not know about his ability to regenerate. Yongshin, hearing that his opponent had the ability to regenerate, was not at all surprised. After which he pulled his head out by the hair and showed it to everyone else so that they could see that he was telling the truth. He held his head by the hair and everyone else stood and watched. They couldn't imagine such a thing. Yongshin noticed that he didn't even see anything like that and didn't notice that this guy had such an ability. Me and the girl looked at the severed head lying on the table and had nothing to say. At that moment, Yongshin thought that he might actually have been a little bit advanced since the regeneration that the elders talked about is dangerous. Look at this head. I calmed down a little and exhaled because Mrs. with whom they arrived in this village was done. Already in the evening, a voice came from the house that the bloody demons really do have the ability to regenerate, and they had to look at his head, which did not come back to life. Since the mission was completed, they had to return to the desert fortress and report to the leader about the work done. The two elders told about everything that happened and how Yongshin alone, without their help, was able to cope with the task. The leader replied that maybe it was even for the best, perhaps they had managed to prevent many deaths. Me and the girl silently listened to their leader. They scolded him because they were the elders. The leader asked them how their new student lightning days handled the critical situation. At that moment, the girl thought about what the leader was talking about, because this guy didn't care. He only thought about martial arts. On the contrary, I thought that there was a critical situation because none of them even felt it. The leader said if it really was a bloody cult, then they were led by a strong leader. For a newbie in white clothes, it is dangerous. He said that the elders themselves really managed to do everything so as not to endanger the younger one, and they started to say something incoherently. Then the girl collected her thoughts and replied that they didn't even see anything. Lightning-fast genius went on reconnaissance alone, and he returned with news about the destroyed branch of the cult. When the leader heard about it, he was surprised. And he asked his elders again if they really wanted to say that he single-handedly destroyed everything there, including the bloody demon with the sword. I didn't hesitate to answer him that everything was exactly like that and they didn't have to do anything. The leader once again wondered if this guy really had such strength that he could deal with the bloody demon alone. Yongshin waited for the leader to react to everything that was happening and what he would tell him after everything. Chan was sitting at that moment and said that he was very pleased to be back and that he seemed to have become attached to this place. After which he turned his head and turned to the young Master Chan. He asked him if it seemed to him that there was some kind of excitement around. Yongshin was far away as usual. He was thinking about something but never said it out loud. But to his friend's words, he replied that something was indeed happening, and it looked like a festival. Chan told him that it is not that easy for the former leader of the Divine Ball Squad to return, and he came to challenge the place of the elders of the council. Yongshin thought that this was very strange, but the guy continued to talk about how the former leader brought with him a boy who, as they say, was installed in the famous maternity hospital, Manga. And he also said that they say this boy has an extraordinary talent. Yongshin thought that if he is from the Manga clan, then this is his mother's mouth, and they are close relatives. But they never visited Sanyang. They didn't even do that when his mother got married. They didn't even visit after she gave birth to him and died. He knew all his life that his mother's marriage was only for reproaches. Vitya, they almost broke off contact with their daughter who married a low-born man. Yongshin entered the office and turned to the leader. He told him that he came because the teacher called him. The leader, as always, was taciturn. He sat on his chair and turned his head to look at the guy. He needed to evaluate how true it was, and that he could deal with the Blood Flame sect alone. The leader understood that it was really in the impressive aura that surrounded this guy that it changed. But still, it is quite difficult to destroy the branches of the blood cult alone, and it cannot be just luck. Yanshin, without hearing a single word from his mentor, would have understood why he invited him to his place. The leader of the wasp chair with one hand then stood up from the chair. He did all this silently. After which he told the guy to follow him because the head was calling him to itself. Yongshin couldn't imagine that he would meet the head of the desert fortress again so quickly and once again. And Shindocha remembered his previous meeting with the head of the desert fortress. It seemed impossible to him, but he had no choice but to follow his mentor and group leader. He asked the leader if there were cases when a newcomer to the White Robes was called back for an audience within a year. The leader of his group replied that this had never happened before, and that not a single newcomer in white clothes had ever been called back. Enshin didn't understand whether this was a good thing or not, because in this situation it could have been different, and the audience would have ended differently too. When he walked outside, the senior martial artists in blue robes turned and looked at him. Some of these masters lowered their heads to greet not only the leader, but also the guy. Everyone pointed at him and said that this was the lightning genius from Magwanig, the one who defeated the bloody demon with a sword. They were talking among themselves about how they couldn't even believe that the white man himself actually killed him, and that this guy looked even younger than many of them thought. Yongshin silently followed step by step the steps of his group leader and mentor Magwanig. Suddenly, the leader told his student that it was not surprising that he was being noticed from all sides. If he single-handedly destroyed the offshoot of the bloody cult, it means that he is already equal to the masters of the desert fortress. At this moment, they approached the tallest building that was located on the territory of the desert fortress. Yongshin silently continued to follow his leader. He only agreed with what his leader said. In fact, his perception of time was different from theirs, and he never rejoiced in successes. If he wants to survive, he needs to reach the powers of the Divine Ball Squad leader before he turns 20. He must make this journey from white to blue and then to black clothes like Ma Jin's, and then pass the 17th stage of Magwanig and reach the purple rank of Divine Ball Squad leader. This was the second time he stood in front of this huge door and was ready to go inside. The leader came closer to this door and knocked to go inside. From behind the door, a conversation could be heard as the head said that they seemed to have a grandson, to which the chief heard the answer that this child was of low blood and nothing to their kind. After which this man added that he does not disgrace Infuan Manga, and it is good that the guy understood that it was about him. After which this man said that this child is a real heir. Although he is from a side branch, his talent is exceptional. At this point, the leader opened the doors to allow the Audi to have an audience with the head of state. The leader also heard this conversation, and he was determined. It seemed that he was just angry. Yongshin, like an obedient student, followed him without asking unnecessary questions. The very next moment, the leader and his disciple stood before the head of the empty fortress. Next to him stood an elder and a boy. The head, like last time, did not take his eyes off Yongshin, and like last time, she was simply beautiful. Yongshin felt her energy. He couldn't take his eyes off her. He stood and looked at her. The leader greeted the head at this moment. Yongshin looked at the leader and realized that he had forgotten to do this for the second time. After which he, like his leader, greeted the chief, and they both lowered their heads. Yongshin raised his gaze. He was interested in the two who were standing near the head of the Desert Fortress clan. He thought that the person who was there was the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad. And this former leader was a purple-ranked master, surpassing even his leader and his mentor Ma Jin. The Divine Sword leader, after they greeted the leader, stepped forward to approach the guy. When he approached, he asked if he was the famous lightning genius Ma Guanig. After which he introduced himself and said that his name was Ma Yongjok, and that he was the one who once led the Divine Sword Squad. Then he added that his grandson would like to engage in battle with a gifted peer, so he turned to the head. Right after these words, the guy who was standing next to the leader of the Divine Sword said that it was nice to meet him. Yanshin wondered if he really didn't recognize him. Immediately after these words, everyone fell silent. The main decision was up to the head. She was the one who had to allow this sparring. The head, as always, sat calmly, looking without taking her eyes off Yanshin. The divine sword leader began to tell the boy that he had heard the latest rumors about him. At that moment, it was as if he was scanning the guy from top to bottom. He wanted to know what level he was on. Yonshin silently did not answer him, looked at him. In fact, it was his relatives who did not want to recognize him. The leader in purple clothes suddenly said that when he met him in person, he could tell that they were not even finishing their sentences. He is really strong and at an incredible level for his age. After such praise, Yongshin silently thanked the leader in purple clothes. He did not expect such words from him. The guy said he welcomed them. His name is Zhongyan Shin from Magwanig. I put my head down. The leader in purple clothes was very surprised at this moment and asked again what it all meant. His leader and mentor also didn't understand why the leader of the divine sword had such a reaction to this newbie. And the one who was most surprised was the same guy who was said to be gifted and who had come for sparring. The only one who was calm was the head of the sand fortress. She seemed to have foreseen this whole conversation. Everyone in this room wanted an answer to their question. The leader in purple clothes wanted to know what it meant because his last name starts with Chan. Then it could mean only one thing, and if it was true, it was a big discovery for him. Yonshin looked at his surprise and wondered if he really didn't recognize him. Divine Sword Leader, you are very surprised. He looked at the guy and thought, is it really true what he thinks? And this guy that everyone is talking about is the same Yongshin. He answered him that he is meeting the leader for the first time. His mentor and teacher looked at the guy. He also did not understand how this happened. Then the leader of the divine sword concluded that this guy was his sister's son. Yongshin turned and looked at his mentor and teacher, because up until this moment, no one from his family had accepted him. His mentor, when he heard that he was also his sister's son, was very surprised. Yongshin was a little confused because he didn't want his origins to be discussed, since it was a sore point for him. Yonshin was even more surprised and thought that all this meant that Ma Jin and his mother were also brother and sister. Yongshin looked at his mentor and said that it turns out that he is his uncle. He asked for forgiveness because he is not familiar with the family lineage on his mother's side. And then he added that even in the fallen main family he was considered an outcast, so he doesn't really like this topic. The mentor thought about what he was saying about the Chan family, and he was very surprised by what he had just said. And the leader of the divine sword was even more surprised because until that moment, he did not know that this clan had fallen. So he asked the guy if he really wanted to say that the Chan family was destroyed. The guy remained silent. But judging by their reaction, it seems like they weren't even aware that the Chan family was completely destroyed. Divine Sword Leader to find out how this happened and why no one told him about it. The leader turned to the head of the sand fortress. He wanted the lady to give him permission. So he asked if he could talk to these guys alone. He wanted to know the details. He looked at the lady, waiting for what she would say and whether she would give permission for this. The lady turned her head and looked at the leader of the divine sword. In order to give her such permission, she had to think about everything. After which the leader of the divine sword took a step forward. He was sure that the lady would give him a chance to talk to the guy. At this moment, Yongshin answered the leader to forgive him, but he is an outsider to them. They will never recognize him. After which he said that as a warrior of the desert fortress, he respects the achievements of his maternal grandfather. But any personal conversations are burdensome for him, so he said that he does not want to communicate with his mother's family. The lady turned to Yonshin. She called him Warrior Magwanig. The guy got a little tense because he didn't know what she would say. The lady said that his spirit is impressive, and she is proud of the way he is handling the situation. Yongshin lowered his eyes and listened to her every word carefully because she was the head of the sand fortress. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young man who stood next to the leader of the divine sword shouted that this was simply unacceptable. And he can't accept that someone like him could be a direct descendant of his grandfather. He pointed his finger at Yonshin and the guy stood silently. He had nothing to say. He was not going to sort things out. And this young man continued to shout louder and louder. He said that this was no disrespect to the previous leader of the Divine Sword Squad. Yonshin listened, and he thought that he was saying one thing and behaving inappropriately in the presence of the leader of the desert fortress. He answered them that he did not need their approval, after which he showed his shoulder and said that he was not a member of the Infwan Manga clan. He is directly subordinate to the Magwanig group, which is why he sees no point in any talk. Yongshin looked at this impudent young man and thought that he was not behaving very decently, to which he continued to be indignant and say what kind of insolence this was and how dare he behave like that. Then he turned to his grandfather and asked him to let him fight this guy. He was ready to prove that he was not worthy of being related to them by blood. Yongshin told him that it was simply pointless, niece, because he didn't really claim any inheritance or blood relation with them. Yongshin looked at them and said that he wouldn't mind fighting if they wanted to just to test their skills. However, he is not obliged to prove his worth to them or their family, since they do not see any need for this. The former leader of the Divine Sword was a little surprised by what this guy said, because he did not expect such a turn of events. His grandson was about to engage in battle with the one he came with, and almost threw himself at the guy with his fists. Yongshin looked at him and saw that he had combat gloves on his belt. It seemed that he was trained in the close combat techniques typical for their clan. The lady unexpectedly said that there was enough arguing and she saw no need for it. After which she stated that sometimes friendship begins to be forged in battle. After which she looked at the guy again and said that this boy definitely has a lot of promising talent. Therefore, the best way for them to resolve the conflict will be a fight, and the rest can place bets if they wish. Yongshin was not entirely happy with this decision. He was not going to prove anything to anyone. Therefore, the lady understood his position. She turned to him and said that she understood that he would gain little from this. And as a sign of respect for her old friend, she will fulfill one of his requests regardless of the outcome. The guy looked at her and said that he was asking her again to fulfill that same request. This request seemed like a fruit from heaven, and the lady replied that it was impossible, at least at the moment. She said that even if her late friend had personally asked for the answer, it would have been the same. The merits of the Divine Sword Squad leader could not be compensated in any other way. However, she said she could teach him one of her signature techniques. Yongshin wondered if she was really ready to teach him the fighting technique that she herself possessed. The leader and mentor looked at the lady. They understood that this was quite a big reward. Since the leader of the desert fortress, which is called the Best Under the Sky, offered to train him, the guy who came with the leader was also happy, realizing that he would receive a reception from the lady herself. Yongshin thought that this guy himself was more interested in fighting techniques than defending himself through his family's ancestors and his mother. Yongshin clenched his fists that the reward was good enough, and he said that he agreed. They slowly walked down to the training ground to begin sparring. Two young guys stood opposite each other. They belonged to the same family, but in this situation, they considered themselves opponents. The lady told them to start because no one would disturb their fight in this place. Yongshin watched his opponent prepare and had to decide how to counter him. In contrast, his opponent put on iron gloves and was ready to show his abilities. He stood there and cracked his fingers, showing how good he was at the fighting techniques that belonged to his sect. Yongshin thought that for now, belonging to the Mangwa group was enough for him. He looked at the leader and mentor and thought that he was not at all interested in the connection with the Infan Manga clan. So he had no choice but to engage in battle with this guy and show what he was capable of. He extended his hand and told the guy to attack him first, giving him a chance. He waved his hand in his direction several times and told the guy to attack. At that moment, his opponent pushed, clenched his fists, and began his attack. Swinging with all his might, he thought that with the first blow he could damage Yongshin, but he underestimated his opponent. At that moment, Yongshin was watching his fighting technique and dodging every blow that they tried to inflict on him. After he had penetrated and finished the first attack, he turned around with lightning speed and tried to attack again. Yongshin turned his head and saw his opponent, without taking a breath after the first attack, immediately began a second one. It was clear that he had taken some rare pill. His energy was much higher than that of Yongshin. That's why when his opponent started to attack, he swung again to strike. That guy adopted the technique of playtime, which consisted of dodging the blows inflicted. He stopped with lightning speed and did not allow the enemy to deliver even one accurate blow, although the force that his opponent concentrated in his fist was quite large. At this time, Ensure only did what he could to avoid his blows or stop them with his one hand. The guy looks like a real family martial arts. Despite the apparent softness, it is a very sophisticated technique of a noble school. His opponent was furious. He shouted why he was taking out his sword and why he wasn't attacking. Immediately after this, his opponent swung again to try to land at least one blow with all his might. But Yongshin told him that he only takes out his sword because he uses their techniques. All the guy's actions enraged his opponent. He was not ready to give up and attacked again and again. His opponent concentrated his strength in his legs and arms so much that when he pushed off, the tiles began to crumble. She said that he only does this because he can't do anything and he can't land a single blow. They were very close to pass, and it seemed that this time his blow would reach its target. To remove the enemy, all the strength was concentrated in the fist. To deliver this blow, his eyes glowed. Yongshin raised one hand in front of him just to avoid that punch and to block it. He had no choice but to use his power and understand how to properly resist it. That's why he jumped away from his opponent and didn't take any damage to the side. He eventually jumped far enough away that his opponent couldn't get close to him. When Yongshin came to earth, he did it so quietly that no one heard. His opponent at that moment tried to attack the guy again, approaching him. Although the opponent's fist was in metal gloves, and the blow must have been very strong, all those present silently watched what was happening. They were wondering which of the two was really stronger. The head of the Sect Desert Fortress in advance the outcome of this battle she watched as silently as everyone else. Unexpectedly for everyone, Yanshin lowered his head, exhaled, and smiled. After which he raised his head, looked at his opponent, and said that he had come up with something that could help him stand up. Then he looked at his hands and made some movements that only he understood. And then the guy said that 10 moves would be enough for him to be able to resist his opponent. These words hurt his opponent so much that he even turned red with anger. The leader of the Divine Sword is surprised. Is this guy really going to win in 10 moves? Even if he is a genius, it is impossible. Well, what did he hear the answer? He wasn't talking about that everything would end in 10 movements. He simply meant that he would create a fighting technique in 10 moves that would be able to resist, and that would be a new fighting technique. Everyone present was tense, wondering what kind of technology he could come up with and how he could counter it. At that moment, he assured everyone that 10 movements would be enough for him. He said this so confidently that he seemed like a genius. Even the head of the Sand Fortress thought when he said this, is this really true? And the leader and mentor looked at him in surprise. None of them could know what he could be capable of. Only these words began to irritate his opponent even more, since he considered himself unsurpassed. The only one who was calm was Yanshin. He already knew what he would do next. He had a plan. Then his opponent shouted he talks about 10 moves that he can counter him with. He shook his fist and filled it with his strength, and he said that he was ready to give it his all. His opponent was ready. He needed to carry out the attack, give it his all, and then success awaited him. He said that he was ready to show the technique of the Fist of Hapkwa. In his opinion, it was an unsurpassed fighting technique that was unbearable to resist. Yanshin watched his opponent and realized that everything was going well and everything was going exactly according to plan. His opponent did not succumb to the flint and steel, but instead concentrated completely. Moreover, he felt waves of true energy coming from him. The guy understood that it couldn't be that the Purple Master who had never ruled the world taught him frivolously. Yanshin said that at least they mentioned the technique around the fist, and then added that there is no need to list the techniques for him. The opponent just has to give it his all. After which he said that his opponent probably has something to show, and not only he can talk. Immediately after these words, his opponent pushed off the expanding surface of the plate beneath him to begin his attack. And so it should have been really strong, and it should have damaged Yanshin if he could do it. At this moment, Yanshin concentrated in order to counter his opponent. He understood how he needed to act. He turned around several times to raise the wind and redistribute his forces. The next moment, he used the Chukmajen technique, counter-punching his opponent fist to fist. At that moment, his opponent thought that this guy had enough strength and he could resist. After which, Yanshin turned around to take another hit from his opponent. Well, only this time he decided to do it not from below but from above. For this he pushed off. After which he turned around and his position was much higher than his opponent's position. His mentor, watching everything that is happening, is a little surprised by how his student is acting. He thought that this lightning day did not ask for skills during the journey and even became even better. As Yanshin approached his opponent, he used a new technique, the double Tsukma General. And this time he concentrated twice as much force in his fist as the previous time. His opponent did not strike but defended his body. He thought only about one thing, how to avoid this blow. But Yanshin's blow was strong enough and he landed it right in his opponent's chest, disabling him. Yanshin was able to neutralize his opponent in this fight with only 2 strikes and 2 attacks. His mentor was very surprised and thought that this couldn't be. He thought that it couldn't be that he had just been inspired by Hapwa's fist techniques. And he himself came up with a technique that can counter this fighting technique. His second blow was much stronger. Therefore, his opponent had no choice but to surrender. He could do nothing more. The leader and mentor stood silently watching how this battle was going on, because on the battlefield, there were students of each of them. But the disciple of the Divine Sword Leader could not cope with this task. At some point, he was already upset. After another blow to his opponent, Yanshin stood waiting for him to start attacking. So he told his opponent to show him something even bigger here because he can do it. To which he heard the answer that he should not provoke him. His opponent lowered his head down. But having gathered his strength, his opponent tried to attack again, only this time, not with his fist but with his palm. Yanshin decided that this was even better. He turned around himself again to redistribute the power. This time he was ready to resist the triple Tsukmajen strike. This is a new fighting technique that he invented. And indeed, this blow was so strong that his opponent could not withstand this blow. This time, Yanshin dealt him such damage that his opponent staggered back. but the opponent began to counter with a palm technique. He tried to hit Yuan-shin with his palm as hard as he could because he could no longer concentrate his strength in his fist. Yuan-shin, who foresaw each of his blows and was ready to strike him back 2 or 3 times stronger. As soon as the opponent swung, he received a blow with much more force than he put into this blow. Yuan-shin thought that this would be really interesting because until that moment, he never knew that the palm technique existed. The only thing he could do was smile when he saw his opponent defending himself. Madam Leader Mentor, without taking her eyes off this fight, they already wanted to see the final. When Yuan-shin saw his opponent and how he was behaving, he thought that it was worth trying again, but with more force. His opponent couldn't resist, and he had no choice but to shout that Yuan-shin was an ordinary country bumpkin and was incapable of anything. At that moment, he received the 4th Chukma-jin, after which the opponent definitely could not stay on his feet. The Divine Sword Leader was so surprised and shocked that he had nothing to say and only opened his mouth. The lady understood that this was exactly the outcome of events that she had expected, so she closed her eyes. And Yuan-shin's opponent, after the last blow, fell to the floor and tried to rise with his last strength. The blow was so strong that the opponent began to cough. It was difficult for him to breathe. He had no strength. He raised his eyes and looked at the guy. He was not as confident in his abilities as at the beginning of this battle. He looked at Yuan-shin and realized that he couldn't land a single blow on him because Yuan-shin didn't even draw his sword. Yuan-shin thought that it was a good experience, and he could still gain new experience. For him, it was a good training. And his opponent looked at him, and at that moment, he was simply shocked, because he couldn't get up on his own. The outcome of this battle was obvious, as everyone understood that Yuan-shin not only won, but also created a new martial art, which consisted in the fact that the longer the combination, the stronger the energy of the fist becomes. It was amazing that a new martial art could be created in such a short period of time. At that moment, Yuan-shin was pleased with himself and what he had just done, because it had brought results. He looked at his hands and realized that he had finally created a worthy martial art. He looked at his reflection and thought that he really liked it because it was the reflection of the winner. The lady said that she witnessed an amazing sight while addressing Yuan-shin. Demonato added that it is not every day that she can see how a new martial art is created. Yuan-shin looked at her and asked her for forgiveness. He hoped that he had not disappointed her this time. She answered him, if he thinks that he has disappointed, then it doesn't matter at all. She asked if he has already decided what to call this fist technique. Yuan-shin immediately replied to her that he had already named this fist technique Unfading Radiance. The lady looked at the guy and said that this is a wonderful fighting style that endlessly radiates radiance, and she thinks that this is a suitable name for what she just saw. Yuan-shin lowered her head and thanked her with a wave of scent. His mentor said that the guy did a great job and congratulated him. He created an outstanding martial art. Yuan-shin raised his hands, looked at them, and said that he had only laid the foundation for this martial art. Then he added that he felt that he still had to perfect this technique, but for now he would use it in the traditional Magwanig style. His mentor said that even if this were the case, few among the white rank would be able to withstand such a blow. The mentor then added that he tries not to be surprised, but soon his progress leaves him no chance. Yuan-shin looked at his mentor and wondered if he really thought that way, after which, the guy said that he needs to become even faster because he has no time at all. The only people he didn't hear praise from were the leader of the Divine Sword and his maternal grandfather. Well, he also understood that in front of him was not just a simple guy, but a very talented and outstanding one. So he approached Yuan-shin and asked how he could earn his forgiveness. People of his rank very rarely said such words. The mentor turned his head and looked at the leader in purple clothing. The young man who arrived with the leader also looked at his grandfather and had a question. Yuan-shin didn't know how to answer him so as not to offend the leader of the Divine Sword on the one hand, and how not to be rude to his mother's family who did not accept him. This was very surprising to everyone. As the retired leader of the Divine Sword Squad of the Desert Fortress, he was considered a heavenly deity who had power over the life and death of most people. And at that moment, such a person approached a very young guy and said how he could deserve forgiveness. And at that moment, Yuan-shin understood that a very important person was bowing his head before him. Yuan-shin needed to give the right answer so as not to offend anyone, and most importantly, not to lower herself. Therefore, he apologized and said that this life of the Divine Sword Leader was extremely burdensome on his part. And it's not so easy to correct the mistakes of the past because for Yuan-shin, his family was completely unfamiliar. And his relatives on his mother's side were no different from strangers who did not take part in his life. He noticed that he already has a family, and this is the Magwanig family, where he was accepted and where he is respected. Grandfather, the leader of the Divine Sword, noted that after all, Connections, and especially huge ones, can always be built anew. Yongxin told him that he had to refuse, and he was afraid because he was very busy with his training. The divine sword leader was a little upset because he knew that he had really done something wrong with this guy. Yongxin told him that he had defeated his grandsons in a duel that he himself had initiated, and he asked the leader of the divine sword to respect his warrior aspirations and respect his opinion. At this point, the lady intervened. She said, since the lightning genius won this fight, this is a reasonable demand. Then she added that she had already promised to teach him one of her techniques. He could come at a time convenient for him. After which she also said that the guy could demand one more thing from the desert fortress. The guy answered the lady that he would pass on a convenient time through the teacher as soon as it came. His mentor and teacher at that moment wondered if he had really become his personal ambassador and errand boy. When they were leaving the building, the guy was no longer behind his teacher but in front of him. The mentor turned to Lightning and asked him to stop and listen to him. The mentor offered his student a task that could help him achieve his goal. Yongxin stopped and looked at his teacher and thought about what else he could offer him. But if it would help him achieve his goal, then he was ready. The very next day, they set off for Xi'an to carry out a new task. The city was quite crowded. They found themselves on one of the shopping streets where there were a lot of people. The mentor was first and two newbies were behind him. None of them knew what the task was. Also with them were two more seniors from the group. This is Men and the girl who accompanied him last time. Yongxin walked and thought only about Jasodan. It was about her that he talked with his mentor. When the mentor suggested this matter to him, the boy asked about Jasodan. The teacher answered yes. It was a rare pill of the Hwasan sect that was considered a treasure of the martial arts world. The point was that the Hwasan sect lost it, and since then, many other sects and martial artists have been searching for this treasure. Enshin compared all the recent events and thought that it was the one among the warriors who got it. His mentor replied that this was exactly it, and he guessed everything correctly and understood everything correctly. Their mission was to accompany the Hwasan sect in their search for the Jasodan pill. In words, it was a joint search, but in reality it was a necessity so as not to waste lives in vain. Since there would be many skirmishes during the missions, he would have the opportunity to test his sword in real combat, thought Yongxin. When he asked his mentor about this, he answered that all this was possible and he could really do it. And the mentor also noted that this mission would certainly be useful for him, and he would be able to freely fight with numerous masters. Given his natural talent, his mentor believed that he would achieve greater success than if he continued his usual training. Wan Chan was also on this mission. He was walking with his friend and said that he was offended. Since the desert fortress cannot openly support the Hwasan sect, they are therefore not allowed to wear their usual combat clothes. When the mentor approached one of the publications, he stopped and looked around. From this building above the martial artist in his hands was a sword behind him, his assistant. This man looked at the mentor from the side questioningly. He wanted to clarify whether he was mistaken. The leader Magwanig was absolutely sure that he had arrived at the place and that he and his disciples would be able to help this clan. The head of this clan said that the masters of the desert fortress have arrived. They were waiting for them. Yongxin looked at these representatives of the Hwasan sect. There were quite a lot of them, and they were all masters. Each member of this sect had a flower painted on their clothes. The head of this sect addressed their mentor by name. He was glad to see him. The teacher greeted the man who stood in front of him and called him Cheongju Jinin. Yongxin thought that Cheongju Jinin was the leader of the Plum Blossom Sword Masters and an unrivaled great master. And this man at that moment was standing right in front of them. It was unclear then why they were here. Even their mentor, Ma Jaman, who wore black clothes, was not up to his level, but they made roughly the same impression. Zhongju looked at them and saw that among them was the Sword Yillian. He was glad to see her. He also said that he was glad to see the blue-eyed demon who responded and came to their aid. Zhongju noticed that all the faces in front of him were familiar, which meant there was no point in exchanging pleasantries. The past skirmish had put everything in its place without words. Yongxin looked at his elder and realized that this was the first time he heard that he was called a blue-eyed demon. All the other representatives of this sect were also glad to see them, and no one noticed that there were new faces. Some of the sect members noticed two newcomers who were with them, but none of the sect representatives welcomed the newcomers. They believed that they were incapable of anything. Zhongju said that they want the desert hypothetical relationship to the case, leaves much to be desired at the moment. Most likely it was only because of this that they took even a completely green student on a mission. They meant Yongxin, seeing his age. The boy thought that they mistook him for a student of the desert fortress despite the fact that he was not wearing the official white clothes. The mentor tried to explain. He started talking about what the matter was, but no one listened to him to the end. Zhongju at this moment raised his sword and handed it to the master of the Magwane group of sand fortresses. The mentor said that even the student desert fortress is not as simple as they think. After these words, Zhongju replied, "How about their students exchanging blows at least once? They are on the way." Mentor, who thought they really decided to test his new student. Most likely, rumors reached them. Since it is not proper for the leader of the groups to fight in joint missions, he decided to get even through the youth who determined the future of the relationship. The teacher turned his head and looked at one of his students, namely Yongxin. The guy thought if he had to fight someone at the moment, he wouldn't mind at all. It's better than training. The mentor warned him that this situation could happen and he would have to fight with someone. On the other hand, the head of the sect decided to attract one of his disciples again, to which he replied that he would only need 5 seconds to deal with the disciples of the Sand Fortress sect. Zhongju said that this will be a demonstration fight, and the representatives from the Sand Fortress must fight with all their might. The guy from the cult at that moment thought that it wouldn't be that hard because this guy couldn't show him anything. After all, he had heard that the martial art of Magwanig was based on sensory perception directly in combat. On the contrary, Yongxin was interested in this. He was interested in what the disciples of the Huasan sect were like. The sect disciple repeated to Yongxin again to hurt him that he thought 5 seconds would be enough for him, after which he smiled and pretended to apologize for possibly offending him. Then he said that he didn't want to humiliate him. It was just that way during morning training, and he didn't notice how his words sounded. After which he introduced himself and said that his name was Yu Hyun, and that he was from the Huasan sect. Yongxin looked at this guy silently after listening to everything he tried to tell him, and how he presented himself. One Chan, when he heard his name, he remembered that it was the hidden dragon Huasan, and he was an outstanding disciple of the sect leader. The girl noticed that this student was called the hope of the next generation of the sect. Although there were rumors that he had already begun to master the divine art of purple mist, Wan Chang thought of putting such a monster against them. Yongxin stood in front of Yu Hyun, a guy who was completely confident that he could finish this fight in 5 seconds. Yu Hyun was so confident that he looked down on his opponent. He thought that his opponent was very young. Yongxin was quite modest, and most importantly, he was ready to fight with any opponent. Yu Hyun thought that it was even good that his opponent offered him to attack first. Yongxin understood perfectly well that only in this way would he be able to understand what he was ready for and how strong his opponent was. Yu Hyun at the same moment broke away from the place and tried to attack. It was the technique of Amhyangfi. Yongxin immediately put up a defense so that his opponent couldn't finish his attack and deal damage. Yongxin thought that his opponent had a palm technique of falling petals. This is quite a variable technique. Already in the next moment, Yongxin understood how to act further and copied the enemy's technique and applied it to himself. Here he also decided that it was time to apply the technique of not nervous shining. This was his first reception spiral. Yongxin extended his hand forward and began to attack his opponent, not giving him a chance to win. Only at that moment did Yu Hyun realize that his opponent was strong enough and that it wouldn't be that easy for him. When he felt the power of the attack, Yongxin didn't understand what kind of power this guy used to carry out this attack. Yongxin looked at his opponent. He had to understand what he was capable of and how he would act next. The guy had no intention of stopping, so he pushed off to lunge forward. He started to attack the enemy again. This was the second technique, the wall. With this technique, he was going to stop him. He also used the palm technique of falling petals, the same one he saw in the Huasan sect. This was enough for Yongxin to inspire him to take his third dose of unfading radiance. Yongxin was thinking about only one thing. For his opponent to last longer, he needed at least 10 hits. Yu Hyun, despite the fact that he realized that his opponent was quite strong, was not going to give up so quickly. Yongxin didn't stop. He took another step forward to continue his attack. He then concentrated all his strength into his fist to deliver the finishing blow to his opponent. The leader of the sect and the mentor, each of them, looked at their student, waiting for how this retreat would end. Yongxin did not stop. He continued to attack the enemy and dealt him another blow. This blow was so powerful that the enemy could not resist and could not escape this blow. Yongxin concentrated all his strength into this blow so that his blow would be strong enough. Yu Hyun couldn't avoid this blow, and so he was thrown back and took damage. This damage was so great that no one present could even imagine, and Yu Hyun himself was already so confident in his abilities. When he fell after receiving this blow and the last attack of his opponent, he could no longer get up. The head of the clan and his mentor was surprised that one of his students who showed promise and in whom he was confident lost the fight. Yongxin stood in a fighting stance for some time in the hope that his opponent would continue to resist. But this attack was the last one. It was his third technique that he was able to use. He decided to call it. Not the world-new Ushchi Radiance third reception palm bud. It was his new reception and his new technique that he came up with. More precisely, he saw this technique in his opponent and repeated it only with what he adapted to his capabilities. Shin looked at everyone present. They became silent and looked at him. All these martial artists wanted to know what it was, that they just saw how he was able to defeat the talent from Hwasan in 3 attacks. The head of the section wondered who this boy was who had just managed to defeat his students. After which the head of the section said that his student should be urgently picked up and carried away from the battlefield. One of the representatives of this sect came out onto the battlefield, took the boy on his shoulder and carried him away. The sect leader said that in the desert fortress, it seemed that dragons were growing up. Their grip on the martial arts world was becoming even tighter. The mentor and leader of the Magwanig sect responded that he should not exaggerate because it is not true. The desert fortress, despite having such martial arts masters, will not touch the innocent. The head of the sect responded to the leader Magwanig that what he says is an invariable excuse, and he has already heard it several times. After which the section head turned and looked at the guy and asked if his name was Chung Yong Shin, to which he replied yes. The head of the sect told the guy that he demonstrated an outstanding martial art, and it was somewhat similar to the technique of falling petals. But he doesn't think that anyone could teach him the techniques of the Hwasan sect, and he actually had no idea that similar techniques existed. After which he looked at his fighters and said that this should motivate even the lazy ones. The head of the sect turned to Yongshin and said that if the day comes when circumstances force him to leave the desert fortress, then he should know that the Hwasan sect's perimeter as an honored guest, the leader and mentor, as well as everyone else from the desert fortress, looked in his direction. After which the leader told the sect to stop because he was crossing the line in his conversations. The sect leader raised one hand and asked the leader Magwanig to calm down. After which the head of the sect said that he recognizes that his greedy mind clouded his mind and that this was unworthy behavior. Yonshin looked at the leader, and he continued to speak when someone with such a shining talent like this guy appeared in front of him. That is why he was given the nickname Lightning Genius. He could instantly copy his opponent's technique and adapt it to his own technique. The mentor and everyone else who arrived with him looked at Yonshin to see how he was behaving. My girlfriend immediately realized that something was wrong with him seeing the state he was in. In fact, he used almost all the energy he had in his last session. The unbending radiance expends maximum strength on each movement, but the amount of internal energy consumed is too great. So he thought that for now in a real fight, it would be better to rely on the sword, and immediately after that he went to the hotel. The girl looked at him and said that he should open his Zhongdan meridian as soon as possible. The blue-eyed demon noticed that if he lacks internal energy, at least he can increase his endurance. Yongshin listened to his elders and asked them what meridian meant and how he should proceed to open it. The girl said that it seemed like he didn't understand what was being discussed, and she would be happy to explain it to him. She began to say that Meridian Shandon, responsible for spiritual energy in the head, does not give such an advantage. And he can strengthen his internal energy. The guy asked her again what it means to strengthen internal energy. Then she said that this meant that his efficiency would also increase. She asked if he had heard of masters who fight tirelessly for 7 days and nights. The guy replied that yes. She said that all these masters trained the Zhongdan Meridian. She explained to him that the flow of their internal energy had become stable, which allowed them to use powerful techniques repeatedly. Even after the most powerful release, the flow of energy did not stop. Yongshin thought that this was exactly what he was missing. The blue demon noticed that despite the fact that he was able to put up against Namgung Chile Gum, he still needs to open Meridian. The guy listened carefully to every word they said. He really thought he needed to do it as quickly as possible. That is why he asked the elders in his group how he could open the Zhongdan Meridian. The girl said that if you train the Meridian Jiadan for a long time, it will open itself. Just concentrate the circulation of energy in the upper part of the body. The guy asked again if there was a faster way. He called her older sister. The girl was very surprised and asked again what he said because no one had ever called her that before. But she was very pleased to hear such words, especially from him, because she was an older sister. Yonshin really respected her so much that he was ready to admit that she was an older sister to him. The next day, when everyone gathered about the pill that they had to find, it turned out that Tugi was to blame. Nobody understood how he could do it, but everyone was sure that he was to blame. The leader of their group said that he was the culprit, a notorious thief in the northern Yangtze region. And he is the same person who stole the secret martial arts scroll, among other things. One Chan girls, he asked if their martial arts scroll was really stolen. She lowered her head, smiled, and answered the newcomer that it just happened that way. The leader continued to sit at the head of the table, saying that from now on they must eradicate all signs in Shanxi that are associated with Tugi. Thief Chan asked what about the Huashan sect, to which he heard the answer, while they will be making a fuss. On the one hand, we need to try to get information inside the sect. Yongxin asked the leader if there was any point in destroying the signs of the combat seps. The blue-eyed demon answered him that it seemed he didn't know the robber sects well and most likely had no dealings with them. These people organize collections of funds supposedly for protection without even thinking of obtaining the approval of the imperial family. From the point of view of the empire, the differences between righteous sects and robbers are simple. The first peasants sacrifice voluntarily, the second rob at gunpoint. These are parasites that are destroying the country, but even if they are killed, new groups of parasites will appear, so most often they turn a blind eye to this. But the foundation is not particularly needed to deal with them. Yongxin then said that he could go alone. The leader answered him, "Is he really so eager to become famous? It's too risky." The guy looked at his mentor and said that he was confident in himself and he thought he could handle it. Actually, fighting alone against a cult is a completely different level of skill. When he is attacked by a crowd, it is not a one-on-one duel. The guy said that he still thinks he needs this kind of experience. The mentor closed his eyes and fell silent. Then he put his hand on the chair and said that he agreed here, and now they need to distribute the tasks. The leader turned to the lightning genius and said that his target was the Tanglan sect in Yanhe County, Xi'an. The leader also added that as far as he knows, these are real scumbags who say they are not even inspired by the kidnapping of women. After which he said that they should know what their task is, the complete destruction of the sect, and destroy them and return. The very next day when morning came, Yongxin stood looking at the mountain. This was the side where he needed to go. Without thinking twice, he began to get ready to complete the task that his mentor had set for him. His friend Wan Chan followed him. He couldn't figure out if Yongxin was really going to go alone. Yongxin stopped and looked at him and had nothing to answer because he had already said everything before. Wan Chan asked him maybe he should reconsider his decision. The Tanglan sect is not ordinary people. They are trained in martial arts. Even one of them is capable of paralyzing traffic on Yanhe Street. When Yongxin heard that his friend knew a lot about this sect, he asked him to tell more here. Then Wan Chan began to say that they settled in Yanhe 3 years ago, seized the streets. They kidnapped women, dozens of them slaves. He also said that their crimes have been well known for a long time, but it looks like they bribed a local official. Yongxin wanted to hear something a little different. He asked his friend what he thought about their fighting style. Then he replied that he heard that they used different types of weapons. And he even added that he saw battles from afar a couple of times. They wield swords, spears, and strangely curved clicks. And they are so fast that it is difficult to follow them with your eyes. With one blow of the ball, they can decapitate 2 people at once. Yongxin thought that this was a haphazard way of conducting a battle based on one experience, and asked his friend how many prisoners they already had and what the local administration was doing. Well, he heard the answer that the masters were in collusion with the Tanglan sect, and that there would be no one to help. Yanhe County was the very place where he, the guy, had to go to destroy the sect. When he was there, he was as surprised as everyone else by what was happening in that area. He stood among a crowd of other men who watched as these cult bandits took women hostage. They held these women tied by the hands suddenly to each other and looked at them as if in a zoo. Yongxin, watching what was happening, could not contain his anger. He was furious. Taking a step forward, he declared to these bandits that they had truly earned their reputation. After which, he approached them, telling them to clarify whether they were really acting with the permission of the magistrate. Dude, ask these bandits if these connected people are really criminals, and that's why they arrested them. One of the criminal sect, the bald one who had a knife, did not listen to the end as it seemed to him, the boy. The next moment he threw the same leg that was in his hands in his direction. When this blade was very close to Yongxin and it seemed that it was about to reach its target, the guy blocked it. Having done this so masterfully, he was able to turn the blade the other way and direct it back. The technique he used was called Magwanig's Swift Blade. Everything happened very quickly, and this blade hit its owner right in the head. The bandit didn't have time to react. All the other bandits from this sect were perplexed as to how this could have happened. One of them approached Yongxin and told him that he was not an ordinary person and asked where he had studied martial arts. After all, his dagger was strange. He wondered if he had really trained correctly. Another one noticed that he was still very fast and was interested in whose martial art he had just demonstrated. Yongxin saw that this cult bandit was approaching him, so he decided that he needed to be prepared. The guy responded, taking out his sword, that it was just a mixture of random techniques. To which this bandit, when he saw that the guy was taking out a sword, told him that he had a good sword and if he presented it to the head of his sect. But he didn't have time to say another word because Yongshin didn't let him do it. He hit him. From top to bottom, he cut this bandit in half. This was the second one he killed. And the other bandits who belonged to this sect thought what kind of guy he was and why he was behaving like that. But Yongshin decided that he shouldn't give his opponents a chance and attacked them with lightning speed. At this moment, he used the Magwanig swift blade technique. He attacked one after another so quickly that he did not allow them to concentrate. It was only visible how he deals damage to one of the bandits, and then the next one falls, and then the third one. Taking another step forward, he had already finished his attack. All the bandits were behind him, and they were destroyed. The people who stood watching everything that was happening were in shock. They opened their mouths and couldn't say anything. The guy stood and dropped his ball down, thus saving 5 hostages who were about to be taken into slavery. The men of the cloud cried out to their wives, and one of them rushed towards his mistress. After which all the women came up to this guy and thanked him all together and each one separately. Only one guy had nothing to say. He stood with his eyes open and looked at Yongshin. After which, Yongshin turned his head to look at him and asked where the Tanglin sect was based. The guy stood there silently for a while, not knowing how to feel about this, since it was the first time he had seen anything like this. After which the guy raised his hand and answered Yongshin that this sect is based in that place. He pointed to the place where the head of this sect and the rest of the bandits from this sect were located. Yongshin, after finding out where he should go, turned around and headed in the right direction. The people left on the street froze in surprise. No one could even guess what would happen next. Yongshin walked up to the huge door, raised his head and read the sign that said this was the Tanglin sect. He stood in front of huge doors that were locked. I understand that this is the very place where his mentor sent him. He decided that he shouldn't knock, as is usually done in society. He raised his leg and hit the door with all his might to make it open. And indeed, the doors opened in an instant, and now he could go inside. He didn't need an invitation to do this. Yongshin Bol was there for a completely different purpose. As soon as he opened the doors, he crossed the threshold of this sect and went inside the building. The bandits who belonged to this sect were surprised by the guy's behavior and looked at him with bewilderment. Yongshin stopped and looked at everyone present. He needed to understand the scope of his work. Yongshin went down and stopped in the middle, and the bandits from this sect began to gather around him. One of the bandits present belonging to this septic tank said that this brat beat up their students. Yongshin stood silently looking at them and did not answer them. In fact, he hated and despised them. Seeing the head of the sect, the guy thought that he even dared to wear the deeds with dragons that only the emperor can wear. The head of their sect was so confident that he took a step forward to get closer to the guy. He ordered everyone else not to interfere and decided to punish him himself. The head of their sect took out his sword, saying that he had not felt the taste of a sword fight for a long time. The head of the sect added that most likely the guy likes to play the hero, and how did he even dare to appear in front of their sect? At that moment, Yongshin asked his name, to which he heard the answer, "Why should a person who will soon die know his great name?" Yongshin answered him that you always need to know who you are dealing with in order to later declare your victory. After these words, the head of the sect laughed. He thought that this boy was very confident in himself. That's why he didn't answer him, but took a step forward and began to attack Yongshin. The guy thought that the head of the sect was really fast, just as he had been told. Well, when the head of the sect tried to harm the guy, he didn't succeed Yongshin, despite the fact that it was a quick wushu from the blow. All this was because he became stronger. He could already see the trajectory of the sword and where the blow could be delivered. But his opponent couldn't know exactly how much Yongshin was and what he was capable of. Yongshin parried his blow with his sword. When the head of the sect received a counterblow, he jumped back. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. The leader of the bandit sect wondered what kind of guy this was and what kind of power he possessed. He couldn't let some kid do this to him and have that kid win. Yongshin was so determined that he was ready to continue this fight at any moment. But he needed to continue this retreat, not only with the head of the sect, but also with the rest of the masters of this sect. The head of the sect shouted to the rest of the fighters to attack, and they began to attack first, and he was behind them. From all sides, fighters of the sect began to approach Yongshin, and each of them tried to attack him. Yongshin first repelled the attack of those fighters who were in front of him. They were the closest. Then he calmly turned his head and repelled the attack of those who tried to attack him from the left. The sword of one of the fighters from this section is very close to Yongshin and almost hits him. In response, this guy received a blow so that blood spurted out. Yongshin ignored him and repelled this attack. after which he repelled attack after attack of his opponents, inflicting great damage on them with a counterattack. It seemed that the fighters of this section tried to strike him from 3 different sides at the same time, but he was able to repel each of them. He repelled their attacks with lightning speed, and in the next moment struck the enemy. Those representatives of this sect who approached him a little closer and tried to attack him received damage and could no longer do anything. Yongxin looked one way, then looked the other. He was in complete control of the situation. He saw their every move and the video trajectory of their weapons that were trying to damage him. He saw them all despite the fact that they tried to attack him from different sides and at different speeds. He was able to dodge these blows and attack them back, despite the fact that there were tens of times more of them. He saw when he needed to lower his head so that his opponent couldn't touch him. And he also knew when to take a step forward or, on the contrary, push off to make an attack. All this turned out to be a continuous battle. And so behind the attack that he had to repel, and also constantly dodging so that no one would damage him and no one would hook him, he moved with such speed that many of his opponents could not even praise his shadow. He moved forward continuously without turning back, leaving behind his defeated opponents. At that moment, he realized that he could easily overcome them all, so he pushed off and jumped forward. He left all the fighters of this sect behind him. He was not even interested in engaging in battle with them. Since his main goal was ahead of him, he was the head of this sect who had to answer for everything. When Yongxin landed right in front of the sect leader, he looked him straight in the eyes. The head of the sect was very surprised because he thought that his fighters would be able to deal with this guy. But what he saw was not in his concept. He saw such a fighter for the first time. The head of the sect asked himself only one question. What is this, and how did it happen that his fighters cannot cope with him? And Xinyu at this moment exhaled. He understood that he had already passed half the way and was approaching his goal. And the most important thing is that he concluded that in a battle with a group, you just need to assert your superiority. Yongxin thought that he needed to imagine that it was a hand, and that it was squeezing a sword and it became like a fist. At that moment, he realized that he would be using the form 2 split technique, so he pushed off to make a jump. And when he was already in the jump, he only needed to swing to strike. As he approached his target, the head of this sect, in a jump, he understood that he only needed to strike. So he started to attack and swung to deliver his blow from above. The head of the sect at that moment could not even understand. He only managed to raise his eyes, but he did not have time to avoid the blow. Because the very next moment, Yongxin delivered his lightning strike and split the enemy's body in half. This time he completely divided the opponent's body into 2 parts. This was the technique of separation. His opponent only had time to get scared. His face was such that it seemed he was continuing to scream, after which his opponent fell like a huge block to the ground and did not utter another sound. At that moment, the guy, without turning to face everyone else, declared that this was their last day. He was going to destroy the sign of the Tanglin sect, which meant only one thing, that he was going to destroy them all. After which he turned his head and looked at the rest who were standing behind him. The other fighters didn't understand what happened. They thought he was some kind of crazy person. Unexpectedly for the guy, one of the fighters shouted to call the bloody master Yongxin when he heard the master's word. He immediately realized that they were talking about a bloody demon with a sword. It became clear to him that the Blood Flame sect was behind their actions. The fighters of this sect fell silent at one point and looked at the guy. They waited to see what would happen next. Yongxin didn't think long. He walked up to the very fighter who started screaming and grabbed him by the throat. Then he started to choke, and the guy demanded that he tell everything he knew about this bloody demon. The fighter of this sect replied that he would tell everything, and that this bloody demon was currently sleeping in the annex. Yongxin thought if it was really a bloody demon with a sword, he couldn't help but feel a battle of this scale. At that moment, the guy saw a sword approaching him that was launched from the side. And this sword, the very next moment after Enshir blocked it, stuck in the ground right in front of him. Yongxin thought that maybe the bloody demon really doesn't sleep at all, and this is his ball. That's why the guy understood that he needed to be ready, and the main one could still be ahead. He saw a fighter approaching him from the side who launched this sword. When this fighter landed near his sword, Yongxin was waiting. He continued to hold one of the fighters by the throat. The bloody demon with the sword pulled his sword from the ground and stood with his back to the guy for a while. Then he turned around and said what a cute little guy he never expected, that he could knock his sword away in one blow. Yongxin looked at his opponent and understood that this bloody demon with a sword was much stronger than all the previous ones he had dealt with. And he still has to fight this bloody demon with a sword so that he can destroy this sect. At that moment, the guy remembered the words of his mentor, who asked if he wanted blue clothes already, to which he answered yes. His mentor then turned his head and looked at him carefully. He thought he would give him a task. By this he said that if the guy cuts and raises his hand showing 5, he meant the 5 blood demons. Then they would have a reason to talk about blue clothes, and he would then be recognized as a blue warrior despite his young age. At that moment, Yongshin thought that he had a great opportunity. In front of him was a bloody demon. He thought only about one thing, that he was lucky, and if this time he could cope with him. Then he will be left with only 3, and despite his age, he will receive blue clothes. The bloody demon did not understand why his young opponent was so happy when he came. The bloody demon couldn't hold back and asked the guy what he was thinking and why he was laughing. But the bloody demon didn't have time to finish speaking before his young opponent pushed away. In order to be the first to attack, he was not going to wait for his opponent to attack first. The blood demon was a little surprised by the behavior of his opponent because he was a very young guy. And the blood demon considered him not strong enough, so he repelled Yongshin's first attack with ease. But Yongshin understood that he needed to act as quickly as possible, and he needed to finish this quickly. After all, this was the center of the Tanglin sect. The longer the fight lasted, the lower his chances of winning. The blood demon concentrated his power in one hand and shouted at Yongshin to die here, and struck. Yongshin really didn't think long, and responded with the technique of not freezing radiance first technique. It was a spiral move with which he repelled the enemy's attack and inflicted damage on him himself. The blood demon was very surprised that he was unable to attack this boy, but in return they attacked him. The bloody demon was furious and started yelling at the guy that he didn't know who he was dealing with, after which he swung his sword trying to damage Yongshin, but the blow hit its target. The guy managed to dodge this blow to the side and answered his opponent that he had the last word to prove to him, after which he delivered another blow to his opponent which was right on target and threw him aside. After this blow, the guy continued his attack and swung his sword, delivering a fatal blow to his opponent. Shin, as I assumed at the very beginning he cut down another bloody demon with a sword, his account was replenished. His opponent fell and decapitated to the ground. This fight was over and he was the winner. Yongshin looked at the other fighters who were present there and who belonged to this sect. None of those present approached him because they were afraid to do so. It was all over for them. Yongshin turned to them and ordered them all not to move. He had to finish his task. He destroyed them with one look. They could no longer resist him. The fighters of this sect were so pathetic, but he had to finish his job and destroy this sect completely. When the job was done, the rest of the residents of the area thanked him as a great master. And the women thanked him because he was able to avenge them, and they will now be able to live in peace. One of the residents of this district approached him and thanked him as a gentleman. He said that now their unfortunate women can rest in peace. He had a little dead girl in his hands, Yongshin. When he saw this, he was a little surprised. After all, he thought that Xi'an was under the protection of the Zhongnan sect, so he couldn't understand how they allowed this to happen. The scared guy who approached him wanted to explain to Yongshin everything that was happening here. He began to say that Zhongnan was currently waging an active war against the Tyrant sword sect. Now it was clear to him that Zhongnan was fighting with the Tyrant sword, and if that was the case, then it was clear why something like this happened in this district. If all the Zhongnan warriors patrolling this place returned to their mountains, then it is clear why the bandit sect rules here. Evening came, and he left this place. He walked through the forest, climbing higher and higher into the mountains. As he walked, he thought that it was now clear to him that if their enemy had left, the Tyrant sword sect Zhongnan had to use all available forces. He understood that this would not end there, and he was afraid that killing a couple of bloody demons would not change the situation. At that moment, he remembered his younger sister and his brother because he did all this for them too. Unexpectedly for himself, he realized that he absolutely had to help Zhongnan. He knew for sure that the 13 Heavens Group was a powerful organization seeking dominance in Merim. The desert fortress will be forced to deal with them sooner or later, which means that the Tyrant sword, which is part of their sect, he thought that no one would object to his independence. And Shino that moment stopped because it seemed to him that someone was approaching. He continued to think that maybe he could also take Tugi's trail for himself. He decided what he would do next. But Shura too were far away. They stopped, and closer the guy began to listen. And then he saw that not far away there were 2 people approaching him. The very next moment he could see that these were people he knew well. It was the head of the Hwasan sect. The head of the sect was not alone. He was with the same guy with whom he was already familiar and with whom he had sparred. The head of the sect, seeing Yongshin, hurried to inform him that it looked like everything was already over with Tanlin. The guy looked at the head of the sect and told him that it looked like that and he should accept his apology. The head of the sect, without taking his eyes off the guy, said that his fighting skills were impressive. He then added that it seemed like he had witnessed the birth of the future leader of the Magwanig clan, or even the new leader of the Divine Sword Squad. He added that the future of the desert fortress is quite clear and he understands why they have such talent. The guy who accompanied the head of the sect Yu Hung said that he remembered that he allowed himself to speak about 5 seconds. It was stupid, and asked for an apology. Young Shin is a little surprised because he was asked to apologize for the first time by complete strangers. Yu Hyun turned to Yon Shin and asked him if he would be against trying to start from scratch. He also asked if they could discuss a lot about Hwasan's combat equipment, since their clans are not that far from each other. Yong Shin was a little surprised by this assumption and could not immediately answer the question. After he thought about it, he said that he would not go up to their mountains for that reason. Yu Hyun was so surprised that he didn't know how to react, because up until that moment no one had ever refused him. Yong Shin continued to say that he wouldn't chase him away if he came to him himself, after which the guy added that it was better not to come empty-handed. Yu Hyun was very happy with this offer. Sometime after this meeting, Yong Shin went to the hotel where they stayed together with the elders and the mentor. Yong Shin calmly walked into the room. He had something to say to everyone else because he had completed his task. His mentor and elders turned their heads and looked in his direction. The blue demon only said that his prayers were answered. The girl approached the guy, looked at his back, and noticed that it seemed there were wounds on his back. She would apply a healing balm. The mentor turned to the lightning-fast genius. He needed to clarify the status of the task. Yong Shin didn't answer. He just took off the bag he was carrying from his shoulder. When everyone saw what was in this bag, they were very surprised because they couldn't even imagine it. After all, in this bag he brought the head of a member of the Blood Flame sect, which he cut off in Bayou. The mentor was pleased with his student because this was an unusual bloody demon with a sword, and he was able to destroy him. An elder approached him and said that this was proof that his past achievements were not just a lucky turn of events. The mentor thought, after all, this was the Blood Flame sect again and again, the defeated blood demon who is considered to be the owner of unusual techniques. It was not worth recognizing Noah Jenny's nose. His contribution is invaluable, and he always exceeds all expectations. The mentor noted that completing the mission to obtain important information and the enemy's head is all very highly valued in Muram. Yong Shin didn't say anything. He stood silently, looked at his mentor, and listened to how he assessed him. After the mentor expressed his opinion, the guy said that he needed to say something. Yong Shin told his mentor that he wanted to go to the Zhongnan sect because they thought he could be useful there. The teacher asked the boy if he really wanted to climb Mount Zhongnan, to which he replied that he was worried about the safety of the related sect. The mentor said that news about them had only recently reached them, and if he went there, he would be exposed to danger. After all, at the moment it was too dangerous there and he couldn't go there alone. Since the Tyrant's sword is not like his opponents that he has had so far, it is not just a demonic clan. The girl added that they train haphazardly, combining both orthodox and unorthodox martial arts. They were madmen obsessed with power that no limits could stop, which is why it was too dangerous there. The mentor noticed that it was precisely all this, and most importantly, Zhongnan did not ask for help. And it is within their competence to carry out only what they were ordered to do, and they cannot but obey their own rules. The blue demon asked the mentor if someone like them couldn't independently assess the situation and issue a task. This was the question that determined whether the boy would be able to help Zhongnan or not, and whether the mentor would allow him to carry out the mission. The mentor, without raising his head, said that he would be frank because he could not send him there. I can't imagine whether he will return. When Yongshin heard this answer, he was very surprised, so he asked his mentor what he meant. The mentor said that everyone in the desert fortress has already heard about his potential, so everyone is worried about his future. The blue demon noted that this was exactly the case, and that he was a valuable combat unit, especially considering his origins. Even a sect like Hwasan promised to accept him as a guest if he wanted to. The choice was his, and he had to make the decision on his own. Yongshin then said, "Can a teacher distinguish between the interests of the people and his own personal interests? And does Ma Guanig, the sect he currently belongs to, really not believe in him at all?" The guy noticed that he always lived up to expectations and asked to let him go to this place. His mentor looked at him again and understood that he would insist. So he said that with such achievements, he simply leaves them no choice. The elders who were with them also agreed with this opinion. He really didn't leave them a choice. The girl had a slightly different opinion, so she hit the blue demon man from behind to keep him quiet. The mentors thought about everything that was happening for some time. But the guy was really right. The mentor could not so easily turn away from his will and forbid him to do what he considered necessary. However, he must first test him with one of his techniques. Only after that will he fulfill his request. Yong-shin thought that this was the most harmless thing that could happen to him because he would be able to prove that he was capable. The girl looked at the mentor. She understood what was being discussed and asked him to stop. The mentor told his student that he only needed to endure one blow from the teacher. If he can repel it or dodge it, he will let it go to the place it was going to and will not object. The girl tried to object to teaching Yulia, but the mentor said that if he wants to reach the heights of the martial arts world, he should be able to do at least this. The mentor said, if he can withstand his blow, he promises him another reward. Yong-shin looked at his teacher. As always, he was calm. He replied that he understood everything, and he was ready. After some time, more martial arts masters gathered near the hotel where they were staying. These were the masters from the Hwasan sect. They came to watch this fight from the sidelines. The head of the sect thanked the leader Magwanig for allowing them to be there and observe from the sidelines. The head of the sect approached his martial arts masters and told his students to remember this moment. It was a rare opportunity to see the leader of Magwanig's technique of killing, which he rarely shares with anyone. Yu Hung asked the head of the sector whether the technology of the leader of the desert fortress is stronger than the technology of the leader of the unit, to which he heard the answer that it is so. But when it comes to situational battles, this man may be even stronger. His nickname as the leader of Magwanig was Hell Priest, which means that on the battlefield he is a real beast. Many leaders are prestigious, all fell victims to him. He has always demonstrated overwhelming superiority in combat, making him almost impossible to defeat. When faced with a master of this level, you cannot miss a single movement. That is why absolutely every blow of his can be deadly. The head of the sect stated that unlike them old-fashioned warriors who are fixated on their memorized art, he has completely honed his skills for real combat. And even for an experienced master, such a fight can be fatal. There are no such people among their peers, which this man is not able to hit with his technique, and in this situation his student Yong-shin will be against him. The guy looked at his mentor and asked him if he would give him time to prepare, to which he heard the answer that as much as he wanted. The mentor said that he was going to demonstrate a blow that even a warrior of the white rank would find difficult to take, so he needed to concentrate as much as possible. The guy understood that in the deserted fortress there were 30 masters in black clothes, and his mentor, who in this situation was his opponent, also wore black clothes, but this should not have allowed him to be intimidated. Yong-shin thought that he just needed to show the martial arts that he had been practicing for all this time. He concentrated before the fight by exhaling. He needed to concentrate all his forces around himself in order to understand how strong his opponent would be in this situation. After which he opened his eyes and looked at his opponent to assess the whole situation. He understood that he sees his mentor, and in this situation his opponent, and sees how strong he is. Yong-shin, realizing that he had already prepared for this fight, told his mentor to make his strike. The mentor was a little surprised that the guy was able to prepare so quickly, but he had no choice but to strike. Yong-shin took a fighting stance. He couldn't miss a single move from his mentor. The mentor raised his hand and swung it to begin attacking his student. The guy realized that this was a palm technique and it could easily break through even the protective walls of the castle. He needed to dodge. The closer the mentor got, the boy realized that he needed to dodge this blow. The mentor was very close, and he had to strike with such force that the boy might not be able to withstand it. The technique that his mentor possessed was really very powerful, and it was unbearable to resist. Yong-shin stood motionless. He needed to understand what to do next in this situation and how to get away from this blow. After all, he had practiced evasion more than once, but in this case it would not be enough. Suddenly it was as if something dawned on the guy and he understood the way out of this situation. Since his mentor was very close and the blow was supposed to reach him in a few seconds, he had to do something. The guy realized that in this situation, in addition to dodging the blow, he would also add a step. Yong-shin was sure that it would work. He stood until the last moment to avoid this blow. His mentor was completely confident that his student would not be able to resist him. But in fact, the guy was in complete control of the entire situation, and he had calculated everything precisely until the last moment. When the blow was about to reach its full strength, the guy, in addition to dodging the blow, took another step. And this forward check saved him because the blow passed him by and did not touch him at all. The mentor stayed behind. His blow didn't reach the target, but the guy was in front. He was able to avoid this blow. Absolutely everyone was in shock. No one present here could even imagine that the student would be able to cope with this. Even the mentor himself could not have imagined this. But before that, he said that if his student could withstand this blow, or he will be able to dodge this blow, and he understood that Yong-shin dodged this blow very skillfully, then he will need to keep his word. The mentor wondered what kind of step technique his student demonstrated. He had never seen it before. Yongshin replied to his mentor that when he dodged, he simply took a step. It was at that moment, when he took his step, that he saw his path to salvation. And his path to salvation was true. It was his new technique that he had already been able to try out in this fight. He decided that he would call this technique the flap of shining wings, since this technique was his path to salvation. The mentor smiled at that moment. He understood that he had a very talented student, and the teacher had no choice but to tell his student that he could go to Zhongnan. After some time, he was already at the base of the mountain. He only needed to climb up to get to Zhongnan. The road was quite long, but all this time he was thinking about what happened before. The guy was walking and he was wearing blue clothes of a sand fortress. This was his new achievement. He went on this journey with his friend Wan Chan because he needed an assistant. As they were climbing up, the boy thought about what happened after he was able to dodge his mentor's blow. He was immediately offered to put on the blue clothes of the pension fortress. He did not expect this. But when he put on these clothes, he thought that he was doing everything right because he had no time at all. This was his first achievement. He was very surprised that his elders suggested that he wear blue clothes. So the first thing he asked was why they were giving him blue clothes to try on. The girl said that now he will have a white battle robe in combination with a blue cloak. And this will mean that he is a genius newcomer who is recognized by the Blue Warrior. This status gives the right to command the warriors of the desert fortress in white robes. Yongshin thought that this was a good start and these opportunities would be useful to him, and he simply needed them. Genius newbie is a term used to describe the most outstanding member of the younger generation. I turned to the guy and said, if anyone asks, he should say that the blue-eyed demon recognized him and this will save him from unnecessary problems. The girl said that he could also use her name and he could consider that she had given him the cloak. The guy understood that this was a confession from two elders from the clan to which he belonged, which meant it was his confession. His friend and elders were proud that they had such a lightning-fast genius guy with them. Now this newbie, in addition to his white robe, also had a blue cloak that was given to him. Yanshin couldn't get used to the fact that he also had a blue cloak. His friend who was walking ahead stopped and said that this outfit suited him very well. Youngshin looked at his hand and said that it felt a little strange to him, to which his friend replied that he would get used to it very quickly and that he shouldn't worry about it. Youngshin thanked his friend, calling him the divine guardian of the desert fortress, Wan Chan. Wan Chan liked these words very much, and Youngshin added that this is not empty praise. He should know about it. They climbed higher up the mountain and saw 4 fighters standing at the entrance ready to fight. These fighters guarded the entrance so that no one could enter Zhongnan. Youngshin thought it looked like they were warriors from Zhongnan, and they were guarding the gate. Wan Chan saw the warriors and said that it means they really have a conflict with the Tyrant sword sect. Judging by the fact that there is increased security even at the entrance, it means that the conflict really did happen, and it hasn't ended yet. Wan Chan and Yongshin took a few steps forward and approached the guards at the entrance gate. The warriors from this sect ordered the boys to stop. They were ready to engage in battle. One of them took out his weapon and ordered the guys to tell him the name of their sect and the purpose of their visit. Wan Chan told them that they could see them from the desert fortress and pointed to the badge on his shoulder. The warriors actually saw that these 2 guys were from the desert fortress because they were wearing special clothes. The guy said his name was Yon Shin, and he was from the Maguanic Desert Fortress unit. The second one replied that he was also from this unit and his name was Hong Wan Chan. The warrior who stood guard from this effect said that these guys only have clothes as evidence. Wan Chan, when he heard this, reached into the inside pocket of his clothes to get something out, after which he took out a token on which was depicted the sign of a desert fortress. The warriors standing at the entrance to the sect wondered if the desert fortress really allowed such young warriors to act independently. "This is yours?" He was very surprised by their arrival, but the guys were not going to give up. Unexpectedly for everyone, one of the warriors shouted that it was enough, and there was no point in continuing this dialogue. This warrior stood near his gate, which was at the entrance to the Zhongnan sect. He said that now is not a good time to visit because they are at war with the sect, and then he added that they should understand that they cannot blindly trust strangers. Wan Chan was a little surprised because they provided all the evidence that they were from the desert fortress. Wan Chan was very angry at this moment, and if they were not ready to accept them calmly, then he would explain it to them in a different way. He raised the sand around himself and demonstrated the power he possesses. It was truly a great power and he could wield it perfectly. The warriors watched as Wan Chan concentrated his power around himself and were very surprised. Of course, this was proof that they were indeed from the desert fortress. One of these warriors accused Wang Chang of daring to pressure a disciple of the Zhongnan sect right in his home. The guy didn't understand what they meant, and Yan Xin, watching everything that was happening, thought that the battle with the Tyrant sword was not going so smoothly. It was clear that the pride of one of the 9 greatest sets in the world was seriously hurt. And then some youngsters showed up claiming that they were warriors of the desert fortresses. It was clear that all this would naturally cause irritation. That's why they started shouting that they didn't believe them. One of these warriors said that they are very young and already warriors of the desert fortress. Times are hard now. And even if they really are from the desert fortress, it's still a problem. If these are reinforcements for their grid, then why are there only 2 of them? Is the greatness of the desert fortress already a thing of the past, and they sent these 2 youths because they had no one else? These words really hurt Yan Xin because he will have to prove once again that he is not so simple. So he looked at the very warrior who tried to humiliate and insult him. The guy took out his sword and was ready to engage in battle with it just to defend his honor. Yang Xin said that it is not right to insult a warrior of another sect without reason, and he should take back his words. Yang Xin was categorically determined that he was not going to forgive anyone for such expressions towards him. The warriors from this sect were perplexed. They couldn't even imagine that this guy would be so abrupt. And the warrior who insulted him did not think that he had done anything supernatural and was not going to apologize. He also took out his sword and asked the guy if he was threatening them. All the other warriors were ready. Yang Xin had no intention of stopping, so he took a step period and started to attack first. Even though they weren't really his opponents, he still had to show them that they shouldn't talk like that. Since he was a lightning-nosed genius, he was able to knock out their weapons and swords from several of them in the first minute. The very same one who made these insults without understanding who he was dealing with was already disarmed. After one was disarmed, the guy made sure the second one was also unarmed. He wasn't going to kill them. Wan Chan was standing there watching what was happening, and the warriors on the other side were looking at Yan Xin. The guy in blue showed what he was capable of and was quickly able to disarm them all. A female voice shouted for them to stop. The warriors looked back. At that moment, a girl was approaching them very quickly. She was their mentor. Yang Xin turned his head and looked at her. He needed to understand what to do next. The closer she got, the more he realized that she was quite strong and not as simple as these warriors. When she landed right in front of her warriors, it was as if she protected them from the guys. Outwardly, she was a young girl. It was unclear how she could have such power. Wan Chan looked at her and was a little surprised that she would do here and could not take his eyes off her. She was very beautiful, and it was really unbearable to take your eyes off her. Yang Xin heard that the warriors called her mentor. He thought that she was very strong and not inferior to the warriors in blue clothes and from the desert fortress. The girl turned her head, looked at the guests, at the 2 guys, and told them to stop. Then she looked at her warriors and added that their words and actions were no good. She would talk to them later, but now they had to leave. The warriors tried to justify themselves and ask for forgiveness from the great mentor. They were very ashamed. The girl told the 2 guys that she was asking for forgiveness for showing them the unsightly side of the mighty desert fortress. Wan Chan continued to stand there with his mouth open looking at her, and without taking his eyes off Yang Xin noticed this. That's why the guy said that his Yung Yan Xin belongs to the Maguanig division. Then he turned and pointed to his friend. He said that it was Hong Wan Chan, and he was with him because he was his friend. The girl said that she belongs to the Zhongnan sect, and her name is Weiji Miao Hua. Wan Chang, when he heard her name and repeated it out loud again, saying Weiji Miao Hua, what the cloud dragon of the Zhongnan sect sword meant. Yang Xin looked at the girl. He was interested in what she would tell him because he was here to save them. She in turn looked at him with her huge brown eyes. At that moment, it was defenseless. Weiji Miao Hua, cloud dragon sword. They were rumored to be a genius sent by heaven who had already made a name for himself in the martial arts world. That's why the guy wanted to get to know her and her martial art as soon as possible. Wan Chan told her that it was a great honor for him to be among such a legendary warrior as her cloud dragon. Yang Xin added that he admits that it is rude of them to show up without an official message from the desert fortress. He is ashamed in front of the great Wei Zi. The girl replied that she saw Wan Chan trying to convey the purpose of the visit, but her warrior rudely interrupted him. She added that it was more likely that she should apologize on behalf of Zhongnan for such behavior. She apologized to the esteemed guests for the inconvenience caused and said that she was ready to take them to the headquarters, after which she said that they would discuss everything else as soon as they got upstairs. They started climbing the steps. Yan Xin answered her that he agreed, so he followed her and he would thank her for the invitation. Having risen up, he raised his eyes. What was his surprise when he saw, after all, his brother was standing in front of him. In fact, he knew that he was in this section. That's why he came to their aid. His brother was very surprised because he saw that Yan Xin was wearing a desert fortress uniform and a blue cloak. Wei Ji stopped and looked at the guy. She didn't understand why he had such a face and why he froze. At that moment, the cries of a little girl were heard. She screamed with joy that she saw Yan Xin. She shouted to him, "Uncle." A second later, she was next to Yan Xin and hugged him tightly around the neck. Her joy knew no bounds. Yan Xin asked her sister how she looked at him as a girl, and there were tears in her eyes. The guy stroked her head and understood that this was the closest thing he had left in this life. His sister hugged him very tightly and couldn't leave him. She kept repeating that she missed him very much. At that moment, an elder approached the boy and his sister. It was the very man who had taken his family in. Yan Xin, without stopping hugging his sister, stood up to greet the elders who approached him. Wei Ji said that their sect leader and elders went to fight the enemy sword masters. Since they came from the desert fortress, she brought the only remaining elder of the sect. The guy lowered his head and greeted the elders. He said that his name was Zhong Yan Xin, and the second one was Hong Wan Chan. The elder also greeted the boys and said that his name was Narekli Chong Yel. Wan Chan was very surprised when he heard this name because he knew that this was the ballmaster Zhong Nan. The boys looked at the elder and immediately lowered their heads and greeted him again. Having said that they were greeting a great warrior, each of them understood that a great warrior stood before them. After all, Yale was the strongest warrior of his generation, perhaps even stronger than Yan Xin's maternal grandfather Ma Yongjok. The elder looked at the boy, and the first question he asked was how old he was. Yang Xin did not test the elder's patience and answered that he turned 16 this year. The elder looked at the guy very carefully. He wanted to understand how much power he had. After which he turned his head and asked Yang Xin to look in that direction and show where. It was a huge mountain on which were depicted incomprehensible signs at first glance. This whole part of the mountain was covered in long potholes, and it was impossible to understand what they meant at first glance. It seemed like these cracks and potholes were all along this sheer cliff. Yang Xin looked carefully in that direction. He understood that the elder did not just suggest him to do this. Wei Ji turned to the elder and asked if he was going to tell the sect's secrets to an outsider. Then she added that passing on the 9-yan style was a long-standing dream of their sect. The elder said that only the creator of this technique was never a member of their sect. One of the founders, Zhong Nan, became friends with him and gave him shelter. The elder said that in his last years he himself had carved secrets on Mount Zhongnan, but nevertheless the style of the 9-yans. It is impossible to consider the martial art exclusively of their sect. At that moment the girl looked at her brother. Elder said that his time is running out. If he sees his blessing sword at least once in the end, Till will be able to leave without regret. He turned to the girl and said that, while she is the only one who is capable of reviving the 9-yan style, he cannot entrust the immortal will to her alone. Wei Ji answered the elders that she did not understand why he was talking like that. She just did not want to understand anything. She asked if he was going to bequeath this equipment to the first person he met. She asked what he saw in it. The elder listened to her until the end, and then answered her so that she could look at him herself. At that moment, not everyone turned and looked at Yang Xin. He was standing in front of this mountain and carefully studying what was carved on it. The girl looked at the guy and understood why the elder said that about him. She saw that he had an enchanted gaze and that he had entered a trance while looking at the path of the sword. But it was just like that. Yang Xin really went into a trance, and he not only looked at but also studied the technique of the 9 yangs. When the guy looked at everything that was depicted on this rock, he analyzed it in order to understand. He looked up and realized that it was a blade mark. He was sure that it was the blade mark depicted. After all, several lines carved on the rock were nothing more than a trace of a blade. He thought that this was some kind of inhuman skill. The guy continued to stand and look at what was depicted on this rock. The elder approached the boy and said that a sword master had carved this 49 years ago. Wan Chang asked him again if he was really talking about Guyanjun. The elder said that this is indeed the exile who founded the Broken Sword sect, one of the most famous martial arts schools in the whole world, and there were no equals except for the desert fortress. Wan Chan thought if he was equal to their leader, then he was certainly an outstanding master. The elder continued to say that this man lifted his hungry orphan onto his back and climbed up Mount Zhongnan. Wan Chang asked again. This meant that this master accepted the elders into the sect, but why couldn't he master his martial art then? The elder answered him that he couldn't do it because it wasn't destiny and that's life. He didn't have enough talent. He also added that not only he, but also many swordsmen of their sect failed to do this. Knowledge or skill alone is not enough to achieve outstanding swordsmanship. Wan Chan was a little surprised by this answer. He also looked at the rock where everything was depicted. Well, when he looked, he didn't see anything. It seemed to him that it was an ordinary rock. It seemed to him that it was somehow strange what they were talking about, because there was nothing surprising about it. The only thing he saw was an inscription that consisted of the words, "Only the worthy will you be given it." The elder said that it is entirely a question of talent, and only a sufficiently talented fighter can master this art. The elder added that they had placed their hopes on Wei Ji, since there were no other talented warriors in their sect. She tries very hard not to show it, but this child is probably under a lot of responsibility. All this time, Yongshin was carefully examining everything that was written on this, and he had an epiphany. It was as if he understood everything that was written there and understood the very essence. He only needed to get to the very end. He closed his eyes and concentrated, after which he exhaled and was able to continue to calmly communicate with everyone. Opening his eyes, the only thing he heard was the word child, and this word seemed to illuminate him. The elder, who was watching the boy after he saw him turn his head, asked what he saw. Yongshin didn't say anything. He stood silently for a while. He needed to understand all the information. After which he took the sword and began to take it out. He wanted to show what he saw on this rock. Wei Ji turned her head and wondered if this guy was really that talented and understood what was written there. Yongshin took out his sword. He was calm as always and really wanted to show what he could read on this scale. His gaze was as if in a trance, and he seemed to see everything that was written on the rock. Wei Ji was very surprised. She couldn't even imagine that there would be someone who could read this, and his friend was on his side. Yongshin held the sword in his hands and repeated the movement after movement that was carved on this rock. The elder understood that he was not mistaken, and this guy was the one who could adopt this fighting technique. Everyone watched as Yongshin moved and how he delivered blow after blow in relation to this technique. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by sounds that came from far away, but after a while they became closer and closer. The girl turned her head and said that these were most likely fighters from the Tyrant sword sect. Chongwan looked at her and asked if she really meant to say that they were attacked. The elder looked around, and then he said that the guests should wait in this place. Enshin did not object. He decided that it was worth listening to the elders and looking at the events that would happen next. Wei Ji answered the elder that Anapa really cares, and the guests should stay in this place. The girl turned her head, looked at the guy, and told him to take care of his little sister. To which the elder brother said that he would take care of his sister and Wei Ji. I should worry about this. After which the girl and the elder also went to the place from where the loud sounds were coming. The boys stood silently for a while, watching as the elder and the girl disappeared from their sight. At this point, Yongshin concluded that this was not the first attack. He asked his brother that there are always two fighting for them, to which I heard the answer that they don't know who attacked there because no one told them about it. He added that it also happens that only masters of names can hit the enemy. That's why they go. The guy understood that this sect had big problems if even the elder, one of the strongest sects, was forced to defend his abode. Wan-chan noticed that they had arrived and immediately troubled, to which he heard the answer, "It means it's time to intervene." The guy understood that even if he thought so, it was impossible. Since the local warriors of the cosmos will lie down and defend their pride as the strongest after all, he saw with his own eyes that if it weren't for Elder Toma, things could have ended badly. Yongshin told him that it didn't seem like they had time to relax. He heard them not to speak thoughtlessly about their warriors. After which the guy turned around and heard footsteps that were coming from behind the rocks. They were almost nearby. Raising his head, he saw 4 people who were on top of the cliff and watching them. These 4 were the same ones who stood at the gate at the entrance to this sect. Yongshin raised his head and looked at the warrior of this sect, because he did not intend to offend them in any way. After which he added that his friend had not said a single disrespectful word about them. The warrior replied that the words could be interpreted in different ways, and didn't they understand that a desert fortress is not welcomed with open arms everywhere? The guy understood perfectly well that the empty and fortress had many envious people. Wan-chan intervened in this conversation and asked if their masters had not gone to fight. He also asked if they really had enough hands and could deal with their opponents on their own. One of the warriors noticed that these guys were saying that they didn't have enough hands. He demanded that they not dare insult them, everyone who. All the other warriors were also aggressive towards these 2 guys from the sand fortress. At that moment, Yongshin heard sounds and turned his head to the side. He wanted to understand what happened. His friend also stopped talking to these warriors and turned his head. They saw fighters who did not belong to this section at all. They were people from the Tyrant sword sect. The guy at that moment thought that most likely they broke through Zhongnan's guard and they were moving towards them in order to attack. Yongshin was thinking about only one thing. How long has the enemy been operating here that he could have reached this place? The Tyrant Sword sect fighters approached the cliff and stopped opposite the Zhongnan sect fighters. The head of the Sword of the Tyrant sect fighters looked at this whole situation. He needed to determine the first task. When he saw the little girl, he knew what he had to do first. So he ordered his thugs to kill the cubs, the main legacy of the local swordsman. His head cuts began to attack, and the fighters from the Zhongnan sect immediately entered the battle they needed to defend. A fight broke out between the fighters of the two sides. Each of them was ready to stand to the end. The sword sect leader of the Tyrant sect did not intend to engage in combat with any of the fighters from the Zhongnan sect. He walked to the side and approached the guys who were wearing the Desert Fortress uniform. When he came closer, he addressed them as puppies, and from the deserted fortress he asked what they were doing here. The leader asked if their sect had decided to intervene only because it was bored and had nothing to do. Yongxin thought that they were taking advantage of the chaos of the battle to sneak in and kill children like his sister. Yongxin turned his head and looked at his friend and told him to help him. Wanchan understood what Yongxin ordered him to do and replied that he was ready and he would cover. Yongxin, without thinking twice, said that he would then enter into battle with the head of the Tyrant Sword sect. After which, the guy took a few steps forward to get as close to the enemy as possible. His opponent thought he was quite an experienced fighter. His face was all scarred. He didn't take the guy seriously, but he was ready to teach him a lesson, as it seemed to him at that moment. Yongxin did not wait for his opponent to attack, and was the first to lunge forward in order to attack his opponent. At that moment, he could not yet assess how strong his opponent was and what fighting technique he possessed. That's why he was the first to strike, and only then, when his opponent parried the blow, did he understand what kind of power he possessed. All the other fighters froze at that moment and looked at how this fight began, and at the guy. When the fighters from the clan of the Sword of the Tyrant saw that their leader was in trouble and he could not repel the attack, they immediately rushed to his aid to help their leader and kill this guy from the desert fortress. This fight was getting tougher and tougher, and Yongxin had the advantage on his side, despite there being only two of them. As he asked, his friend Wanchan came to his aid and backed him up from behind. There were two of them with a trifling fortress, two newbie fighters who were ready to fight the enemy. At that moment, Wanchan took out his sword and, like his friend, entered into battle with the fighters from the Tyrant Sword sect. He was the first to attack one of the opponents. He received several blows, but he was able to parry them. The enemy was strong enough, and Wanchan needed to not only attack but also defend himself. After making several successful attacks, Wanchan dealt one fatal blow to one of the Tyrant's sword fighters. Immediately after this blow, he turned around and began to attack the next opponent. He turned his head to the side and saw that he was being attacked from several sides at once. Wanchan saw one of the opponents swinging his sword to make another attack, but he pushed him back. His sword was right next to his opponent's face, and he thus threw him back. At the same time, Yongxin dealt blow after blow to his opponent and also repelled his attacks. The head of the sect, the Sword of the Tyrant, was quite fast and had mastered all the techniques at once, so it was difficult to understand how to fight with him. Despite this, Yongxin did not give in to him in anything, but carried out one attack after another, not allowing him to advance forward. What angered his opponent even more was that he couldn't handle a very young guy. At some point, his opponent became enraged and swung his sword, shouting at the guy to die. He thought he could do it. But Yongxin was slightly in control of this entire fight and saw where damage could be inflicted on him. So he used one of his techniques. This is the flap of shining wings. He needed to dodge the blow and take a step. As soon as he was able to dodge the blow and take a step, he immediately began to attack his opponent and instantly struck him from behind, piercing him through and through, dealing him a fatal blow. All the other fighters from the two sects froze. They couldn't even imagine such an end. They looked at their leader, not understanding what had happened in this situation and how this young guy was able to deal with him. But the head of their sect was still standing, but the guy's sword was sticking out of his chest, which had pierced him through and through. The head of the sect fell and began to swear loudly because he could not even imagine such an end. The most offensive thing for him was that some puppy could do it to him. He couldn't say anything anymore. Yongxin was able to win this time too because he was truly a lightning genius.